Our tale starts at the Superpower Academy, where Ningfeng, our hero, strolls along, chuckling while glued to his phone's game. Immersed in a virtual match, he's caught off guard by a sudden palm strike to his face. When questioned about his actions and reminded of the looming awakening exam, he's found gaming instead of studying. With a grin, he asks, "Isn't it just balancing work with play, sir?" He adds that at 18, he'll likely awaken a mere 1 or 2-star common profession. Leaning closer, he teases her, saying he's no prodigy like her, who claimed a 5-star profession at 16, and wonders why bother striving when he can just ride her success, irking her deeply. She snags him by the collar, yelling that she'll make him depend on her, as he gasps for air. Onlookers spot Wang Yu, guessing she's back from elite training, noting their province hasn't seen a talent like her in ages. Wang Yu stands out, gorgeous, rich, and gifted, the epitome of excellence. Then they see him scrambling for his phone, prompting curiosity about his identity. Someone reveals he's the school's notorious failure. Unawakened at nearly E, Wang Yu tugs him along by the ear, while the annoyed crowd questions how a radiant star like her associates with such a nobody. Another mentions their childhood bond, puzzled by how an orphan like him could keep up with her. Blue Star blends gaming with reality, where anyone over 16 can unlock powers and embark on adventures. An instructor inspires the students, hinting that they could be the next to experience an awakening miracle. Ningfeng cues up, musing over Wang Yu's sudden seriousness, unfazed by his 3rd exam attempt and veteran status. The teacher directs those summoned to head to the testing zone, promising awakened students basic gear for their roles, and urging them to prep for practical trials. As the instructor calls his name, students buzz about their dream professions. Striding forward, peers mockingly note he's the 3rd-year trailing goddess Wang Yu, whispering he's powerless despite his age. Approaching instructor Kai Wise, she greets him warmly, urging calm with a smile. She instructs him to touch the crystal and clear his mind, which he does obediently. Settling in, he braces for nothing to happen, only to be jolted when the crystal glows brightly, astonishing him and everyone around. Convinced the crystal's reaction means he'll awaken, he recognizes the blue glow as tied to the magic system. Laughter erupts from the students, but he shrugs it off, aware that awakening grants basic skills, eager to discover his profession's star rating. The crystal flashes with varied hues, and he's stunned to learn he's awakened a 1-star profession, gaining the mud mask technique. Kai silently pities his low-star outcome, while students jeer, urging him to step down, mocking that trash stays trash. When Kai asks about his new skill and he stays silent, she calls his name again, snapping him back, his face a mask of confusion. She senses he's reeling from disappointment, judging by his expression. Despite the tense silence, his 1-star fate holds firm. Handing him his gear, she tells him to suit up and proceed to the next phase. He walks off, questioning if he misheard something, recalling the system confirming his awakening was finalized and that he'd unlocked passive skills, Dark Kinship and Mystery Gift. The system clarifies that Dark Kinship shields him from dark power backlash, letting him cast forbidden spells without consequence. The Mystery Gift passive skill allowed him to cast forbidden spells weekly without cost, leading him to ponder if dark power was the vilest force in this world and whether forbidden spells were magic's pinnacle. Then the system announced his mud mask technique was starting to transform, leaving him baffled about what transform meant and what it entailed. The system simply stated the transformation was done, revealing the mud mask had morphed into a forbidden curse, Foul Earth's shell, leaving him dazed and clueless about the situation. He felt uneasy about the ominous sound of darkening and forbidden spells, and with the practical test ahead, he prayed nothing would go awry. Later, the instructor explained that 50 students would enter in groups to fight realm monsters, practicing their new skills. Teaming up or attacking peers was forbidden, with drones overseeing everything. Kai urged everyone to quickly verify their skills, assuring them others wouldn't see. The system revealed his active skill, Foul Earth Shell, a dark forbidden spell summoning otherworldly power to form a protective barrier, also able to crush nearby foes. Those words sounded menacing, making him wonder if it was an evil spell and worry about trouble if anyone discovered it. As the instructor commanded them to enter the arena, he obeyed while frantically yelling at the system for clarity. He steps through the portal, emerging in a bright forest. Students start wielding their new abilities to slay goblins within, but while others battle, he's crouched, hiding in the bushes. When a goblin nears, he instantly ducks out of sight. Knowing drones monitor the exam, he avoids using forbidden spells recklessly. With no other attack options, he opts to stay hidden, waiting for a chance. Unaware of a drone hovering overhead, a man spots him cowering and snaps that others are gaining strength by fighting, demanding to know what he's doing. Kai, addressing the man as Captain Zhu, defends Ningfeng, noting his late awakening, poor health, and sole defensive skill, ill-suited for solo combat. Captain Zhu orders her to summon Ningfeng, declaring a one-star profession disqualifies him from adventuring and ends his exam. Suddenly, the monitor operator makes a puzzled noise, prompting Captain Zhu to glance back and ask what's wrong. The man admits he's unsure but says a drone was attacked, cutting the feed. The operator shouts a warning, reporting massive power spikes in the realm, spurring Captain Zhu to frantically order his team to investigate. Meanwhile, in the arena, the drone lies in pieces, as a man cowers on the ground, trembling, questioning how such a mighty monster could infiltrate the exam site. Staring at a massive goblin wielding sharp blades, the goblin leader rallies his kin, urging them to rise against enslavement. He commands the goblins to slaughter the invaders, and they roar in agreement. A drone ventures near, but the leader blasts it with his power, causing it to burst and crash into a nearby thicket. Ningfeng, struck on the head, wonders why the drone fell, only to freeze in shock as a horde of goblins encircles him. The goblin leader chuckles darkly, mocking the little bug in their midst. Several goblins charge to attack as Ningfeng questions the swarm's presence, guessing the central figure is an elite leader. Realizing the drone's absence, he saw a chance to test if the forbidden spell was real, given the drone's absence. Raising his hand, a purple aura radiated from him. The goblin leader froze, stunned, as an undead rose from the earth. At the station, a man yelled that all screens went dark, detecting a dark power leak in the realm, likely from a king-level or higher monster. Captain Zhu ordered immediate reinforcements and evacuation of non-combatants. Kai knew a king-level monster could raise a city and questioned why such a terror was in the exam realm. Back in the arena, the goblin leader trembled in dread at Ningfeng's power. Ningfeng calmly unleashed his undead to assault the goblins. He marveled at the forbidden spells in action, finding them grotesque and sticky, which unnerved him. As his undead slew goblins one by one, the system reported each kill, granting 10 experience per minion and more with each death. Shocked by the dark force, the goblin leader questioned if he was even human, demanding how this was possible. Slowing down, the leader screamed for him to stay back, but the undead enveloped and killed it. The system notified him of slaying the goblin vanguard, earning 6,000 experience. Soon after, it displayed his stats: Mage, level 10, Health 10, Strength 8, Agility 8, Spirit 20, Experience 12. Amazed at jumping 10 levels instantly, he knew past tests only yielded 1 or 2 levels at most. He noted small monsters gave little experience, relying on the elite monster's hull, and wondered why an elite appeared in the exam. Then a glow caught his eye, revealing loot from the elite, 2 orange quality items. He picked up the Vanguard mark, a consumable boosting agility by 10 permanently. Next was the Shadow Butcher's Cloth, orange quality, level 20 requirement, granting plus 13 strength, 16 agility, 10% attack speed, 5% critical hit rate, 10% combo chance, and 3 enhancement slots. He knew orange gear was epic and highly valuable. Unable to use the cloth yet, he saw its resale potential, thrilled at leveling up and getting rich so easily. A captain's order to abandon the test and teleport out startled him, and a surging power around him made him wonder what was happening. Peeking back, he saw holes in the ground, questioning if the forbidden curse caused the desolation or if traps were at play. He quickly used his scroll, knowing he'd be in trouble if caught, and fled. Other students teleported out of the arena. 2 captains shouted for everyone to evacuate to the city immediately. Zhu gritted his teeth, knowing even their combined strength couldn't face a king-level monster. Unsure if reinforcements would arrive in time, he was stunned when the dark power's source vanished, fearing the demon had escaped the realm. Emerging from the arena, he saw Kai telling someone the situation was beyond control, ordering a report, silence to prevent panic, and activation of the school's ceiling array with 1 exit for non-essential personnel. Calling to Kai, she anxiously asked if he was okay. He assured her he was fine, and she urged him to leave quickly, saying the school was suspended indefinitely, advising against returning unless necessary. Later, he asks Wang Yu what's happening, noting Kai seems up against a tough foe. She says an unknown power surged in the exam site, and the school's now locked down. He wonders if it's that elite monster, frustrated that after struggling to awaken, the test got cut short. Wang Yu sees his disappointment, thinking the ordeal hit him hard. She tells him defensive spells can save him but aren't great for solo leveling, so starting tomorrow, he'll join her team. He thanks her but insists he can level alone, declining her offer. He thinks to himself he'd rather not. His dark forbidden spells can't be used publicly, while Wang Yu eyes him, puzzled. She snaps that he can't refuse, ordering him to meet her at 8 a.m. at the West Gate. He tries to protest, but she storms off, leaving him annoyed. He yells after her, frustrated she won't listen, calling her overbearing. Calming down. He knows faking illness won't work. Wang Yu's too persistent to dodge forever. He hatches a plan, wondering if it'll succeed. At Yuncheng Exchange, he knows some gear carries attached skills. He aims to buy an item with a basic spell to fake using it tomorrow. Entering the shop, he hopes the system won't twist the item's skill into a forbidden spell and considers selling his monster loot. A striking woman asks how she can help. He requests an item with a minor spell, be it weapon, clothing, or accessory. She guesses he's newly awakened, suggesting there's no need for a weak spell when they have gear with stronger ones for leveling. She offers to show him, but he declines, saying he only needs something temporary and low level. She calls another worker to help and leaves. Muttering he's broke and not worth her time, she assigns a newbie to deal with him, leaving him baffled. Another woman approaches and he repeats his request. She shows him various gear. He tries gloves, armor, and a sword too heavy to lift, but chooses a ring in the end. She asks if he's happy with it. He says it's fine. He thanks her for guiding him through stores and asks where to sell loot. She leads him to the appraisal consignment room. Inside, she tells a man named Wang that Ningfeng wants to sell loot. He presents the armor, asking Wang to appraise it and estimate its value. Wang notes, it's an agility-focused orange weapon with low-level requirements, great stats for beginners, and 3 gem slots for customization. Wang says it's a solid piece with interested buyers and asks if he has a price in mind. Ningfeng says the higher, the better. Wang nods, asking him to wait while he phones clients, then calls Lady Yang to ensure Ningfeng's well-treated, which she agrees to. Wang calls a man named Zhang, asking if he's still seeking gear for his son, mentioning a fine piece available as Yang pours Ningfeng tea. After the call, Wang tells him the equipment sold for 50,000 crystals. After an 8% transaction fee, he'd net 46,000 crystals, shocking Ningfeng. Yang gapes at him stunned. Wang says once formalities are done, the money will hit his account instantly. Ningfeng, surprised by the speed, mentions wanting more gear. Wang promises satisfying recommendations soon. Outside, a lady teases the pretty clerk from earlier about liking handsome guys, asking why she passed on Ningfeng. The clerk snaps she only cares for rich, powerful, handsome men, dismissing poor ones as beneath her. Seeing him exit with Wang and Yang, they question why her client's with Master Wang now. Another reveals Ningfeng sold gear for 50,000 crystals and is picking more, shocking them. It's over 3 months' salary in commission. The pretty clerk, floored, laments it should have been her serving him. She claims the commission as hers. Post-shopping, Yang tells him to take care and find her directly next time. She introduces herself as Yang. The next day, Ningfeng struts out, proud in his new gear. Relieved after testing it last night, he confirmed the spell attached won't be warped by the system. He feels safe from exposure. He cheerfully calls Wang Yu. Someone spots her, surprised to see her there. She faces a group: a shield warrior, mage, great axe berserker, and cleric. She introduces them as guildmates. 2 smile at Ningfeng. 2 others glare sternly, unsettling him. He wonders why they look like he owes them millions. The shield warrior notes Wang Yu's nearing her second transformation, prompting her to ask what he means. Ningfeng, amazed, knows transformations happen every 30 levels. Could Wang Yu be near level 60? It explains her 5-star genius status. The warrior brushes it off, saying he just has a gift. He offers an advanced agility potion, orange quality, permanently boosting agility by 3. The berserker marvels at its rarity. The cleric asks if it's pricey. The warrior says cost 20,000 to 30,000 crystals isn't the issue. Such potions are scarce even with money. His father pulled strings to get it. Wang Yu thanks him but declines the gift. He insists it's valuable, asking if she's not aiming for a top university. She turns, saying it's unnecessary and they have things to do, urging departure. The warrior, furious, points at Ningfeng, asking if she's wasting time on trash. Wang Yu sharply warns him, calling him Zhao Cheng. Chung mocks, saying a 1-star is worthless and will never succeed. Ningfeng, baffled, wonders why Chung's attacking him, who he is if he's unhinged, and if a forbidden spell could shut him up. The cleric lady tried coaxing Chung to leave, but he shoved her aside, insisting it wasn't her concern. He sneered that Ningfeng's worth couldn't match a single attribute potion and urged him to leave to spare further shame. Ningfeng coolly asked if Chung was a rabid dog snapping at everyone, downplaying the +3 potion and mocking his arrogance. Furious, Chung demanded what he said, threatening him. The mage challenged Chung, asking if he had anything stronger to back his attitude and daring him to prove it. Chung, backed by his team, vowed to kneel and kowtow if Ningfeng showed such an item, but if not, Ningfeng would bow instead. Ningfeng revealed the item, telling Chung to brace himself, and offered it to Wang Yu as a gift. Stunned, she saw it was a pioneer badge, orange quality, permanently boosting attributes. Unfamiliar with it, she asked about its origin. Qing, stammering, doubted a permanent +10 attribute boost, calling it fake. Ningfeng urged them to test it and see. Hesitant, Wang Yu accepted after he said he found it at home and meant it for her. Her team pushed her to use the badge right away. Buzzing with excitement, activating it, she confirmed the attribute spike, shocking the cleric. Chung and the mage scoffed, accusing Ningfeng of stealing it. Ningfeng reminded Chung to kowtow loudly, joking about his hearing issues. Chung refused, but when Wang Yu pressed him, he looked to his team only to see them walking away. Cornered, Chung grudgingly knelt and kowtowed loudly. Afterward, Ningfeng waved goodbye, saying he'd see them later, and when Wang Yu apologized, he stopped her, saying their bond didn't need apologies. Grinning, he told her she didn't need to stick with him. She should focus on her second transformation and top university. He admitted he couldn't keep up leveling with her. Worried, she urged him not to give up. He assured her he wasn't. She handed him skill books, explaining he could learn them at the right level. Noticing their purple quality, he asked if they were costly. She brushed it off, saying they paled compared to his badge. He accepted them, grateful. Later, in a perilous graveyard at the secret realm's edge, undead charged them. An arrow zipped by, nailing an undead's head. He cheered 666, quietly griping the experience was meager, but unable to tell Wang Yu he was already level 10, feeling stuck. Wang Yu's phone rang and she answered. The cleric lady reported the fallen necromancer, a rare big boss, was spawning, an uncommon chance. She asked if Wang Yu wanted to chase it, urging her to join. Chung cut in, asking how they'd fight without Wang Yu, noting the necromancer drops rare mage gear vital for him. Wang Yu paused, glancing at Ningfeng, who nodded for her to go, saying he'd be fine. Both in the same realm, he could level up solo later. She agreed, telling him to head to the safe zone and wait, which he eagerly accepted. Wang Yu leaped skyward, soaring off as he called out to stay safe and visit when free. She snapped back for him to shut up. Once she was gone, he grinned, relishing his solitude, and declared today was for tackling the big boss. He was relieved for prepping yesterday, mastering 2 new skills, free to cast, and the more forbidden spells, the better. The system revealed his passive skill, Arcane Gift, letting him cast forbidden spells weekly without cost. He stretched, bummed about having only 3 skill slots at his level, knowing Wang Yu's skill books were locked until level. He checked his 3 active and 2 passive skills. Meanwhile, in a hazardous tomb, a team leader warned his crew that the big boss lurked deep in the secret realm's high tower. They'd need caution. The dungeon was brutal, packed with deadly foes. They gawked as a fiery force blazed past. A woman noted another team was already ahead, leaving a man stammering, stunned by their lead. Another identified Wang Yu and Cheng from the Lion Guild, calling them elite newcomers, even on a national stage. His teammate agreed, saying no one else stood a chance. Watching the Lion Guild gleefully carve through monsters ahead, the cleric asked the berserker if Wang Yu seemed stronger. He nodded, citing her 10-point agility boost. Deep in the secret realm's tomb, a forbidden black hole opened, and Ningfeng stepped out, thrilled, praising the swift forbidden spell, Void Step. Void Step, a dark forbidden spell, slices through space to the dark world, zipping to a target spot for up to an hour. Soon, an eye-like hole split the ground, and the tomb's boss emerged. He coolly told it was too late. The boss unleashed a fierce attack, triggering a deafening blast, leaving only dust where he'd been. It roared, calling him an arrogant adventurer, demanding how he dared face it solo, assuming he'd vanished. But he reappeared behind it with Void Step. Saying he wasn't sharing the loot, he triggered Meteor Rain, a forbidden dark spell, summoning a blazing deluge from the heavens, devastating everything below. The boss stood stunned as molten rocks cascaded down, obliterating every creature in the tower with a thunderous blast. He nimbly dodged the inferno using Void Step, while the system tallied his kills. Corpse Demon, Moon Demon, Erosion Ghost, Dark Fist Ghost, Armor Warrior, True Armor Warrior, 12 experience per, 200 in all. The system notified him of slaying the fallen necromancer, granting 50,000 experience points and boosting him to level. He approached the loot, pleased with the plentiful haul, eyeing a usable pendant and gemstones. The two skill books, though not mage-specific, promised a hefty profit. He opted to absorb the necromancer emblem, reasoning he could handle its stamina cost. He figured it was a fair trade for the power it might offer. After absorbing the necromancer emblem, the system revealed that during transformation, he could unlock the hidden occupation Undead Wizard or start prerequisite tasks for the hidden all-elemental mage. He grinned, aware hidden occupations were rare and innate, untouchable by choice, wondering if emblems were the secret to unlocking them. Making his decision, he declared no more debate. A true man would aim for all-elemental mage. Meanwhile, his Meteor Rain reached the perilous tomb where Wang Yu's team battled. The berserker, alarmed, shouted about a terrifying magical surge. Wang Yu ordered a retreat, halting their advance. Chung protested, set on killing the necromancer, but she snapped, asking if he'd risk everyone's lives in such danger. Chung gritted his teeth, cursing their rotten luck. After pulling back, she grabbed her phone to warn Ningfeng, only to see his message saying urgent matters forced him to leave first. Later, Ningfeng reached the transformation hall, stepping inside, noting the sparse crowd. He spotted a lady nearby, who asked if he was there for a transformation task. He confirmed. She nodded, asking him to provide his details for registration, which he did. Shocked he was transforming at 18, she remarked his aptitude seemed low. She rose, directing him to follow her to the main transformation area, and he agreed. At the main transformation, she instructed him to proceed with the process, saying she'd step out, and he thanked her. Outside, she saw Captain Ju and asked if something was wrong. Ju said they'd investigated the perilous tomb, severely damaged, with an unclear power source, possibly king level or higher. She asked if that meant 2 king-level threats in 2 days. Ju confirmed. He added that higher-ups sent him to summon Solitary Shadow into action. In the transformation room, the system presented Ningfeng's first mission. Become a Lich Wizard by entering the Wu Ming tomb in the Illusion Realm to retrieve the Blood Soul Crown. 3-day limit. A-level difficulty. The alternative was All-System Mage God, a prequel transformation task, requiring entry to the Hugang Divine Temple in the Illusion Realm to obtain the Holy Emblem. 3-day limit. A-level difficulty. He picked All-System Mage God, figuring it was just a prequel task. The system prompted him to confirm his details again. Mission set, he left the room. Thinking a Hidden Professions S-level mission was fitting, relieved the 3-day limit wasn't too tight. Another lady smiled, bidding him farewell. He waved back, realizing she wasn't the same woman from before. Back at the perilous tomb, a man buzzed about seeing a Solitary Shadow member, noting their unique outfit. But Ju hushed him, saying the group's existence was a guarded secret. Joy explained Solitary Shadow members wield rare hidden professions, using dark power for combat and special missions. The lady clutched her head, wincing, saying the lingering dark power, though faded, still affected her. She told Jue she found no clues. The culprit vanished after the destruction, leaving their motives a mystery. Jue shares that recent reports indicate unusual activity in multiple secret realms, possibly signaling an impending crisis, and wonders if they're linked. She says it's uncertain but will consult superiors and bolster manpower, stunned that even Solitary Shadow's Kuang Lan finds it challenging. A man asks Kuang Lan if the culprit is strictly a monster or could be something else, but she counters, asking if he implies a mutant like her. He apologizes, clarifying no offense meant. She calmly states the threat surpasses king level, and wielding such vast dark power exceeds human limits. The man asks if a supremely powerful monster hides in the city, ready to unleash disaster anytime, and Jue agrees, noting it's likely lurking in shadows and must be found fast. Meanwhile, the monster they discussed was at home, cozy in the dim light. Lounging on his bed, Noting level 34 unlocked more skill slots, he decided to learn 2 of Wang Yu's skill books. He told the system to activate the passive skill Foul Earth Defense and selected it. The system detailed Foul Earth Defense. It auto-triggers when attacked, absorbing 100% damage via Foul Earth Shell up to its damage limit, with the shell self-repairing post-attack. He realized forbidden curses could fuse with lesser spells for new effects, giving him another defense layer, rendering normal damage useless. Opening the second book, the system showed the Falling Rock technique could merge with Foul Earth Shell and Meteor Fire Rain, auto-executing the fusion. He learned the passive skill Elemental Mastery. Earth, boosting all Earth-based spell effects by 20%. Checking his skills, he saw his 4 skill slots unchanged, so he planned to trade and buy new skill books. At the exchange tower, he entered, and the lady from before spotted him, recalling their last encounter. She swooped in, sweetly offering help, but he bluntly said he was looking for Yang Zhen. Flirtatiously, she noted Yang Zhen was busy with another client, volunteering to assist him today. He brushed past, saying it wasn't needed and he'd browse alone, leaving her fuming, wondering if he was snubbing her and if she couldn't match Yang Zhen. She trailed him, insisting it was her duty to help. Suddenly, Yang Zhen rushed over, calling his name. He teased if she was slacking. She laughed, saying she was eating in the back when a colleague tipped her off about his arrival. He apologized for disrupting her meal, offering to treat her later, which she shyly called embarrassing. The other lady seethed, thinking he was taunting her. Pointing to the skill books, he told Wang he wanted to sell 2 and buy more mage skill books. Wang agreed, assigning Yang to assist, which he accepted. Recalling his prior orange weapon sale, Wang noted these purple skill books, growing curious about his origins and deciding to investigate his background. Later, he and Yang chatted in a restaurant. After eating, he called for the bill, but Yang said she'd already paid. He thanked her, insisting he'd cover the next one. Stunned, he asked Yang why she paid when he was supposed to treat her. She teased that she had her reasons and not to fuss. Curious, he pressed for the reason, but she grinned, calling it a secret, urging them to head out. Outside, he offered to walk her, but she declined, saying she was off elsewhere and would cab it. He nodded, telling her to stay safe. In the taxi, the driver asked her destination. She said the city's second hospital. Smiling, she thought of Ning Feng. His sales earned her enough commission to cover her father's medical bills for the month. Tears of joy welled up until the car window shattered, something impaling the driver. Horrified, she saw a portal overhead, monsters pouring out, chaos erupting on the street. She yanked the door handle, leaping from the car. Sprawled on the ground, she questioned why monsters were in the safe zone. A monster loomed before her, freezing her in place, as a man emerged from the portal, smirking at her. She blasted the monster with her magic, but it didn't flinch, only roaring in rage. Yang Zhen, a level 34 1-star mage, saw her attack was useless. The monster swiped its claw at her, making her scream. Captain Zhu arrived, beheading the monster in time. He checked if she was okay. She confirmed, and he urged her to hide if she could move. She fled as Zhu surveyed the corrupted surroundings, noting the secret realm merging with reality, a crisis he'd never witnessed. Examining the slain monster, he realized it was beyond a 1-star's ability to fight, recalling a colleague's warning of a hidden, catastrophic monster in the city. Sharp claws lunged at him, but he dodged just in time. He asked the attacker if he was a mutant, and the man scoffed, denying being trash, claiming he was the guardian of dark power. Zhu puzzled over guardian, a new term, but shelved his curiosity, knowing it wasn't the moment. He swung his sword at the man, only for the man to punch it, hurling Zhu back. Wu realized he was outmatched. The man was at least 3rd transformation level. The man pressed a finger to the ground, unleashing dark energy, declaring it his domain, mocking Zhu as a weakling. He lunged, claws aimed at Zhu, certain no one could rival him. The claws pierced Zhu, the force throwing him far. The man cackled, reveling in his growing strength, fueled by the land itself. A skull pendant scolded him as a lowly human, warning against arrogance, prompting his apology. A voice from a sky crack reminded him his power was borrowed. Without it, he'd be a groveling worm like his kind. An eye appeared in the crack, demons creeping out slowly. The demon loomed over the trembling man, kneeling in fear, demanding he prove his worth. It commanded him to sacrifice the city's people to cement its rule over the world. The man, bowing low, agreed with reverence. Elsewhere, a curtain rustled open, and Ning Feng stepped out of a public restroom. His eyes widened at the sight of corpses and a monster outside, mind racing about what chaos unfolded in his brief absence. The monster locked onto him, charging with menace, but the earth split before him, and he struck with an earth spike wall, skewering the beast. He silently thanked his splurge on a new weapon today, its purple skill meshing perfectly with his death magic boost. Stepping outside, he recoiled at the corrupted street, spotting a man hauling a corpse. The man, noticing Ningfeng, flung the body aside, irritated at the mist pest, and lunged, claws slashing, catching Ningfeng off guard. The man grabbed him, only to falter as Ningfeng summoned a shield, his arm trembling from the block. Stammering, the man, Li, demanded how Ningfeng stopped his attack. The demon interjected, confirming it was dark power at play. It added that Ningfeng's strength far outstripped Li's, then paused, sensing an aura in Ningfeng more dreadful than death itself. Eyes closed, Ningfeng gauged the man's power, wondering if he planned a forbidden curse to ravage the city. Snapping his eyes open, he shattered Li's crystalline arm, leaving him stunned, screaming for his demon leader, who curtly said the line was dead and to fend for himself. The demons ascended, vanishing into the sky's crack. The demons soared upward, diving toward the sky's crack, their leader barking at them to hustle before it sealed shut. The crack closed, leaving the man alone, bewildered, demanding why his power vanished. Ningfeng gave him a faint smile. Mutants, he knew, were those who awakened with hidden dark professions, granting them superior strength through dark power. Yet without it, they were frail. The man's scream cut short as an earth spike pierced him, killing him instantly. Ningfeng noted the man's potential threat, but was glad his defense freed him to attack boldly. He swiftly grabbed the scattered loot and slipped away home before anyone could spot him. Soon after, in the ruined city, Kuang Lan appeared with a lady. The lady reported the monster's retreat and the realm's invasion halting, noting two abrupt spells, one merging reality with the realm, vanishing mysteriously, leaving her baffled by the enemy's aims. Kuang Lan asked about other areas. The lady said most were secure, save for heavy losses in the south, where details remained unclear. Recalling Jue oversaw the south, Kuang Lan proposed they head there to check. Meanwhile, someone studied the spiked man's corpse, pondering if his possessions were looted. Kuang Lan materialized, commanding them to freeze, demanding their identity. They flashed a Cloud Realm badge, assuring her to stay calm, claiming membership. She identifies the emblem and confirms his affiliation with the covert group of warriors, which he verifies. She remarks on rumors of their secretive operations and inquires about his presence there. Doing reveals that the deceased was once part of their ranks but turned traitor, aiding the realm's invasion of reality, which triggered a monster attack on their base, leaving few survivors. The woman wonders if this event mirrors recent occurrences and questions whether the realm's incursion halted because of the man's death. When asked if they killed the man, she denies it, stating they don't know who did. She adds that the man was adept at concealing himself in realm space, emphasizing his slyness and her own unsuccessful efforts to track him. Contemplating the events, Kuang Lan realizes that despite Ju's power, the entire force was decimated, implying that eliminating the enemy directly stopped the realm's advance. This insight prompts Kuang Lan and Diwan to theorize about the existence of such a powerful individual in Kansas City. During then departs, and when she asks where he's headed, he says he's off to search for something. Meanwhile, at Ling Feng's residence, he was overjoyed, shouting as he found that the man's loot contained two orange-tier fighter set items. They were Eternal Glory, a premium orange quality accessory requiring level 120, and Eternal Glory Pants, another orange quality set piece, also needing level. He noted the man wasn't wearing them, likely due to insufficient level, and realized that if the man had equipped them, forbidden techniques would have been necessary to win. He examines the man's pendant, observing its odd look, lack of quality rating, and mysterious details. Tapping the pendant, he hoped it didn't conceal an ancient deity. The pendant stayed still, but through it, a demon was observing him. The demon, relieved at swiftly sealing the realm, hoped it hadn't been detected. As Ningfeng gazed at the pendant and voiced his hope that no ancient god lurked within, the demon flinched in alarm and panicked, prompting Li to order all demons to sever connections. The monsters hurriedly complied to avoid revealing their position. The demon breathed easier, calling it a close call that terrified him, and wondered how Ningfeng detected his presence. The following day at the city hospital, Yu, wrapped in bandages on a hospital bed, told Kuang Lan that a young fighter had rescued them. You described how the enemy fled through a realm rift the moment they saw the young fighter. She nodded, saying she could faintly sense that During's strength rivaled her own. The man mused whether the elusive figure, uncaptured even by the mightiest, was truly defeated by an unknown entity, and she agreed it seemed likely for now. She suggested the mysterious figure might have been passing through or living in seclusion, noting they were unregistered and left only traces of common magic on the battlefield. You felt reassured imagining this enigmatic figure among them, finding comfort in the sense of security. The man then speculated wildly, wondering if dark power lingered from the previous night's battle. She validated his hunch, clarifying that their foes were otherworldly monsters. Admitting his confusion, the man guessed at the situation and wondered if the mysterious figure might be a mutant. He observed that the two destructive spells caused no deaths, again pondering if the figure could be a mutant. You reject the idea as far-fetched and improbable, yet Quanglan considered the proposal with earnest attention. At the same time, near the frontier, Ningfeng declared his plan to pursue the career transition quest. He asked if he could cross the border. The guards permitted his passage, revealing the Temple of Radiance in the distance. As he approached the temple, Ningfeng remained oblivious to a shadowy figure trailing him. This was because someone had been tasked with probing into his affairs. Several days prior, at the marketplace exchange, a woman relayed to Wang that a visitor named Duan had arrived to meet him. Wang welcomed Duan, mentioning he'd heard Duan was interested in purchasing a set of 4 upgraded combat outfits. The woman silently mused that, with such a high-ranking, attractive, and affluent man like Duan, their future would be secure if they could align with him. Wang then informed Duan that, by chance, a regular client had recently contacted them, ready to sell a 4-tier combat suit, though only 2 pieces, a top and pants, were currently available. Duan inquired about the location of this regular client. Wang responded that the client was tied up with commitments today and couldn't attend. However, Duan observed that the specifics of the 2-piece, 4-tier suit matched critical details of his master's relic, suggesting, though unverified, it was likely the same. Duan pressed Wang for the client's whereabouts, offering payment for the information, which caught Wang off guard. Wang pondered the odd timing, recalling that just as Ningfeng announced his intent to sell the suit, Duan appeared asking about it, almost as if orchestrated. Wang remembered the client had spoken of traveling to a nearby city for business and proposed calling to verify. Later, Wang asked if Duan had already departed, and the woman confirmed she'd seen him leave. When she inquired if anything was amiss, Wang revealed he'd hired someone to dig into Feng's past. It was uncovered that Ningfeng's parents, mere 2-star professionals, vanished in a mishap during his childhood, leaving him to fend for himself. Ningfeng attended the city's 7th middle school and awakened at 18, but only as a 1-star professional. The woman, shocked, remarked to Wang that she'd thought Ningfeng was remarkable, but now saw him as utterly ordinary, noting his impoverished appearance finally made sense. She questioned how Ningfeng obtained the items he sold at their trading post, as a 1-star professional couldn't acquire such treasures. Wang replied that this was the issue, and though Ningfeng was close to the Wang family group's daughter, they hadn't significantly supported him. The woman noted Duan's earlier displeasure and asked Wang if Ningfeng's suit might be stolen. Wang suggested it might not be stolen, but was likely acquired illegitimately, adding that Ningfeng had likely crossed someone dangerous this time. The woman eagerly responded that a 4-tier expert was a prominent figure, even in Basin Province, and deduced Ningfeng's items were surely stolen, sparking her curiosity about him. At the Temple of Radiance, Duan concealed himself behind a boulder, stealthily tracking Ningfeng. He found it hard to believe a youth could fend off the realm's invasion, especially since even his powerful master fell to the realm's leader. Duan then darted to another boulder to maintain his covert watch, contemplating that his master's relic might be in Ningfeng's possession, per his intelligence. If Ningfeng wasn't the powerful one, someone formidable must be backing him. Yet Duan knew to proceed cautiously, hence his hidden approach. Upon reaching the Temple of Radiance's entrance, Ningfeng watched adventurers clashing with creatures. Duan noticed Ningfeng swapping his gear, believing that evaluating Ningfeng's equipment could roughly indicate his strength. After changing, Ningfeng looked strikingly plain, like an ungraduated student. This caused Duan to speculate if it was a clever ruse. He persuaded himself it had to be a disguise. Considering Ningfeng's youth, a subtle disguise would go unnoticed and let him slip effortlessly into the masses. Duan worried that if Ningfeng was concealing his movements, he might lose him. so he opted to trail cautiously to avoid arousing suspicion. To be certain, Duan discreetly marked Ningfeng with a skill, engaging his spiritual sense to tag him mentally without alerting him. Following Ningfeng into the temple, Duan noticed the realm's monsters were fairly weak, which sparked curiosity about Ningfeng's true motives there. All of a sudden, Ningfeng appeared to detect an incoming threat, quickly protecting himself from an assaulting creature. Duan was astounded, realizing Ningfeng had activated an unbreakable defense, impervious to any strike. He saw the monsters deliberately avoiding Ningfeng, strengthening his belief that Ningfeng was extraordinary. As Ningfeng stopped, Duan pondered if the massive figure ahead was the final boss and whether Ningfeng would face it solo, quietly marveling at the absence of others nearby. Watching the boss, Duan was confused about why someone as formidable as Ningfeng would challenge such a minor foe. Strangely, the statue remained entirely still. Ningfeng examined the area, realizing the mission guide omitted any reference to the enormous statue, which quivered in fear, struggling to stay motionless. He stepped inside the chamber and proclaimed boldly, "It must be here." Then he beheld a gigantic statue, an angel suspended in the air. The faceless boss unveiled its luminous eyes, then soared off, leaving Ningfeng stunned. He gazed skyward, baffled by its flight, while Duan, lurking nearby, wondered in disbelief if it was a rare hidden boss and how Ningfeng had learned of it. As it fled, Duan, still concealed, questioned in shock whether this could be an elusive secret boss, and how Ningfeng came to know its existence. The system notified Ningfeng that his task was the all-series first-turn mission, requiring entry to the Realm of Glory Temple, acquisition of the Holy Emblem, and victory over the temple's hidden boss, the Six-Winged Angel. Grinning, Ningfeng advanced toward the angel, pleased it was indeed an S-rank mission, wondering who else could manage it as a standard first-turn challenge. The angel, trembling with dread, cried out in terror, questioning where it could escape within its own domain. As it frantically fled, a massive thunderstorm brewed above the temple. Despite its panic, the angel surged upward, desperate to evade Ningfeng. Ningfeng lifted his open hand skyward, triggering his Thunderfall descent skill, which summoned a tremendous storm to unleash celestial might. A colossal object appeared in the heavens, releasing a devastating thunderbolt that struck the escaping angel, reducing it to drifting ashes. The thunder also obliterated the temple into dust, leaving Duan sprawled on the ground, shaken by what he'd seen. Duan couldn't fathom it, having never witnessed such apocalyptic magic. He realized Ningfeng's power eclipsed his master's, prompting thoughts that Ningfeng might be the legendary 8-turn titan. Meanwhile, Ningfeng sighed, noting his level couldn't rise until he completed the first turn, rendering his amassed experience points useless for now. Still, he set it aside, clutching the emblem and resolving to return to finish the mission. The Holy Emblem, an orange-tier consumable, permanently boosted spiritual attributes by 8 and doubled recovery effects. Ningfeng reached for his teleport scroll to depart, but Duan dashed toward him, calling out, "Big shot," and urging him to pause. Shocked, Ningfeng froze, wondering when Duan had arrived and if he'd seen everything. Duan noticed Ningfeng's sour expression. Hoping to ease tensions, Duan asked him not to be upset, promising an explanation. A sudden blaring noise, an alarm, caught their attention, and Ningfeng suggested they exit first and talk outside, to which Duan agreed. Outside the Temple of Radiance, in a calm spot, Ningfeng questioned Duan, asking if he'd been shadowing him the whole way. Duan apologized, clarifying he meant no ill intent, only seeking confirmation. Ningfeng's youth made his feats unbelievable without witnessing them firsthand. Duan revealed that his master, despite great strength, died sealing an invading realm, allowing a traitor to escape. That traitor later used human sacrifices to undo the seal, and Duan had been hunting him fruitlessly for years. Knowing Duan was a fourth-turn powerhouse, Ningfeng realized he'd have missed Duan's presence entirely if he hadn't shown himself. He attributed this to his low level, aware that exposure was inevitable over time. Duan grew uneasy when Ningfeng went quiet, fearing he might intend to silence him to protect his secret. Duan expressed gratitude for Ningfeng, avenging his master, offering assistance for any future needs. Ningfeng, aware of Duan's high-level and solitary nature, saw value in building a rapport with him. He asked Duan to keep the day's events private, and Duan confidently assured him the secret would stay safe. Duan recognized the dark potency in Ningfeng's magic, but noted it spared the innocent. By thwarting the realm's invasion and saving the city, Ningfeng earned his admiration, no matter the reasons. They left together, with Duan reflecting on Ningfeng's deeds and choosing to settle in Qin City, having no other path forward. They departed together, Duan glancing at Ningfeng and resolving to settle in Qin City, having no other destination. Abruptly, Ningfeng's phone buzzed. It was his teacher, Qi. Chai inquired about his whereabouts if he needed anything, and mentioned she was out of town but returning soon. She added there was something to discuss when she got back. Ningfeng agreed, ended the call, and puzzled over Qi's sudden contact. Elsewhere, in a private room, Quanglan asked Qi about the conversation. Qi noted Ningfeng's tone seemed normal and he was preparing to return. Quanglan remarked that Ningfeng, a newly awakened student, had swiftly reached first-turn level, nearly unnoticed without prompt scrutiny. Qi defended Ningfeng's diligent nature and good character, asserting he wasn't bad. Quanglan clarified she wasn't accusing him, but certain details needed clearing up. Later, in a meeting room, a man reported the initial findings, stating they'd keep monitoring and hoped to alert higher-ups. An old man asked if there was more, to which Quanglan nodded. She questioned if the two devastating spells in Kansas City might be tied to mutants. The room grew quiet briefly. The old man, surprised, asked how she could pose such a question as a mutant herself. The elderly man clarified to her that mutants harness shadowy mental energy, which demands significant sacrifices. The stronger the mutant, the heavier the toll, draining their vitality, eroding their sanity, or even transforming them into monstrous entities. He further explained that even minor costs, if mismanaged, could drag a mutant toward an irreversible downfall, equating their existence to a catastrophic, king-level threat that simply shouldn't be. The man, calling her an old schoolmate, remarked that her thoughts were growing increasingly muddled. He chuckled at her fixation on a king-level mutant, suggesting her flair for fiction would suit a career in scriptwriting. She countered that she was merely exploring every possibility, leaving it up to him whether to take her seriously. Visibly irritated, the man snapped that she was still being argumentative, insisting their team was simply incapable of uncovering any real answers. With a mocking laugh, he declared that if a king-level mutant truly existed, he'd offer his head for her to kick around like a soccer ball. The old man coughed to interrupt their spat, informing her that a Kansas City investigation team was already dispatched. He urged her to cooperate fully, noting they might assume control of her duties if needed, and that her request for extra personnel at the isolated chateau was denied. Frustrated, she demanded to know if this reflected a lack of faith in her, but the old man reassured her it wasn't, pleading for her patience just a bit longer. Post-meeting, she extended her arm to ease her tension, only for a woman to burst into the room hurriedly, and inform her that the Temple of Radiance in Longbow City had been struck by devastating magic, though no one was harmed yet. In a flustered tone, she mentioned that Ningfeng had logged his training site during the inquiry, but Quanglan interjected, confirming that Ningfeng's registration was indeed at the Temple of Radiance. Huang Landon grinned, noting that the situation was becoming quite intriguing. Meanwhile, a barrier shrouded Longbow City, leaving its residents puzzled about the unfolding events. At the Radiant Sun Temple, a man calmed the crowd, explaining that the barriers were at their maximum, shielding the city center from external dark forces and ensuring safety. He grumbled that their earlier chaos had sparked the highest alert, meaning they'd need to wait for it to subside before driving home. Suddenly, a fissure split the sky within the barrier, and a creature peered through. As it gradually emerged, the massive beast spotted the magical barrier, scoffing at why it was active but shrugging it off, deeming humans weak for cowering behind their defenses. A horde of creatures then poured from the rift, their leader taunting that the humans' barriers were now useless against them. The creature's leader gestured at the barrier, commanding its minions to assault it, yet the barrier inexplicably let the minions pass through, bewildering everyone. The man who'd been calming the crowd gazed upward, questioning what these beings were, as the group realized, with horror, that they were facing monsters. A guard in a panic shouted why monsters were breaching the barrier, but the man noted the barrier remained intact, leaving them baffled about how the creatures infiltrated. The terrified crowd retreated, but Duan calmly conjured a protective shield for himself and others, addressing his leader, proposing this could be another intense realm invasion, akin to the prior night's events in King City, and asking if he was correct. Daewon, however, questioned whether they should act, probing Duan for a plan. As Duan began to reply, he paused, confident he could handle it, and puzzled why his leader sought his input. Then Duan realized his leader wasn't genuinely asking for advice, but testing him. Cracking his neck, Duan assured him he understood and would take charge, leaving his leader momentarily perplexed. Noticing the dense crowd, he decided intervening would be tricky, so he opted to let Duan handle it, responding with a simple, "All right." The monstrous leader crashed onto the ground, stunning the onlookers. With a mocking chuckle, the creature jeered as a guard loosed arrows, yelling that the beast was finished. Effortlessly, the leader monster deflected the arrows with its blade. Another guard stealthily approached from behind for a strike, but with a rapid backward slash, the creature swiftly slew the guard. In terror, the fallen guard stammered how it was possible, crying out that they couldn't even graze the beast. Dragging its sword across the ground, the leader monster sighed, disappointed, having hoped for worthy human adversaries. Spotting the creature advancing, the crowd scattered in fear. Raising its blade, the monster aimed at the fleeing people, sneering that they were all pathetic. Abruptly, someone parried the creature's sword. The monster gaped, astonished to see a lone figure wielding only a dagger. Duan, initially puzzled, explained that while his boss didn't truly need guarding, he couldn't allow his boss to step in personally. He called Ningfeng boss again, assuring he'd handle the fight, prompting Ningfeng to sheepishly ask Duan to drop the boss title, as it felt awkward. The creature smirked, admitting some humans weren't entirely useless. But Duan's forceful shove sent the monster staggering back, slightly wounded. Before the beast could recover, it blinked in shock to find no dagger-wielding foe before it. In mere moments, Duan carved the monster into fragments, leaving spectators awestruck. They marveled at Duan's prowess, speculating his strength hinted at a rare, high-tier hidden class. Duan strolled back to Ningfeng as the monster's remains erupted behind him, revealing Duan as a level 137 legendary martial artist, a coveted 5-star hidden class. Ningfeng, floored by Duan's skill in battle, coolly alerted Duan to another presence nearby. The lesser monsters fled toward their portal, reeling from their leader's demise, as archers, now emboldened, fired back, certain they could tackle the smaller foes. Duan glanced at Ningfeng, asking if further action was needed, but Ningfeng flashed a thumbs up, praising Duan's stellar work. Onlookers were stunned that a warrior like Duan deferred to a young man, whispering if he might be a noble's heir, traveling with protectors to gain experience. Duan then displayed the leader monster's loot, handing it to Ningfeng. The crowd gasped, noting that even if unusable, the items could fetch thousands of crystals, while some women playfully asked Duan if he needed a personal attendant. Among the loot, Duan spotted a gleaming charm called Chasing Red, an agility skill book ideal for Wang Yu. The other item, Dark Shield, prompted Duan to suggest selling it for funds later. A wounded warrior, aided by a priest, hailed them as mighty heroes, requesting a brief chat which they accepted. Shortly after, the city's mayor approached with gratitude, crediting them with saving Longbow City. Introducing himself as Kaiden, the mayor remarked they didn't seem like locals. Ningfeng explained they were there on business, but were currently stranded. He then asked Kaiden if he knew why they were stuck there. Dongming, visibly nervous, questioned if the highest alert had trapped them, but Kaiden apologized, admitting the fault was theirs for the inconvenience, though he privately knew he'd caused the issue himself. Dongming instructed his aide to retrieve a newly purchased flight scroll, presenting it as an apology, which the man accepted graciously. He was taken aback, aware that flight scrolls were scarce in the region. Though single-use, they enabled swift and effortless short-range travel. Dongming hesitantly shared an awkward request amid recent turmoil, asking if they could remain in Longbow City for a few days, as their defense forces were noticeably stretched thin. He expressed regret to Dongming, citing a packed schedule that might prevent him from complying. In truth, his class transformation had only 3 days remaining, and any delay could jeopardize its completion forever. Playfully, he asked Dongming if he assumed he had endless free time, prompting a flustered Dongming to admit it was their misjudgment. The aide then delivered the requested scroll to Dongming, who also gifted him a supreme black card from the Yuanchang trading post as a modest gesture of gratitude. Stunned, he recognized the card's rarity, reserved for elite individuals with exclusive perks, hinting at Dongming's remarkable status and explaining his ability to procure a flight scroll. Duan accepted the gift with a warm smile, thanking Dongming. The mayor urged them to keep it, confessing he'd worry about repercussions if they refused. He inquired if Longbow City could count on their aid should danger arise again. He assured them it was no issue, provided he was available, sparking cheers from the crowd who felt Longbow City was now secure. Activating the flight scroll, they relish the exhilarating rapid journey. Meanwhile, at the Kansas City class transfer hall, the cleric joyfully announced Wang Yu's emergence. Chung and Wang Yu exited the hall together, but she paused, sensing something approaching overhead, spotting vibrant purple and green streaks zooming past. When Chung asked what caught her attention, she mentioned seeing two figures fly by. Suspecting one was Ningfeng, Chung, doubtful, scoffed that flight scrolls cost a fortune, far beyond Ningfeng's means, and wondered why Ningfeng would be at the class transfer hall so soon after awakening. She sharply cautioned Chung that another jab at Ningfeng would bring consequences. Chung recoiled, baffled why he kept fixating on a nobody like Ningfeng and what made him inferior. The cleric shifted focus, asking Wang Yu about her second transformation tasks. Chung boasted his was A grade, though he wished it had been S grade. A berserker reassured Chung that A grade was impressive, with S grade reserved for the exceptionally fortunate. A mage added that achieving a second transformation at 18 was a feat top academies coveted, and graded tasks were rare chances. The cleric turned to Wang Yu, who gazed downward silently, causing the group to fall quiet. Noticing Wang Yu's odd demeanor, the cleric wondered if she'd drawn a task below C rank. Chung smugly mused that even a prodigy like Wang Yu had off days, knowing task levels impacted attribute boosts and skill access. Chung comforted her, urging her not to fret over a C-grade task and promising assistance if she lagged, seeing it as a notable setback. But she snapped back, declaring she wasn't fazed by an A-grade, let alone her actual S-grade, leaving her team dumbfounded. The cleric, surprised, asked why she hadn't mentioned it sooner, and she explained her case felt unique compared to others, disclosing that her task had unveiled a previously unknown hidden class. Chung, incredulous, questioned how that could be, noting her profession was set at awakening and saying he'd never heard of hidden classes surfacing during a profession shift, asking if she might be mistaken. Moments earlier, Wang Yu stood within the transformation array, when the system announced that the profession progression mechanism had identified a crucial item, the Vanguard emblem, which could elevate her base profession from Swift Archer to Shadow of the Vanguard, altering the associated profession change tasks accordingly. As a result, her existing role, Swift Archer, transitioned into Shadow of the Vanguard, and the system prompted her to confirm whether she wished to proceed with the upgrade. Perplexed, she questioned the occurrence and the existence of such a prompt, then recalled that Ningfeng had gifted her the Vanguard emblem. Amazed by its impact, she wondered if Ningfeng had been aware of its potential to trigger this advancement. With gratitude, she accepted the upgrade, silently thanking Ningfeng for his present. She recounted the event to the cleric, who was baffled by her bold decision-making. Abruptly, Chung shouted, questioning what Shadow of the Vanguard entailed, doubting the profession change system's reliability and warning that a misstep could derail her future. But she sharply told him to stay out of her business. Though he claimed concern for her, the berserker cheerfully cut in, voicing envy and asking how one could unlock a 5-star hidden profession, while the cleric wished for a lifelong friend like Ningfeng, leaving Chung fuming quietly. Chung, however, steadied himself, resolving to acquire the emblem no matter the risk or cost. Meanwhile, Ningfeng retrieved the Divine Emblem, an orange-tier consumable that permanently boosted stamina and spirit by 5 points, and upon using it, his S-level task completion hit 100%. The system then signaled the start of his profession transformation. He chuckled with delight, thrilled not only by the substantial attribute gains but also by the addition of new passive abilities. Curious about how precisely he could wield a forbidden spell, the system disclosed he'd acquired the passive skill Mastery of Darkness, significantly enhancing his command over dark energies, enabling precise control of forbidden spells. Ecstatic, he shouted about testing it soon, as Duan waited for him outside. Suddenly, Kuang Lan appeared, pondering if Duan was the warrior she'd previously encountered and why he was accompanying Ningfeng. She observed Duan's protective stance toward Ningfeng, recalling intelligence reports that, despite his youth, Duan wielded 4th transformation strength, a rare feat even nationally. Her team had noted that during their mission, Duan consistently trailed Ningfeng, displaying deep respect. She remarked to Kai that her pupil was far from ordinary, leaving the next steps to her. Kai reassured her not to fret, as she'd personally verify things with Ningfeng. She firmly believed Ningfeng would never turn against them. Shortly after, Ningfeng strolled outside with Duan, chatting merrily until someone called out from behind. Startled, he turned to find his mentor, Kai. He mentioned recalling her earlier call and asked if she needed something, to which she confirmed she had questions about him. Overhearing, Duan called him boss and said he'd wait nearby, surprising Ningfeng. When Kai asked why Duan used that title, he laughed nervously, brushing it off as Duan's jest. She then inquired if he had truly completed his first transformation, catching him off guard and leaving him momentarily speechless. Though he hadn't planned to hide his abilities, he was shocked they'd been uncovered so fast. Knowing Kai, his trusted mentor, had always supported him, he nodded, admitting it was true but complex, preferring to keep it quiet. Kai posed another question, acknowledging it might seem odd but vital to clarify, asking if he had been swayed by dark powers. He countered with a question, curious why she'd asked that and wondering if his system's quirks were showing. She clarified that, as he knew, recent global disturbances had weakened the divide between their world and reality, causing some to slowly succumb to dark influences, turning into mutants. Acknowledging her worries, he assured her he was fine, firmly denying any mutant traits. This was partly a lie, as he knew mutants faced tight scrutiny, and he wanted no link to them. Producing a dark crystal, she asked for his cooperation in a test. She explained that channeling his energy into the crystal would expose any trace of darkness within him. He eyed the crystal warily, visibly sweating, which she noticed, making her suspect he might be a mutant. With a nervous chuckle, he admitted his unease, blaming it on the unfamiliar scenario, then directed his power into the crystal, only for it to shatter explosively in Kai's hand. Shocked, he asked what had just occurred. Kai, rattled, recalled Kuang Lan's words that the black crystal, a demon crystal, was highly reactive to dark energy, often used by officials to spot mutants. It would hum when sensing darkness, with the hum's strength showing the darkness's depth. Yet she was clueless about what a full shatter implied. He confessed it seemed wild to shift professions right after awakening, but appealed to their long bond, asking if she trusted him as a person. She thought of the young man before her, orphaned early and awakening late, yet always radiating hope and cheer. She replied that she personally believed in him, but her role required reporting the incident, hoping he'd understand. He nodded, accepting her duty, though unsure how authorities would react, even considering leaving Kansas City if needed. She then offered a gift she'd prepared to mark his first transformation success, handing over a violet skill book. Thanking her warmly, he reciprocated with a gift for her years of guidance. The item was a holy featherwing belt, orange tier, level 30, boosting spirit by 20, enhancing stamina recovery and healing by 50%, raising dark resistance by 100%, and allowing chantless healing spells with up to 3 inlays. She gasped at the priceless no-chant feature, knowing it could be a lifesaver in dire moments. Despite her protests about its worth, he insisted it was just loot from his transformation task, urging her to accept it, then excused himself, noting his friend was waiting, leaving her in awe as he departed. With Duan, she struggled to fathom Ningfeng gifting such a rare item, questioning who he truly was. Later, at the adventurer's office, Kai showed the broken crystal to Kuang Lan, who admitted she'd never seen such a reaction. As Kai voiced worry that Ningfeng might be labeled a danger, Kuang Lan suggested dropping the issue, which puzzled Kai. Kuang Lan explained their student might surpass their comprehension, advising they aim to ally with Ningfeng rather than antagonize him by digging too deep. Kai asked if they should report it, but Kuang Lan firmly said no, ordering a halt to Ningfeng's investigation, with all details kept secret. Kai agreed wholeheartedly, reasoning that, given Ningfeng's youth and lack of allies, this choice also shielded him. Kuang Lan proposed that since Ningfeng valued his privacy, they should focus on the martial artist instead. With recruitment season in full swing, securing another powerful ally would be advantageous. Back at Ningfeng's home, Duan noticed Ningfeng's quiet demeanor and asked what was troubling him. Ningfeng revealed that his mentor, Kai, had informed him his investigation was dropped, prompting Duan to ask if that was positive news. Ningfeng agreed it was, but he worried about future leveling, noting that disrupting mystery realms caused ripples, attracting official scrutiny that could complicate things. Duan chuckled at Ningfeng's peculiar dilemmas, remarking they were truly the concerns of someone exceptional, and suggested targeting uncharted mystery realms for leveling. He explained that recent global irregularities had spawned many new realms, some beyond the authorities' reach due to limited resources, while others were gripped by sinister forces. Ningfeng saw the logic in this plan and asked if Duan knew of any such realms. Duan confirmed he had details on Tu and could gather more based on Ningfeng's requirements. Trusting Duan's support, Ningfeng deemed this approach smarter than tackling challenges as a student. He also planned to visit the trading post tomorrow to offload his loot, seeing it as a chance to unwind. Confident in his upgraded forbidden spell skills, Ningfeng felt unconcerned about falling behind others. Later, at the Express Hotel, Duan approached the entrance. Unaware it was already evening after leaving Ningfeng's, he decided to stay another night at the hotel, intending to hunt for a rental the next day. As he entered, a man greeted him enthusiastically, leading Duan to ask who he was. The man introduced himself as Jiang Yi, Kansas City's mayor, thanking Duan for his help during the recent Mystery Realm crisis, and asking if he planned to settle in the city. Duan affirmed his desire to make Kansas City his home. Delighted, Jiang Yi welcomed strong figures like Duan warmly, presenting him with a unique adventurer's credential. Explaining it granted significant city privileges and assuring Duan the city would support him whenever needed. Duan accepted the card, studying it carefully. Jiang Yi mentioned knowing other cities had tried and failed to recruit Duan, hoping Kansas City's smaller size wouldn't deter him. Duan, however, expressed gratitude and accepted the offer, easing Jiang Yi's worries. Unaware of Ningfeng's situation, Jiang Yi was ecstatic about having Duan, a fourth-turn titan, in Kansas City, crediting Sulan's recruitment idea as brilliant. Learning Duan needed a place to stay, Jiang Yi insisted he needn't bother searching, promising to arrange housing promptly. Duan thanked Jiang Yi, appreciating the kindness. Meanwhile, at Ningfeng's house, he won an online game and noticed the late hour, deciding it was time for bed. He wondered why his class group chat was still buzzing so late. Opening the chat, he saw Zhang Luo asking classmates their current levels. With Zhou Nana noting everyone seemed below level, Zhang Luo fretted about closed city dungeons and restricted travel, fearing their levels would lag. Marzio Bo shared that the goddesses had left the city, and Fang Yu clarified they were on second-tier tasks, advising against gossip since anyone with first-tier ability could also venture out. He was aware his classmates, awakened at 16, aimed for the college entrance exam, which demanded at least Tier 1 status. He hadn't anticipated overtaking them in just days. In the chat, he noticed Lai Daming remarked that while others stressed, some stayed relaxed, gaming late into the night. Lai Daming then pointedly mentioned him. Recognizing Lai Daming as another of Wang Yu's fans, he wondered if Lai Daming had checked his profile updates and why his gaming habits were their concern. He saw his mentor, Kai, reprimand Lai Daming to focus on himself and not meddle, causing Lai Daming to abandon his comments. Smirking triumphantly, he cheered aloud that Kai was wonderfully supportive. Returning to the chat, a new message appeared from Marzio Bo, sharing reports of dungeon breaches in several areas with heavy losses. He noted entire cities had been overrun by monsters, safe zones had collapsed, and mutants were spiraling out of control. Zhang Lo added it happened locally too, but a mysterious powerhouse repelled the creatures. Lai Daming asked if Kansas City harbored such a covert hero, and Zhang Luo replied it felt deeply reassuring. Lai Daming quipped he'd salute that hero as his ancestor if he knew their identity. He exclaimed he'd only heard Kai and Duan discuss world anomalies before, unaware of their gravity, pleading for his recent streak of calm days to remain undisturbed. He lamented missing the chance to defeat the last monster himself, prompting the demon in his pendant to sneeze, muttering why it suddenly felt a chill of fear. The following morning at the Yuanchang trading post, Yang Xin, previously wounded, had resumed her duties. A woman spotted her and questioned why she'd returned to work before fully recovering. Faltering, Yang Xin insisted her injuries were minor and healed. But the woman teased that despite her words, she was secretly eager to chase influential connections. Yang Xin protested loudly that the woman was wrong, but the woman sneered that her supposed big shot was merely a clueless crook. She claimed Ningfeng had swiped from a fourth transformation titan and was likely already pulverized. Furious, Yang Xin snapped that the woman was spouting lies, insisting Ningfeng wasn't like that. The woman cackled, saying Master Wang's team had dug into Ningfeng's past, revealing him as a one-star awakened at 18, orphaned young, and too weak to possess rare items. She taunted that since the fourth transformation titan had shown up at Ningfeng's doorstep, if he wasn't a thief, then what was he? Abruptly, a figure materialized before the woman with startling speed. He offered a mock apology, saying her words nearly pushed him to lash out, and the woman collapsed in terror as a jagged floorstone hovered near her. Turning, she realized it was him, demanding how he dared cast attack spells in the trading post, then yelling for guards. Yang Xin urged him to flee before the guards came, but he calmly reassured her not to fret. She warned that the Yuanchang trading post's backers were formidable, far beyond what most could challenge, and getting caught would spell trouble. Suddenly, a figure arrived flanked by guards, and Wang demanded who gave him the audacity to cause havoc in their trading post. He coolly replied that he'd heard Wang was snooping on him and even pinned a thief's label on him. Wang retorted that he knew the truth about his thieving, and he lacked the standing to challenge him. As the guards charged toward him, he flashed a card and remarked to Wang that this was how he treated visitors at his Yuanchang trading post. The guards halted abruptly upon seeing the card, leaving Wang stunned as he asked if it was the supreme black card of their post. The woman, incredulous, shrieked that it had to be a forgery. He informed Wang it was a gift from Mayor Qidongming, carrying significant influence. Wang pressed him on its origin, but he shot back, questioning Wang's investigative skills and suggesting he figure it out himself. The terrified woman asked Wang what to do, but Wang merely instructed the guards to watch Ningfeng while he made a call to verify. Meanwhile, outsiders were barred from entering, murmuring about the commotion as guards blocked their path. Moments later, Qidongming, on the phone with Wang, revealed that headquarters confirmed he was probing the card given to Ningfeng and demanded to know what was happening. Wang, stammering, claimed it was a minor mix-up. Aware that Qidongming's father co-founded the trading post and puzzled how Ningfeng had won Qidongming's favor. Qidongming, raising his voice, warned Wang that Ningfeng was someone he'd worked hard to befriend, and if Wang crossed him, Wang nervously swore he hadn't, promising to resolve it smoothly. Realizing Wang had indeed upset Ningfeng, Qidongming angrily asked what gave him the nerve, slamming his desk and vowing to confront Wang in person before hanging up, leaving Wang in despair. Wondering about Qidongming's bond with Ningfeng and why he was so furious, Wang then decided to contact the fourth transformation titan, claiming the fighter suit was recovered, knowing even Duan would owe Qidongming some respect. Shortly after, in the Yuanchang Exchange's waiting area, Qidongming and Duan hurried toward him. He asked why they'd come, while Yang Xin, stunned, noticed Mayor Qidongming and the four-star warrior from before, marveling at their warmth toward Ningfeng. Qidongming and Duan glared at the woman, making her tremble, wondering why they were fawning over him. She was floored to see her boss, Wang, looking broken and defeated. The woman asked Wang what was wrong, and he muttered that everything was lost. Qidongming courteously asked if he truly didn't want an apology, to which he replied there was no need, doubting Wang's sincerity in mere words. Qidongming barked at Wang and the woman to gather their belongings and leave immediately, leaving them both reeling in shock and defeat. Wang lashed out, slapping the woman and blaming her for his ruin. Exasperated, Qidongming summoned guards to escort them out. Later, in the VIP lounge, Yang Xin served them tea, and Qidongming noted Ningfeng's fondness for Yang Xin, relieved it hadn't fully tarnished the exchange's name. Yang Xin gazed at him, impressed by how effortlessly he, so young, conversed with such powerful figures. Qidongming told her she'd erred this time but urged her to strive harder, assuring her the exchange would support her. She nodded bashfully, vowing to work diligently. He apologized to Qidongming for the trouble caused on his behalf, but Qidongming brushed it off, saying his concerns were their own, noting that without his help last time, Longbow City might have fallen. Qidongming then observed his interest in the exchange's treasure catalog, asking if he sought something specific. He confirmed with a nod and inquired if Qidong had come across anything known as the Relic of the End. Qidongming pressed him to clarify which relic he meant and what end it referred to. He brushed it off, saying they shouldn't worry about it, mentioning he'd spotted it online the previous day and assumed it was a unique item. He suddenly recalled pulling a book from his inventory. It was the Spirit Energy Extraction Tome, handed to him by his mentor Qi, designed for mages to restore mana during combat. He pondered what kind of forbidden magic it might become. He then used his Dark Confluence ability to absorb it. This skill siphons lingering dark energy from objects, converting it into personal power. Afterward, he questioned if he'd misread the name, as it was unfamiliar, and the system offered no details, leaving him wondering where to look for answers. Still, he chose to set it aside for now, as there was no urgency, and drifted off to sleep. Shortly after wrapping up at the exchange, Qidongming remarked that their visit was rushed but urged them to return to Longbow City, promising to host them next time. Qidong then pulled out a teleportation scroll for flight and used it to zip back to Longbow City. He suggested to Du that they grab a meal together, but Du proposed dining at his place instead. Moments later, at Dumont's villa, he was in awe. As he glanced around, he asked Du if the city had granted him this residence. Du explained that homes like these were reserved for high-ranking individuals who settled in Kansas City, adding that if he liked it, he could consider relocating there for a similar setup. He chuckled and told Du it wasn't needed, as he planned to save up and buy a place nearby to be neighbors. Du earnestly offered financial help if needed, but he countered by asking how he could possibly accept Du's money. He grinned, aware he'd made a tidy sum selling gear recently, enough to buy a villa outright. But that would drain his crystal reserves, which could be a hassle later, so he decided there was no hurry to move. After their meal, he sipped tea, feeling invigorated. Du mentioned that the villa district came with personal chefs already summoned, which struck him as remarkably convenient. Out of nowhere, Du's phone buzzed. Jang Gi called, saying he needed assistance because an investigative team was digging into the city's recent disasters, and some issues had arisen that he wanted to discuss. Du glanced at him, puzzled, and wondered if the investigation might impact Ning Fen, deciding to check with Ning Fen first. He apologized to Yang Gi, saying he was tied up today. Jang Gi reassured him it was fine and asked him to reach out within the next couple of days when he was free. After Du filled him in, he mused aloud about what kind of people these investigators were. Meanwhile, someone remarked that in the abandoned city of Kinyu, the idea of a shadowy leader was absurd. In a conference room, a man smugly challenged if anyone had actually laid eyes on this supposed mysterious figure. Kwang Lan admitted no one had. The man scoffed, questioning why rumors persisted that this unseen big shot had saved Kansas City. Kwang Lan clarified that the dungeon invasion had abruptly halted back then, with the mutant forces aiding it also eradicated. The man snapped at her not to jest, insisting that without a full investigation, the dungeon invasion's threat level couldn't be taken as proof. He then demanded details about 2 other dungeon incidents, attacks above king level, and what their so-called mysterious figure had supposedly done. Kwang Lan stayed quiet, offering no response. Kai lowered his gaze, suspecting that to shield Ning Feng, Kwang Lan had leveraged her authority to erase any data that might tie him to the case, absorbing all the heat herself. Out of nowhere, Jiang Ji burst into the room, and a flustered Li explained that he had phoned Duan, who replied he was tied up for the day. The man lashed out in frustration, furious at the trio of unruly adventurers behaving like wild strays without a guild, acting overly self-important. He instructed Jiang Ji to drop it, saying he'd personally oversee the investigation while the rest should shift focus elsewhere. Sometime later, within the dungeon, more like a tomb, the man stepped on a fallen branch, snapping it audibly beneath his foot. Guards blocked his approach toward the dungeon entrance, but he greeted them with a cheerful, "Good evening." One of them quickly recognized him as part of the investigation squad. He stated his intention to inspect the dungeon, and the guards, smiling, granted him entry. As he stepped inside, he reflected that though he had entered before, the devastation still struck him with awe, prompting thoughts about what kind of force could level a dungeon so completely. He could still feel the potent remnants of dark power and mused that despite all the rumors of some mysterious powerhouse, compared to that kind of force, people were mere insects. In a surge of enthusiasm, he cried out in exhilaration, calling the place utterly electrifying. Raising his hand high, he summoned forth dark energy. From the lingering shadows, he brought forth a demon. With unhinged glee, he declared the zone deserving of a king-class threat, claiming its terrifying power as his own. Meanwhile, back at Dune's estate, Ning Feng was deeply engaged with his phone, when suddenly, the system notified him that the last relic had been located. Stunned, he sensed a connection forming through its aura, and knew that with enough focus, he could trace the signal to its exact position. He quickly scooped his coat off the floor and put it on while getting to his feet. When Duan asked where he was heading, Ning Feng simply said he had to step out briefly. He passed his phone to Dune, telling him to finish the game in his place and to make sure he didn't lose any rankings, leaving Dune bewildered. As he rode in a taxi, Ning Feng noticed on the GPS that the relic was near the perilous graveyard. He was taken aback to see it was actually in motion. At the graveyard dungeon's gate, guards confronted a demon and radioed in that an unknown entity had appeared nearby. Shaking in fear, the guards tried desperately to identify the strange being before them. High on the demon's back, a man wailed, unable to move and begging for someone to rescue him. Elsewhere on the road, traffic came to a stop as an alert was issued. No one could pass due to imminent danger ahead. The taxi driver informed Ningfeng they couldn't go further, and Ningfeng responded calmly, saying he'd walk from there. He could tell the relic had paused its movement for the time being. Inside the graveyard, panic spread as the lone shadow neared the guards, and Kuang Lin, who had just arrived. All were stunned to recognize the man atop the demon. Huang Lan, wide-eyed, demanded an explanation. Moments later, the demon went berserk, leaving Kuang Lan gravely wounded on the ground. Thankfully, Kai was on the scene, and using the high-tech gear Ningfeng had given her, she skipped the usual incantations and began immediate medical aid. Still, Kai realized how dire the situation was. Kuang Lan's strength alone wasn't enough to hold off the demon. After performing some initial healing, Kuang Lan rose to her feet and urgently asked where the demon had gone. Kai, still visibly worried, answered that it had moved toward the city center. She nervously added that Major Jiang Ji had already contacted Duan for reinforcements, but she wasn't sure they'd make it in time. Huang Lan, aware that Dun's abilities were on par with hers, realized Duan might not be able to handle the demon alone. Still, the person supporting Duan might be their last shot. Meanwhile, the demon tore through the city in a fury, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by Ningfeng, who stared in awe, noting that it was the end-term skull, and much bigger than expected. As Ningfeng weighed the possibility of using another forbidden incantation to contain it, the demon pounced with claws aiming straight for his skull. Its strike clashed hard against Ningfeng's barrier with a metallic bang, causing the demon to flinch. It recoiled, clearly shaken, baffled by how such a defense was possible. Just then, the system notified Ningfeng that it had locked onto the end-term skull and asked if he wanted to begin the absorption process. He tapped yes, wondering if he had to be near the object to absorb it. His eyes widened as the process began, radiating an intense light before the demon. The radiant energy struck the demon, making it howl in agony as it was consumed by the light. Within that flash, Ningfeng saw a vision, the tale of a man who had become this demon and had once led an army of monsters. After the confrontation, all of Ningfeng's stats shot up by 100 points. He was amazed. Such a massive stat boost was unheard of, even when a 3-star class advanced through all 3 phases. But something else was transferred too. Mental images of past events began flooding his consciousness. Suddenly, Duan appeared behind Ningfeng and ran over, asking what had happened. Ningfeng gestured toward the demon's remains and explained there had been an incident, but he dealt with it since it was unavoidable, especially because a collapsed man had been found just behind the demon's head. Duan, confused, wondered if this was the creature mentioned in Jiang Ji's reports about the monster outbreak. While he knew Ningfeng was skilled in monster combat, the energy in the area didn't feel like a powerful spell, making Duan curious about how Ningfeng pulled it off. Ningfeng placed a hand on Duan's shoulder with a grin, saying he had shown up just in time and left the cleanup to him. Duan nodded, accepting his task. Then, with blinding speed, Ningfeng vanished from the scene, leaving Duan in awe of how fast he was. Although he knew Ningfeng wasn't a speed-class fighter, Duan admitted his boss's velocity could rival even those specialized in agility. He was once again reminded of just how exceptional his boss truly was, and silently resolved to keep learning. Sometime later, in Canyu prison, the man identified as the source of the chaos sat behind bars, while a report circulated. It described how the man had discovered the demon within a strange realm, one where dark energy could be extracted and used. He had exploited the investigation to access the realm and absorbed the dark force, not foreseeing that the demon would spiral out of control. Thrilled, Zhang Ji declared that a secret guardian really was protecting Canyu City. Huang Lan and Kai shared a smile at this discovery. Zhang Ji then turned to Duan and asked if he had ever encountered this hidden protector. Duan replied that he had indeed met him once, surprising and fascinating everyone, especially the woman. Filled with hope, Zhang Ji asked Duan if he could arrange a meeting with this mysterious figure, promising that if he agreed to stay in Canyu City, they'd provide for whatever he needed. Duan respectfully declined, explaining that his boss valued privacy and rarely showed himself to the public, implying that meeting him was unlikely. Internally, Duan was relieved. He and Ningfeng had skillfully invented the mysterious expert to divert attention. He knew that without any hard proof, no one could uncover the truth. Jiang Ji sighed in disappointment, expressing regret that such a formidable individual was out of reach, suspecting many would love to gain favor with someone of that caliber. Duan assured him that the expert had close ties in Canyu City and would naturally offer protection when needed, but equally valued their privacy and preferred not to be disturbed. This sparked a curious thought in Kwang Lan. Could Ning Feng be somehow connected to this enigmatic powerhouse? Chai Wei pondered aloud if this person might be a senior member of Ning Feng's family. Meanwhile, over at Ning Feng's residence, he was in the shower when it struck him. The so-called final relics were actually remnants left behind by fallen demon lords of the secret realm. The flashes of imagery he'd seen were actually slivers of those demon lords' memories that had been absorbed all at once. He had no desire to become a realm lord himself and questioned the true purpose of accumulating these relics. But his musing paused as he acknowledged that certain aspects of the relics held immense potential. He realized that the realms, fueled by collected dark energy, would evolve over time and could become catastrophic if their expansion timelines weren't counteracted, potentially leading to apocalyptic fallout. Ning Feng understood that in this timeline, few were strong enough to reach the fourth transformation due to the Awakened One's flawed class progression and inefficient systems. What he had gleaned from the Realm Lord's memories was both alarming and critical. Though he could fend for himself, survival in a world teeming with monsters would be impossible alone. Luckily, not every timeline succumbed. Some had successfully pushed back the invasions. He came to the conclusion that gathering more relics and distributing the vital knowledge within them could dramatically shift their future. But he also recognized the danger of spreading that information recklessly. It was far beyond their current understanding and could create chaos if shared improperly. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Wang Yu calling. He answered and asked her what she needed. Now fully transitioned into her sharp shadow class, Wang Yu cheerfully said she was treating him to dinner that evening, insisting he had to come. He immediately agreed, teasing that he'd never missed a meal when she was paying. She smiled and confirmed the plan, saying she'd text him the address soon. He said he'd be ready. As she descended the staircase, her teammates jumped out to surprise her with congratulations for reaching her second transformation. The onlookers were genuinely impressed that she had reached such a milestone at her age. Chung said he had already booked a private dining room at a top-tier restaurant to celebrate the occasion, but she politely declined, explaining she had a prior engagement. She promised to reschedule the gathering for the next night and would invite everyone then. Chung, a little disheartened, asked if she couldn't delay her plans just this once. But she was firm, saying it was something important, and left without further explanation, leaving her team behind. Chen, annoyed, muttered that Wang Yu had just reached her second transformation and was already pulling away. The cleric girl defended her, saying Wang Yu probably had a pressing matter to deal with, and wasn't the kind to blow off friends lightly. Still, Chung voiced concern about the pace Wang Yu was setting, wondering if everyone else was starting to burn out just trying to keep up. He pointed out that she not only cleared the S-rank transition quest, but had also unlocked a hidden profession, implying the gap between her and the rest of them was only getting wider. The cleric girl silently watched Wang Yu walk away, while Chung quietly admitted his fear. One day, Wang Yu might leave them behind for good. That evening, inside a lively and crowded restaurant, Ning Feng admired the feast laid out before him. Wang Yu enthusiastically pointed out the roast whole lamb, saying it was surprisingly affordable and absolutely delicious, urging him to give it a try. He agreed with a grin, joking that only by tagging along with her did he get to enjoy such a wide variety of gourmet food. She thanked him for the emblem he'd given her, explaining how much it had helped, but Ning Feng simply nodded while continuing to enjoy his meal. His curiosity piqued. He asked if it was true the emblem had triggered a hidden profession awakening. Reflecting on the Demon King's memories, he began to suspect that emblems might be artifacts designed to boost awakenings and refine the still-developing profession system of their time. Wang Yu confirmed this and asked where he had found the emblem. He admitted honestly that he wasn't entirely sure of its origins. She sighed, expressing her wish that emblems could be bought somewhere. She wanted to equip herself and her team with them. Ningfeng smiled, appreciating how Wang Yu always considered him part of her circle when something good came up. She encouraged him not to worry about the emblem and reminded him to prioritize leveling up, especially during unstable times. She hinted that the right emblem might even help him unlock a new profession. He laughed, teasing that leveling was a hassle and that having her around was protection enough. She gave him a serious look and told him to quit with that smile. Her advice wasn't a joke. Suddenly, a flash of pain crossed Wang Yu's face, and she clenched her teeth tightly. Concerned, Ningfeng asked what was wrong. She brushed it off, saying it was just a lingering wound from a recent mission. When he asked if she hadn't received medical attention, she said she had, but the mission was S-rank, and the final boss had done a number on her. She still needed time to recover. Hearing that made Ningfeng truly understand the kind of danger involved in S-rank class advancement tasks. His phone rang abruptly. The caller ID was unfamiliar. When Ningfeng picked up, a voice with a threatening tone asked if he was Ningfeng. Instead of answering, he coldly asked who was calling. The voice, now clearly annoyed, said his name didn't matter, but demanded to know where Ningfeng had acquired the emblem. Wang Yu noticed the change in his expression and asked what had happened. He told her someone aggressive was questioning him about the emblem. She suddenly looked alarmed. Wondering how the caller could possibly know, she swore she hadn't told a soul. Ningfeng told her to let it go and suggested they focus on enjoying their dinner. But the phone rang again. It was the same caller. Now yelling, the man accused him of hanging up and threatened that Ningfeng would suffer for it. Calmly, Ningfeng lowered his voice so Wang Yu wouldn't hear and hung up again. Later, as they stepped out of the restaurant, Ningfeng happily commented on how stuffed he was. Wang Yu asked if he was sure he didn't want her to walk him home. He reassured her that it wasn't necessary, brushing off the earlier call as just some random harassment. They said their goodbyes. When Ningfeng reached his apartment, he unlocked the door and yawned as he stepped inside, only to discover the place was a mess, furniture overturned and belongings destroyed. Shocked, he spotted someone emerging from his bedroom. The stranger sneered and greeted him mockingly, calling him Young Master Ningfeng. Taken aback, Ningfeng asked if he was the same person who had just called him. The intruder confirmed with a smirk, reminding Ningfeng that he'd warned him, and that if he had just cooperated, this wouldn't have happened. Staying calm, Ningfeng asked who had sent him. The man suddenly exploded in anger, calling Ningfeng disrespectful and mocking his recent awakening, wondering if his teacher had ever taught him how to act before the strong. Without warning, another attacker appeared behind Ningfeng and launched a strike. Ningfeng swiftly dodged and retaliated with a sharp elbow, smashing it into the man's face. The blow was so strong that the attacker dropped his dagger and crumpled to the floor. The first intruder watched in horror as his comrade collapsed, stunned by Ningfeng's power. Smiling coolly, Ningfeng suggested the man reconsider his earlier comments about respecting the strong. The attacker stood dumbfounded. His intel had clearly stated that Ningfeng was just a one-star mage. He couldn't comprehend how someone like Feng had overpowered a 3-star assassin with nothing but brute strength, even as he subtly reached for a hidden shuriken. Meanwhile, Ningfeng flexed his fingers, silently marveling at the power boost from the YS-100 to all attributes. His reflexes and raw physical capabilities had skyrocketed, allowing him to handle close combat with ease, even without spells. As the attacker flung the shuriken, Ningfeng dodged effortlessly. It embedded with a thunk into the wall, just inches from its target. Realizing things were going sideways fast, the assailant made a desperate break for the window and leapt, only for Ningfeng to snatch his leg mid-air, slamming him face-first into the wall and leaving him dangling awkwardly from the window frame. Calmly, Ningfeng ordered the intruders to start cleaning the mess they had made. He added that his cabinet had been smashed too, and someone was going to pay for it. One of them motioned toward the table, saying they had already surrendered everything they carried. Seeing they spoke the truth, Ningfeng changed gears, demanding to know who sent them. The man answered that it was Yahao Chen, the young master of the Lion's Vision Guild. He believed Ningfeng possessed a one-of-a-kind emblem and had hired them to find out more. Feng narrowed his eyes, wondering if Zhao Cheng was the shield warrior from that guild, the one Wang Yu had spoken of. With a cold edge to his voice, he warned Cheng not to cry foul later, since he was the one who'd started this. There was still a forbidden curse Feng hadn't used, and if Cheng kept pushing, he might not be so lucky next time. He then activated the unsettling Soul Season Gloom ritual, a mental manipulation taboo that temporarily hijacks a person's will, converting them into a combat avatar. Without hesitation, he cast the spell on the intruders. Elsewhere, along a darkened road, a mage reported to Cheng that Wang Yu hadn't shown up. Asking what was going on with the ambush, Cheng waved it off, suggesting they call it a night and find a new place to unwind. As the mage brought up the emblem, Cheng cut him off, revealing he'd already sent people after Ningfeng. And if Feng didn't play nice, they'd make him wish he had. The mage hesitated, voicing concern that Wang Yu might eventually find out. But Cheng dismissed it, saying he couldn't control every detail. He asked if the mage wanted to watch Wang Yu suffer alone. The mage reluctantly admitted it was regrettable how the transformation had gone off course, but perhaps it was time to teach her a lesson. Cheng elaborated that his plan had been to let the boss pressure Wang Yu, scare her a little with spirit-based intimidation, and then sweep in like a savior. What he hadn't expected was for Wang Yu to fight with such ferocity, even risking serious harm just to finish the mission. Before either of them could speak further, an assassin materialized in front of them. Regaining his composure, Chung asked if the man had retrieved the information he wanted. But the assassin ignored the question and instead asked if Chung was the one behind Wang Yu's injury. Chung went silent, stunned for a few beats. Then, with a smirk, he lightly slapped the assassin's cheek and asked who he thought he was, daring to question him. A flame erupted on the assassin's shoulder. Without hesitation, he reached forward and gripped both Chung and the mage by the neck. With terrifying speed and strength, he hoisted them into the air. His voice turned cold as he said that anyone who hurt Wang Yu didn't deserve to exist in this world. But he wouldn't grant them the mercy of a quick death either. Slowly, flames consumed them both as he whispered that now they'd learn firsthand what it meant to live a life worse than death. As the men screamed in agony, their bodies eventually crumbled into ash. The assassin himself slowly turned to ash as well, vanishing without a trace. He knew this method erased all evidence, an effective way to cover his tracks completely. Still, he was aware of the underlying danger in all of this. After all, he lived in a regular residential area, one that couldn't prevent high-level awakened beings from entering or exiting at will. Though he wasn't afraid, even with his newfound power, he couldn't guard his home. 24. Originally, he had planned to start organizing key matters based on the memories inherited from the Demon Lord. But he hadn't begun yet. If those intruders had found anything, the consequences could have been disastrous. So he made a decision to tidy up and move into Dune's place first. Dune was a fourth transformation powerhouse, and the security in the high-end villa district was top tier. Later, at Dune's villa, Dune furiously exclaimed that attacking someone of such status was reckless beyond belief. He told Feng to rest for now while he investigated who else might be stirring up trouble behind the scenes. But Ningfeng reassured him there was no need to rush and added that he had something else to discuss. He asked Dune if he knew any reliable alchemists. Dune raised an eyebrow, asking about the specifics of what Feng needed. Feng explained he was looking for someone highly skilled, trustworthy, ideally with minimal affiliations, and preferably freelance, to keep things simple. Dune admitted that while the alchemists he knew were excellent, most were tied to large guilds, making them less ideal for confidential work. In that moment, Feng recalled the Demon Lord's memories. How he had once slain several high-ranking alchemists whose potions far surpassed anything available in this world. Unfortunately, Feng didn't understand the full process and could only transcribe fragmented recipes. He needed a real expert to analyze them. But most alchemists affiliated with large guilds weren't free to act independently, and trusting them came with the risk of leaks. Especially after today's incident, Feng wanted to avoid attracting greedy attention before he was ready. He then asked Dune to keep an eye out for someone suitable and said he'd also seek help from other contacts. Later, he called Wang Yu to ask if she knew any reliable alchemists. And to his surprise, she said she did. "Seriously? You know an alchemist?" he asked, surprised. She explained that their team's priest, Zhou Ting, had an older brother who was a talented alchemist. He had once considered joining their guild, but apparently he and Zhao Cheng didn't get along, so the arrangement fell through. If Feng was interested, she could introduce them. Hearing Zhou Cheng's name again annoyed Feng, and he thought it unfortunate that Wang Yu had such a teammate. Still, he felt relieved knowing he'd already dealt with Qing, and the man wouldn't be a problem anymore. Wang Yu then asked why he needed an alchemist. Feng said he had come across some old potion formulas at home and needed a professional to help evaluate them. Amused, she teased him about finding things at home again. Laughing, he admitted he was still cleaning up. She told him to wait a moment. She'd set up the meeting right away. He agreed. Not long after, he met Zhou Ting's older brother, who introduced himself as Xue Yu. Feng handed over the prescriptions and asked if he could take a look. Outside the villa, Zhou Ting pouted and complained that she wanted to get closer to Ningfeng, but her brother had kicked her out for being too noisy. Wang Yu could only laugh awkwardly. Inside the lab, Xue Yu examined the documents, noting that although the ingredients weren't rare, the refining methods were entirely unfamiliar, complex, and unconventional. Curious, he asked if Feng knew what the potion was meant to do. Feng replied that it was said to double experience gain by 100%. Wei Yu's jaw dropped in disbelief. He explained that current experience potions on the market only boosted gains by up to 40%, and those were already extremely expensive. A potion with a 100% boost could allow even 1-star or 2-star professionals to level up rapidly. He admitted it was likely, but he couldn't be sure, and since it was difficult to consult others, he had come to Sueyu for a professional opinion. Sugao nodded and asked him to wait downstairs while he conducted an experiment upstairs. From above, Sueyu called out for Zhou to come in and serve tea to their guest. A moment later, they were seated in the living room, chatting pleasantly, when a sudden crash from upstairs startled them. They exchanged confused looks, unsure of what had just happened. Zhou got up, saying she'd go check it out. But as she reached the top of the stairs, something leapt in front of her, and she shrieked, realizing it was the slime her brother used for experiments. Suddenly, another figure rushed toward the slime, striking it with such force that it exploded into gooey pieces, leaving everyone stunned. Alarmed, Zhou rushed into the lab, only to find Xueyu excitedly shouting, "It worked! It really worked! It's 100% effective!" He pointed his flaming fingertip at them, grinning with exhilaration, leaving Zhou and Wang Yu thoroughly confused. He eagerly called them over and explained that he had tested a sample of the potion on the slime. The result? A full 100% experience gain. He smiled with relief. If this formula worked, then the others likely would too. In his excitement, he conjured a fireball and accidentally blasted his own lab table into pieces. Zhou gasped in disbelief. She complained, "You always treasure your lab and never even let me in, and now you're the one destroying it." Once things had calmed down, the girls, still recovering from the shock, asked if the experience gain was really 100%. He nodded, smiling proudly. Zhueyu then urged everyone to keep quiet and not let this information spread. Zhou rolled her eyes and reminded him, "You were the one yelling the loudest just a second ago." Xueyu chuckled, then asked what Ningfeng planned to do next. He added that selling this potion could generate unimaginable wealth, especially in times like these, when no one would turn down something that could boost their power. Ningfeng didn't answer immediately. He went silent, deep in thought, when suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. He excused himself and checked it. Reading aloud from the class group chat, he said that Kai had just announced the school's plan. All Senior 3 students would be heading to a secret area in a neighboring city for a leveling up session starting next Monday. Due to space constraints, each class would go in shifts, using designated areas. Everyone needed to prepare seriously and cooperate. As he scrolled through the chat, Marcio commented that anyone who didn't level up would flunk the college entrance exams. Zhang Luo chimed in, saying he heard the secret area had been overcrowded lately and monsters were in short supply. Marcio asked why that was. Fang Yu replied that because of rising global anxiety, even many 1-star and 2-star professionals were desperately trying to level up again for self-defense. He added that he had tried to buy experience potions, but they sold out instantly every time. Zhang Luo agreed, lamenting that without potions they were falling further and further behind. Ningfeng read their words carefully, and then told Xueyu that for now, he planned to use the experience potions on his own people first, and only consider selling them later. Zhou immediately called him boss, and asked if she counted as one of his own. Laughing, he replied, "Of course." Delighted, Zhou declared that she and Wang Yu would be his personal bodyguards from now on. She urged her brother to use the potions freely and not be polite about it. Ningfeng knew these potions were like gold right now. Once released to the market, they'd cause an uproar. And with huge profits came unwanted attention, people like Zhao Cheng or worse buzzing around like flies. That's why he believed it was smarter to first empower his inner circle and quietly build up his own influence. That way, anyone who tried shady tactics in the future would think twice. He then asked if the berserker in their team was Zhu Yongshu, and mentioned that the experience potion could be considered part of Jiangsu's share as well. Wang Yu gave an enthusiastic nod, saying that sounded great. Shu Ting chimed in, saying he was the best, and added that Yongshu had been worried about not getting into the same university as them. He smiled, knowing that Yongshu was quite capable and had a good relationship with Wang Yu, so it made sense to include him. Wei Yu playfully called him buddy, then corrected himself with a grin. "I mean, boss?" He then asked if there were any more prescriptions. Ningfeng nodded and handed him a few. Yu Yu examined them carefully, noting that many ingredients were listed, some he'd never even heard of. He recognized the materials for 2 of the recipes, but admitted that his current skills weren't enough to craft them yet. Ningfeng nodded in understanding, saying these were prescriptions from another world. Even if they could only utilize a few, it would still be a huge benefit. Wang Yu suggested that when the first batch of experience potions was ready, they should invite Yang Shu to join them in leveling up. Shu Ting agreed immediately. Wang Yu then clapped a hand on his shoulder and told him he was coming too. He started to protest, asking, "Why me again?" But she reassured him, saying the city had just issued a notice allowing guilds to form leveling teams for outside operations, and he should just tag along. Before he could say anything else, Shui Yu interjected, saying they'd need enough potions ready by next Monday. Wang Yu set the plan, thanking everyone for their hard work, while Shu Ting joked that her brother had nothing better to do anyway. Slightly overlooked, he quietly wondered why no one had even asked for his opinion. Days passed, and Monday finally arrived. He called Wang Yu to let her know he had arrived at the meeting point. She told him to wait by the roadside. They were almost there. As he stood waiting, the class bus rolled by. Inside, some students spotted him and wondered aloud if he was the person they were supposed to pick up, since they were heading out to level up that day. But Ningfeng wasn't with them. One girl scoffed, asking what Ningfeng was doing there, acting like a tag-along. A guy chimed in that even if Ningfeng wanted to tag along, no one would bother picking him up. With his low level, they'd probably have to protect him in the dungeon. The whole bus burst into laughter as the light turned green and they drove off. One student suggested they forget about Ningfeng, calling him a hopeless case, and use the ride to catch up on sleep. The others agreed, though they were concerned about the wait once they reached the secret area. Later, at the dungeon entrance, the class, along with Caillou, arrived at the scene. A man asked Caillou when they could go in, and she said it would probably be around 2 hours. A woman looked surprised. "That long?" she asked. Kai nodded, saying that since they were Class 2, being part of the first group was already pretty lucky. Suddenly, one of the guys pointed at someone in shock and blurted, "Is that Ningfeng?" Everyone turned to see him walking confidently toward the dungeon, accompanied by Wang Yu, Zhu Yongshu, Zhou Ting, and Shui Yu. The sight stunned them. The group headed straight to the entrance, not even stopping to line up. One student shouted indignantly, "Why does Ningfeng get to skip the line?" Caillou calmly explained. Ningfeng is leading the Chaxi Guild. They're going directly into the deeper sections of the dungeon where there are fewer people. It's a different situation. One guy scoffed, "Ningfeng, going deep? One random monster could squash him." Another grumbled angrily, "What makes him so special, huh? I want to be led by the Chaxi Guild too, and by the Wang Goddess." Someone nearby raised an eyebrow and asked, "Wait, by Wang Goddess, do you mean Wang Yu? The one ranked 5th on the national super rookie list?" The student nodded seriously. "Yeah, that Wang Yu." At the same time, the guildmaster mentioned to his squad that they seemed to have arrived at the ideal location. A female member then declared it was time to head inside. Without bothering to queue, the pair walked straight toward the dungeon's entrance. A man questioned what gave them the right to act so entitled. The woman replied that those 3, like Wang, were also listed as national-level super rookies. She introduced herself as Chang Nuku, stating she was ranked 4th. The towering man added that his rank was 3rd. Another calmly spoke, saying Zhu held the 2nd rank. Deep within the dungeon's corridors, Zhao Yongshu inspected the potion with bright eyes, asking eagerly if it was truly the experience-enhancing kind, boasting a full 100% boost. Zhu Ting gave Yongshu a light tap from behind, teasingly warning him to keep it down unless he wanted everyone to know. Embarrassed, Yongshu admitted he got carried away. He then turned to Zhu Wai, asking if the potion was genuinely expensive. Shu Wai replied that while the ingredients were easy to find and the refining technique was simple, the recipe's rarity made it very valuable. He remarked that if one could gain strength cheaply, nobody would decline. With such a potion, even Ningfeng could become a VIP in any top-tier guild. Shu Ting grinned and said their gains were all thanks to the boss. Yang Shu chimed in, insisting they didn't need to be so formal and assured them they could order him around anytime since they were now teammates. Wang Yu observed quietly, thinking about how Ningfeng, who was never good at making friends, had always been a loner, especially after his failed awakening at 16, which led to relentless teasing at school and pushed him into isolation. It was rare to see him so lively in conversation, and she sincerely hoped this marked a turning point for him. She cleared her throat to gather everyone's attention. She reminded the group that without a tank or magic DPS, Caution was vital. She advised Ningfeng to stay alert and not act impulsively, then assigned everyone their roles. Yang Shu would tank. Zhu Ting was responsible for support and shielding, while Zhu Wei would deploy potions at the right moments. The team acknowledged the plan with a nod. Ningfeng remained silent, knowing that this slow pace wasn't ideal. Still, for the sake of the team's spirit, he went along. After all, using forbidden spells to boost levels could wait, as now was the time to assess everyone's capability. Wang Yu pulled back her bowstring and let an arrow fly toward the group of monsters. Upon hitting its target, the arrow detonated with force. The creatures shrieked in agony from the impact. Provoked, the monsters rushed forward in retaliation. Zhu Ting raised her staff high, channeling energy from the glowing crystal atop it to enhance Zhang's physical strength. Yang Shu hoisted his huge axe and brought it down with a thunderous slam, sending a seismic shockwave through the ground toward the incoming beasts. Simultaneously, Zhu Wei launched potions at the monsters, causing each one hit to combust and disintegrate into ashes. He yelled excitedly about the XP boost and confidently predicted he'd soon have enough to craft a brand new potion. Yang Shu and Zhu Ting exchanged fist bumps, sharing in the joy, saying they too might undergo their second awakening before college entrance exams and get into a top school like Wang Yu. But their joy was interrupted by eerie laughter echoing from the dungeon entrance, instantly putting them on edge. Yang Shu shouted out, demanding to know who was there. A voice answered, apologizing and claiming the laughter had slipped out unintentionally. As they turned around, they spotted the top-ranked rookies of the nation entering the dungeon. One of them remarked that it was amusing to hear someone who hadn't even undergone a second transformation talk so casually about making it into a top university. Zhu Ting pointed out that their names were indeed on the national super rookie list. Gujun responded playfully, saying their reputation must be pretty solid if people recognize them so quickly. Wang Yu, noticing they weren't locals, commented that he was curious why they had come to this area. She walked up and confirmed they were simply grinding levels, then politely asked if the newcomers needed something. Gujun replied they had come specifically to find Wang Yu. He then casually asked if Ningfeng was asleep behind them. He suddenly invited her to join their team, catching Wang Yu's squad completely off guard. But she firmly declined, stating she already had a team of her own. Gujun acknowledged her answer, but pointed out that her team included Yao Chen, the mage ranked 14th on the super rookie list. He hinted that Chung should also consider the offer, even if her rank wasn't high, calling it a gesture of goodwill. Wang Yu restated her refusal, making it clear she had no interest in switching guilds. Gujun tried to persuade her not to reject the idea so hastily, claiming that in a small place like Kinyu City, the latest information might not have reached them. He explained that recent dungeon anomalies had made monsters stronger, and as a result, the top 3 universities had raised their entry standards. Only those on elite teams with strong conditions were being considered now, and the competition for limited spots was fierce. He stressed it was a rare chance, noting that all the top rookies were restructuring their teams, including his, and they wanted her specifically for her team's potential. He reminded her, in a serious tone, not to forget her destiny of becoming powerful. Then with a smirk, he added that weakness was the greatest crime of all. Furious, Wang Yu unsheathed her sword. Gujun quickly warned her not to get too worked up, reminding her that as a ranged fighter, this wasn't the best place for a close fight. Zhu Tan stepped in, telling Wang Yu to let it go and suggesting they continue leveling elsewhere to avoid escalation. Wang Yu didn't say a word. She just turned and walked away, with her team silently following. Ningfeng, having just woken up and caught parts of the conversation, thought Gujun seriously needed a reality check, but doubted if he could beat him in a fight. Just then, as Ning tried to catch up to his group, Lai Chi stepped right in his path. With a smug tone, he asked if Ning was Zhao Chen Wen Lingfeng. Ning simply said no. Lai Chi scoffed and told him to scram, calling him a worthless nobody. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed in fury as he stared daggers at Lai Chi. Yang Shu stepped forward to defend Ning, yelling that they had gone too far. But Lai Chi just flexed, mocking whether Yang Shu really believed he could shield anyone all by himself. Then Lai Chi swung a punch which Yang Shu managed to block using both arms. But without missing a beat, Lai Chi followed up with a crushing blow to Yang Shu's chest. Worried, Wang Yu called out his name and began to rush over. But Gujun quickly moved to block her way. Enraged, she shouted at him to move aside. Gujun flinched, both startled and annoyed by her outburst. From the ground, Yang Shu called back to her, insisting he was fine and urging her to stay put. But inside, He felt several ribs had cracked from the blow and realized Lai Qi was deliberately being ruthless. Gritting through the pain, he told Ningfeng to stay out of it. He couldn't let him get dragged in. Lai Qi sneered at Yang Shu, calling him pathetic. Fueled by rage, Jiang Shu lunged with a punch of his own, shouting at Lai Qi to go to hell. But he was stunned when Lai Qi's fist shot forward, closing the distance to his face almost instantly. From afar, Shooting and Wang Yu raised their weapons, prepared to leap in and shield Yang Shu. Just as Lai Qi's fist was about to land on Yang Shu's face, it was suddenly intercepted. Ningfeng had darted in and caught Lai Qi's punch midair, halting it completely. Wang Yu called out Ningfeng's name in surprise, while everyone stood frozen, shocked by his raw power. Lai Qi's expression twisted in disbelief. He couldn't budge his arm an inch. With zero effort, Ningfeng gripped Lai Qi's arm, spun his body around like a rag doll, and flung him violently into a nearby giant boulder. The collision cracked the stone apart, and chunks of it tumbled down onto Lai Qi's body. Ningfeng mocked him, calling him nothing but trash. Gu Jun, momentarily distracted from Wang Yu, dashed to check on Lai Qi. But as he turned his back, Wang Yu loosed an arrow, hitting him squarely in the butt. His eyes widened in agony as he clutched his behind in pain. Shu Tan quickly covered her mouth, trying not to burst into laughter, while Muke was left speechless, unable to grasp how a mage had beaten a berserker with just his hands, and how the archer landed a hit on a human tank at such close range, especially since Gu Jun and Lai Qi were both elite supernova members. Ningfeng sighed in irritation, admitting he had hoped to stay low-key, but their actions had forced him to expose his strength, something he found very annoying. He then turned to Shu Ting, still in a daze, and told her to focus and tend to Jiang Shu's wounds. Snapping back to her senses, she nodded and began treating him right away. Ningfeng looked over at Lai Qi, then asked Jiang Shu what they should do with him. Jiang Shu replied that he'd follow Ningfeng's lead. As everyone's attitude towards Ningfeng shifted into awe and respect, Ningfeng grinned and told Jiang Shu to strip Lai Qi of his gear as compensation. Jiang Shu agreed without hesitation. Gu Jun, still lying on the ground, shouted angrily, accusing them of robbery and demanding how they dared to steal from them. In response, Ningfeng smashed his fist into the ground near Gu Jun, splitting the earth and growling, "What did you just say?" Startled, Gu Jun immediately changed his tone, nervously saying his gear wasn't that valuable anyway, and if Ningfeng liked it, he could just take it. Ningfeng placed a hand on his shoulder, saying he was finally acting smart. He added that he didn't like causing trouble, but warned them that if they ever retaliated, they knew what would happen. Gu Jun, trying to appease him, swore there'd be no revenge and admitted they'd misjudged the situation and brought this on themselves. Muke, who was nearly stripped of her equipment, mentioned that all her gear was intact and offered to let them inspect it. Her remark left both Ningfeng and Gu Jun visibly surprised. Ningfeng responded with a soft tone, praising her for being sensible, then told his team it was time to move forward and level up, leaving Muke flustered and blushing. His teammates eagerly agreed. As they headed off, Wang Yu commented that she had initially planned to help him level, but no one could have guessed he was this strong. He chuckled and reminded her that he had only recently awakened, and showing off too much would only attract trouble. Slightly annoyed, Wang Yu told him that if he didn't want to share, she wouldn't press. He'd always been like that. He thanked her for understanding, adding that she really did know him best. To his surprise, she grabbed his shoulder and smiled, telling him she was genuinely happy about his progress. He grinned and gave her a cheerful thumbs up in response. Zhu Ting then asked if he had decided on a university yet, and Yu Jiangshu countered by asking which guild he planned to join. Ningfeng admitted he hadn't thought that far ahead. Zhu Ting reassures him that someone as strong as he is doesn't need to rush decisions. Yang Shu jokes that if he were that amazing, he wouldn't even be stressing over entrance exams. Meanwhile, a breathless Shu Yi yells at them to slow down and wait up. Ningfeng knows that both guilds and universities enforce strict codes, and joining either risks exposing hidden cards, so he feels no real need to commit right now. He then shouts his new plan: push harder and level up faster. He'll take on the main damage, drawing aggro, while the rest handle the stragglers. The idea fires them up, and Zhu Ting exclaims that he's truly taking the lead. He thinks that even without being able to cast forbidden spells, the buffs and passive traits from his gear, along with its spell effects, can still be put to great use. The next morning, he arrives at Duhan's estate, where Duhan warmly welcomes him. He feels a bit let down. Despite days of grinding, he'd only gained 1 level. Without that new type of experience potion, it would have been even slower. It reminded him how reliant he'd become on forbidden magic for fast leveling and crushing higher-tier monsters. This was what normal progress looked like. He knew prodigies like Wang Yu, true supernovas, could hit level 60 and complete a second transformation in just 2 years. But for average 1- or 2-star classes, instead of slow grinding every day, attending a regular university seemed like a smarter move. Stretching out, he decides to stop overthinking. A few peaceful, lazy days at home sound good. He spends his time playing with Duhan, flipping through books, taking naps and enjoying mouth-watering barbecue, until his phone suddenly rings. Seeing it's Yang Xin, he picks up. She tells him there's an upcoming auction with rare items on the list. She also mentions that the new head, Master Tang, wants to know if he'd be interested in joining. He asks if Tang took over from Wang. Yang Xin confirms with a yes. He tells her he hasn't been particularly busy, so he might as well check it out. She replies that she and Tang will come by shortly to drop off the auction catalog. He agrees, while wondering if the treatment is always this considerate. Compared to Wang, Tang seems far better at managing people. On the auction day, Tang formally introduces himself as Tang Yukai, an appraiser from the Yinchang branch of the Enchang Trading Center. Ning Feng rises to greet him, and Tang Yukai, a bit shy, says he's still new and asks for guidance. Tang Yukai forces a smile, recalling that before coming, Qidong had stressed that this young man should be treated with utmost care. According to Kate and Ming, the whole Yinchang could revolve around Ning Feng, and that would be just fine. Tang Yukai then instructs Yang Xin to review the catalog with him. She nods and begins. As soon as the tablet is handed over, he notices that most items are mage gear and potions, but none are useful for him. He quickly flips through the listings, making Tang Yukai break into a cold sweat, thinking that nothing had impressed him, and now it looked like his plan had backfired. But just then, Ning Feng pauses. Something caught his attention. Peeking over, Tang Yukai lights up and says he's got a sharp eye. He picked the best item on the list. Tang Yukai explains that it's a newly released experience potion that doubles the XP gain. It's extremely rare and perfect for high-level adventurers wanting to speed level. He knows all this firsthand, because he's the one who originally discovered the potion. Duhan pipes up, clarifying that he wasn't the one who found it, leaving Tang Yukai momentarily confused. Ningfeng then asks Tang Yukai where exactly they got the potion from. Stammering a little, Tang replies that it was submitted for auction by the Azure Sharp Guild, and nervously asks if something about it is wrong. Knowing that the Azure Sharp Guild is one of the top 7 elite guilds in the nation, famed for their overwhelming strength, he begins to wonder, did Xue Yi secretly sell them the recipe, or did something happen to Shu? Why else would they have it? He then asks Tang Yukai whether the origin of the potion was ever disclosed. Tang Yukai replies that he heard about a newly discovered solo-entry secret realm called the Trial of the Gods. It's said to have multiple floors, each granting unique rewards when cleared, one of which was the recipe for that very potion, obtained by their guild members during their runs. Duhan notes that it's the first time he's heard of such a secret realm. It makes Ning Feng suspect this could be another sign of the world's growing anomalies. Duhan also reminds him that, per official rules, all active secret realms must be registered, with basic details accessible online. Ningfeng feels relieved, at least Zhu Yi doesn't seem to be in danger. Still, the Trial of the Gods sounds like a place not to be taken lightly. Suddenly, the system assigns him a mission titled The Trial of the Gods. The task: conquer the secret realm and claim its power. The deadline is 60 days. The consequence of failure: complete host termination. He chuckles, realizing it's the first time the system has ever issued a mission. Clearly, this secret realm must be truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Tang Yukai signals Yang Xin with a wink. She tells him she won't be attending the auction but appreciates all the effort he put in. Tang responds that it was no trouble, and tells Ningfeng to reach out anytime he needs something. Tang Yukai knows those experience potions are the crown jewel of the auction, sought after by many top guilds. Yet Ningfeng didn't even show the slightest interest. Duhan suggests he stick around so they can dig up more intel on the secret realm, but Ningfeng insists on going with him. Moments later, back at Duhan's villa, they sit down, and Duhan pulls out his laptop to begin searching. He mentions needing specific login access and decides to use special credentials granted to him by Mayor Zhang. Ningfeng leans in as Duhan navigates the website, and together, they locate information on the Trial of the Gods. Duhan reveals that the Azure Sharp Guild holds exclusive registration rights for the realm, meaning officials have authorized them to manage it independently. Without their consent, no outsiders can enter. Ningfeng knows this kind of exclusivity is standard among elite guilds, but with his life on the line, failure isn't an option. He needs a different way in. A short while later, at the location of the trial secret realm, he opens a portal and is surprised to see guards stationed there, even this late at night. The Azure Sharp Guild had posted detailed info about the realm on their forums to draw in powerful recruits. It's helped him understand it better, and he's confident that sneaking in with his skills won't trigger any alarms. Grinning, he leaps out from the portal, landing right behind the guards and playfully taunting them. He then sprints toward the entrance, only for the gate to suddenly explode, catching him off guard. The blast sends out a powerful shockwave, flinging the guards back. The explosion echoes through the nearby city, making citizens curious. They quickly realize it came from the trial secret realm and decide to alert the guild leader immediately. Meanwhile, back in his room at Duhan's villa, a portal bursts open and Ningfeng stumbles out, injured and collapsing in pain onto the bed. He's completely stunned. What just happened? He remembers getting close to the gate when a massive energy surge erupted, obliterating his protective filthy earth shell in an instant. He's left in shock, unable to make sense of the power he just encountered. Suddenly, the system chimes in, warning that it has resisted a scanning attempt, but suffered 3% damage in the process. Then, another surge deals an additional 4%, bringing total system damage to 7%. He's stunned that even the system has sustained damage. Frustrated, he demands to know what kind of probing skill could cause this. But before he gets an answer, the damage continues climbing second by second, eventually reaching 34%. Meanwhile, members of the Azure Sharp Guild arrive at the Trial of the Gods site. One of the healers quickly attends to the guards who had been blown away by the explosion. The healer informs the guild master that the guards were only stunned and had not suffered any physical harm. As one of the guards regains consciousness, he's shocked to see the guildmaster standing before him. The Azure Sharp Guild's president asks the guard to explain what happened. The guard says he's unsure himself, only remembering a sudden explosion at the entrance before blacking out. He adds that nothing like this had ever occurred at the secret realm before, suggesting something unusual may be unfolding within. A female member proposes using magic to investigate. The guildmaster agrees. She then conjures a magic circle and activates her time reversal ability using her staff. The guildmaster is relieved that the secret realm is equipped with a specialized array capable of recording both internal and external events and enabling time reversal. Once the time reversal spell concludes, the guildmaster is horrified to witness a shadowy entity emerging from the portal. They see the guardian of the trial realm facing off against a bold, dark god who dared to breach his domain. The guardian gathers energy in his hand and launches it at the approaching evil deity. Everyone watches in disbelief as the divine and the corrupted clash. Enraged that the evil god has once again escaped, the divine guardian vows to track it down before more of the world is destroyed. The Azure Sharp Guild members are left in shock by the implications of what they've seen. Later that day, the guildmaster shares the footage with other guild leaders, explaining that for the first time, they now have visual proof confirming the existence of actual gods. President Liu Xinjin of the YU Guild notes that although the entity's identity is unclear, the scale of its spells suggests a power level comparable to legendary forbidden magic. The Epoch Guild's president asks the Azure Sharp Guildmaster to confirm if the trials were said to grant the gods recognition and blessings. The Guildmaster affirms that this was indeed suggested by the realm's internal lore, though they never expected a literal deity to appear. President Huling of the Qianchu Guild expresses concern. If even forbidden-level magic couldn't destroy the evil god, that presents a grave danger. President Luo Yaning of the Wangshao Guild agrees, warning that if the dark god's aim is to annihilate the world, they might not have any effective countermeasures. President Wang Bo of the Illuminati Guild proposes that the god's blessings, earned by passing the trial, might include a method to combat evil gods, possibly even granting new forbidden-tier spells. President Jiang Yi of the Blazing Guild supports the idea, saying it's worth trying and they should attempt it. Ning Feng realizes these guild leaders have long had their eyes on the trial of the gods and now seek to use this opportunity to persuade him to collaborate. He calmly tells them he doesn't object to others trying the trial, but warns that the creatures inside are incredibly strong, and with their current power they wouldn't make it far. He also remarks that none of them may yet qualify for the divine recognition or blessing required. Then, with a knowing smile, he turns to someone named Lao Feng and asks for his opinion. Lao Feng chuckles, feigning confusion, and sarcastically asks if any of them actually lack the strength to try. Jingjian reassures Lao Feng not to be upset, explaining that he was only summoned back because something truly important had occurred. Lao Feng, once the head of Solitary Shadow, scoffs and asks what could possibly be more urgent to them than guarding against mutants. He angrily informs John that his disciples had earlier reported unusual activity in Kenneth City, warnings that were dismissed, forcing them to send an investigative team. He insists that whether or not an investigation took place, it ended in disaster, and had he not stepped in while in Kansas City, innocent lives would have been endangered. Enjin tries to defuse the situation, urging Lao Feng to calm down as he's getting agitated again. Bying recalls hearing that senior Lao Feng had filed for retirement due to the increasing toll of using dark powers and hadn't expected to see him again. Enjin suggests Lao Feng have his disciple show the footage to the mysterious powerhouse in Kansas City, thinking someone of that caliber might uncover important details. Lao Feng, still fuming, questions if John seriously wants to talk about his disciple at a time like this. But when Enjin mentions he's about to send over 2 premium wine cases and that his disciple's military honor is close to being approved, Lao Feng is taken by surprise and begins to calm down. The flames on his head fade, revealing his human form, and he agrees with Enjin's plan. Meanwhile, back at Dune's villa, Ning Feng is alone in his room, focused on the system interface. A mission titled "No Problem" appears, labeled as a trivial task. The goal is to reach his second transformation and fully repair the system. He's startled to see this new mission appear, while the previous one remains incomplete. And judging by the mission's title, he suspects the system, despite its damage, doesn't treat the situation seriously at all. Leaving his room still thinking about last night's terrifying events, Ningfeng questions whether he might have done something wrong. Entering the lounge, he sees unfamiliar faces and asks if they have guests over. Lao Feng asks if the student before him is Ningfeng. Lin Feng greets Lao Feng and inquires about his identity. Du Ying introduces him as Lao Feng, former Solitary Shadow leader and now director of the Adventurer Management Bureau. He also introduces Huang Lan as Lao Feng's disciple and current leader of Solitary Shadow in the province. Du Ying explains they are here seeking help from the mysterious powerhouse. Shocked, Ning Feng asks if Lao Feng is really the infamous Scarlet Flame Grim Reaper. Lao Feng humbly downplays his reputation, calling it an overstatement. Ning Feng knows. Lao Feng has a legendary track record, instrumental in uncovering countless mysteries and defeating major threats. Despite most Solitary Shadow members staying anonymous, Lao Feng stands out as a public figure due to his overwhelming presence. Among the youth, he's one of the top 3 admired heroes, and for Ningfeng, even speaking with him is a memory worth bragging about for years. Lao Feng then says that since it's their first meeting, he didn't bring much, but hearing that Ningfeng is about to take his college entrance exam, they brought 5 million crystal coins and 200 bottles of high-grade experience potions on behalf of the authorities as encouragement. Lin Feng is stunned. 5 million crystal coins is an extraordinary gift. He then asks what exactly brought them there. Huang Lan plays a video, saying she came primarily to hear the mysterious powerhouse's thoughts on it, and that now is the perfect time to show it. She plays the footage from last night's incident. Ningfeng is horrified when he realizes he is the evil god being referenced by the Divine Guardian. Internally, he wants to shout that he's just an ordinary high school student, a model citizen with 5 commendations, and can't believe he could be mistaken for a god of evil. He remembers the system's mission titled "No Problem" and curses it, realizing that the task was anything but minor, and suspects the system might have tricked him on purpose. He tells himself to stay calm. No one knows yet that he's the evil god, and he must not let anything slip. Out loud, he calmly responds that he understands and will forward the footage to the mysterious powerhouse immediately, assuring them he'll relay any updates. Lao Feng thanks him and says they'll wait for news, adding that if Ningfeng ever needs help, he should contact Huang Lan directly. Huang Lan hands Ningfeng a card, and upon seeing it, he recalls that she was the senior sister managing reception on the day he changed his profession, which makes him realize that's likely how his identity got uncovered so quickly. A few minutes later on the street, Lao Feng and Huang Lan are walking together. Lao Feng comments that Ningfeng really matches her description: humble, respectful, and calm. He adds that the official directive is to spare no effort in recruiting Ningfeng if the chance presents itself. Huang Lan then asks if he believes Ningfeng and the mysterious powerhouse are actually the same person. Lao Feng gives a vague response, questioning whether it really matters. He says that since Ningfeng wishes to be seen as a student, they should respect that. It's simpler and safer for everyone. He also notes that even giving 5 million crystal coins to a student wouldn't be considered over the top in terms of etiquette. If a student eventually becomes a mysterious powerhouse, there's no established protocol on how they should be treated, so nothing about this is out of line. Lao Feng adds that while their enemies are growing stronger, as she mentioned, they themselves can only dream of divine blessings without even meeting the qualifications. So their best bet is to rely on the mysterious powerhouse as their strongest possible ally. Inside the villa, Ningfeng sips coffee while reflecting on the probing ability that damaged his system the day before. He suspects it might have been a god trying to locate him. That deity had destroyed his absolute defense in a single strike, which meant the god's power had also reached the level of forbidden spells, making them a terrifying opponent. Ningfeng knows his top priority is to complete the system's 2 missions, with system repair coming first since he's still depending on it to conceal his presence from divine detection. He also sees the trial as critical, realizing that if he can't learn to control the enemy's power, it could become a major risk. He asks Du Ying if Lao Feng left behind any other information. Du Ying confirms and says he'll organize it right away. Du Ying explains that the trial realm resembles a multi-floor tower with an unknown number of levels. It's still largely unexplored, and the creatures inside are far more dangerous than those found in other secret realms. The current record is reaching the 42nd floor, set by his Shifu, the president of the Azure Sharp Guild. Worried that triggering another forbidden spell in the trial might expose him as the evil god, Ningfeng wonders if it's possible to delegate the task, since the mission doesn't explicitly require his personal involvement. He then asks Du Ying if he had watched the footage of AQ clearing the trial levels. Du Ying confirms that he has. Ningfeng asks how many floors Du Ying thinks he could manage if he were the one attempting the trial. Du Ying estimates that he could probably reach the 35th floor. Unaware that Ningfeng was already nearing the power level of a 5-transformation powerhouse, exceeding Du Ying in strength, he trusts Du Ying's loyalty and knows he'd only feel secure if someone from their own ranks undertook the trial. This makes him consider organizing a special training session for Du Ying. The next day, in a nondescript building, someone reacts in shock as Lao Feng asks if the mysterious powerhouse is really sending someone to the Azure Sharp Guild for the trial. Huang Lan confirms that it was indeed Du Ying's message. He's also requested access to their training room, intending to go through an intensive training period. Lao Feng asks if it's true that Du Ying hasn't yet undergone his 5th transformation, and she confirms. Lao Feng smiles, remarking that things are starting to get interesting, which prompts Huang Lan to ask why with a puzzled look. He explains that the heads of all 7 major guilds had tried to conquer the trial realm but failed, including even John, the cunning old fox who also didn't make it. Huang Lan is stunned. John is considered one of the country's most powerful individuals, yet he too failed to succeed. Now embodying his Scarlet Flame Grim Reaper identity, Lao Feng exclaims that this is exactly why he's deeply intrigued by the trial results. Eager to see just how far someone trained by the mysterious powerhouse can actually go, Huang Lan is startled to see her master so animated, and Lao Feng realizes his head is once again engulfed in flames. She understands this flame is the price he pays, constantly burning his own life force, and she can't help but wonder if there's truly no remedy. An hour later, they reach the training facility. Jiangqi excitedly announces that there are now participants at both the 4th and 5th transformation stages, a phenomenon never before seen in their city. A woman mentions that even members of the Yulyu Guild wanted to join but were blocked by Lao Feng. Captain Zhou is visibly shocked by the news. He remembers how, while others were leveling up by fighting monsters, Ningfeng seemed inactive. Now he tears up in relief, thankful he never offended Ningfeng, knowing that could have spelled disaster for him. Huang Lan informs Du Ying that with the right data, the training room can replicate all kinds of battle environments, but it's reserved for those at or above the 4th transformation stage. Du Ying hands a USB to Huang Lan, excitedly sharing that this is his first visit. Lao Feng casually replies that if he likes the place, there are even more advanced training setups available. After Guang Lan plugs in the USB, she's amazed by how accurate the data is. It even lists the monster's weaknesses in detail. What surprises her most is that Liu only reached the 10th floor, yet this much info is accessible. She recalls that the secret realm had once been taken over by its realm lord, so pulling data from his memories would naturally provide the most comprehensive insights into the minions' vulnerabilities. Lao Feng asks Du Ying if they can watch his training session. Du Ying gladly agrees, saying it's an honor to have them observe, but Lao Feng gently corrects him, saying, "Guidance is a generous way of putting it. They're actually hoping to learn something themselves." He has something he's very curious about. He then asks whether the mysterious powerhouse ever mentioned if the evil god truly intends to destroy the world. Kuang Lan is taken aback by the question, seeing the two men locking eyes with serious expressions. Back then, Do Ying had asked him that very same question directly. Asking the person who might be the evil god if he plans on destroying the world struck Ningfeng as impressively bold and perceptive. Since Do Ying was one of their own, simply brushing it off didn't seem right. But he also couldn't reveal too much. It left Ningfeng wondering how best to answer. Returning to the present, in response to Lao Feng's question, Do Ying recalls the answer he got from the boss. It was just 8 words. Lao Feng, curious, asks what those 8 words were. Du Ying replies, "As long as I'm here, it won't happen." Lao Feng bursts into laughter, calling it a casually understated yet powerfully confident answer. So typical of the boss. Huang Lan quietly marvels at what kind of powerhouse their boss must be to treat even gods so lightly. Meanwhile, Ningfeng silently takes pride in his ability to answer cleverly and stay composed. Lao Feng then tells Do Ying that the next phase of the Secret Realm trial will be in his hands. From outside the training chamber, they watch as a simulation of a crumbling tower begins, with Do Ying being slammed to the ground. He's immediately swarmed by demonic creatures launching fierce attacks. Du Ying cries out as he unleashes his power in response. Lao Feng asks if he wants to come out and take a break, but Do Ying refuses, saying he's fine. He'll just rest for a bit and then try again. Internally, he's determined not to waste the chance Ningfeng gave him. Kuang Lan observes that these monsters have already surpassed the level of the 4th transformation and admits she wouldn't be able to pass the trial herself. Lao Feng recalls that Kuang Lan once mentioned Ningfeng awakened at 18 and completed his first transformation within mere days. This leads him to wonder, could Ningfeng truly be capable of such feats? Maybe a miracle lies ahead for Diwan. If the boss can shatter the existing combat system, Diwan might tap into even greater power, almost like receiving divine favor. Lingfeng realizes he misjudged the difficulty. He thought knowing the monster's weaknesses would give him the advantage, but he ignored the fact that humans, along with their gear and skills, all have limitations. Knowing weaknesses is useless if you can't reach your enemy. He also accepts that if Diwan can't clear the trial, it'll ultimately fall on him to complete it. But his combat experience is lacking, and relying solely on forbidden spells is risky, especially if they get exposed. He informs Lao Feng and Kuang Lan that he has to head out, as school resumes next week, and he needs time to prepare. Lao Feng agrees and assures him that if he ever needs help, he shouldn't hesitate to ask. As Ningfeng walks through the city, he reminds himself he must grow stronger before classes resume, and that getting powerful gear or skills for Diwan would be ideal. After confirming no one is nearby, he pulls out a flight scroll, his best tool for moving undetected. He activates it, recalling he had the Yuncheng Trading Center procure a batch for him, enough to last a while. With that, he sets off on his journey. Just minutes later, he arrives at his target location and dons his armor. He finds one of the 2 unregulated wild secret realms Diwan previously mentioned, currently outside any authority's control. But nearby, he spots signs that a battle took place recently. Intrigued, he steps into the secret realm, determined to investigate further. Meanwhile, deeper within the realm, someone steps over the corpse of a fallen man. A large man asks his leader if he saw a light beam earlier, and the boss confirms it looked like a flight scroll. He wonders aloud if this is another foolish attempt to take them down. The surrounding mutants laugh, saying the humans must have a death wish. Their leader then declares that they should let the humans come. After all, more humans mean more sacrifices for their revered demon lord. He announces triumphantly that, thanks to their efforts, the demon lord has finally amassed enough energy, and today would mark his grand arrival, a long-awaited moment. The mutants erupt in cheers at the announcement. Unbeknownst to them, the dead man had a communicator pinned to his chest, allowing his teammates outside to hear every word. Alarmed, they question what the mutants meant by the demon lord's coming. Could it mean a secret realm invasion? A woman immediately reports to her captain that the mutants claimed the invasion would begin today, at the mountain. The captain responds that, if true, the invasion will first impact the closest city, Chang'an, putting it in imminent danger. One team member anxiously asks what their next move should be. With a grim face, the captain explains that their entire fourth squad has already been wiped out, and even if they charge in, they won't be able to prevent the invasion. Fear starts to spread as he admits that the monsters inside are too strong, and the city's protective magic barrier won't be able to hold them off. He then commands his team to retreat immediately and alert the authorities to begin evacuating the public. Every life saved counts. When one man asks about the captain, he replies that without surveillance gear, they don't know exactly when the invasion will begin, so he'll stay behind to gather intel and report back. The team protests, unwilling to leave him behind, but the captain shouts at them not to waste time and to move fast. With heavy hearts and shut eyes, they flee, reluctant to abandon their leader, but understanding they have no choice. The captain stares up at the sky, tension in his face, and mutters, "Why today of all days?" He calmly contacted his child, mentioning there might be a practice emergency drill soon, and advised her to stay with her mom and not be scared. She asked about his whereabouts, and he told her he was working and would call later. Right after the call ended, his phone rang again. It was his child trying to reach him. He picked up, and she asked why he hung up before she finished talking. Curious, he asked what else she wanted to say. She sweetly wished him a happy birthday, just as a massive burst of dark energy erupted from the hidden realm above. At the same time, his squad was racing back to their city, with one member asking if the terrifying darkness meant the secret realm invasion had already started. Their thoughts went to their captain, likely still alone and tearful in the forest. Near the secret realm's gate, the mutant leader proclaimed the arrival of immense power, claiming the great demon lord would bless them with more gifts. As he walked further, he stumbled upon a spellbook titled Ice Cold Arrow. This was a legendary Frost Dark Forbidden spell capable of unleashing an unending icy apocalypse across the land. He tapped the surrounding ice and was thrilled to find the monsters here offered high experience gains. He instantly reached level. Knowing it was time to enhance his skills, he opened his system and chose to learn the newly found spell. Moments later, a gate leading deeper into the realm revealed itself. The mutants dropped to their knees, believing the demon lord had arrived. A figure stepped through the portal. It was him, distractedly picking his nose, looking entirely baffled. The mutants stared at him, stunned, and he looked around, slowly piecing the situation together. He blurted out, completely confused, "What the hell is happening here?" The mutant boss demanded the location of the demon lord. He insisted the demon lord had already been encased in the cold, unyielding ice. Not recognizing the intruder, the boss determined he wasn't the demon lord's avatar or a realm guardian. His strange appearance made the boss question how he even dared to enter alone. Recalling the earlier use of a flight scroll, the boss guessed he was a mere opportunist trying to align with the demon lord, but scared off by the dark energy. He interrogated him, asking if his presence there meant he wanted to serve the demon lord. The reply was a flat, uninterested no. When the boss pressed further, asking why he was there, he snapped back that it wasn't any of his concern. This irritated the boss, who then arrogantly introduced himself as Gurung, a notorious fugitive behind over 200 deaths. The response? A cold, "You're just annoying." The mutants around them looked horrified, unsure how things had gone so off-script. He decided it was time to showcase the dark spell he had just acquired. The spell, called Sorrow of Abuse, ensnared foes in illusions, revealing their flaws and subjecting them to torment based on their deepest weaknesses. Through it, he saw Gurung's vulnerabilities, a hidden shoulder injury caused by a flawed skill combo, lowering his strength and agility by 5%, and reducing his skill impact by 20%. Realizing how deeply the spell analyzed enemies, he noted that no weakness could stay hidden under its scrutiny. Gurung, noticing the intense gaze, challenged him, daring him to fight or flee. Enraged, Gurung shouted that he had a death wish. His followers began chanting for his death, hyping each other up. Then silence. Everyone froze as the air grew ominously dark. They looked up to see a malevolent being grinning down at them. Without warning, it struck Gurung right in his injured shoulder. Within the illusion, he realized he could mold the surroundings to endlessly exploit the enemy's pain points, like a devil tormenting a mouse. Thus, the spell's name felt fitting. He thought to himself, although the spell was cruel, the tactical advantage of exposing every flaw was invaluable. Right then, their captain sent a status report back to the team. Observing how odd things felt, he noted that no activity from the secret realm had reached the mountain, despite all the time that had passed. So he figured he'd better head up and see for himself. Although his team tried to dissuade him, he insisted it made no difference. If danger was truly inevitable, dying at the peak or at the base was only a difference of distance. When the captain arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, he was speechless. Gurung, the infamous A-class fugitive known as the Blade of Embers, and his entire crew had been completely annihilated. A woman from his squad expressed disbelief, pointing out that 4 separate teams had died hunting Gurung, and now here they were, dead. Another member asked what was going on inside the secret realm. The captain answered that it appeared the entire realm had been sealed by a fierce ice storm, with not a single monster remaining alive. Someone asked about the final boss, and the captain replied that he was going to check on that now. What he saw shocked him. The boss was frozen solid. He told the team he'd confirm its death himself, remarking that no one would have guessed such a powerful being could fall to a single strike. When asked if the boss was really dead, he said no loot had dropped and no XP had been gained, so it had to be dead. One teammate asked if, with the boss down, the secret realm invasion planned for that day would still happen. The captain didn't answer, too busy jabbing at the frozen demon lord's body with a stick to make sure it wasn't faking. Later, at Dune's villa, he asked if Doing was still training, suggesting he take a break and rest up a bit. Doing, frustrated, admitted he was stuck on the 45th level, disappointed in himself for not being strong enough and feeling he'd let him down. But he simply smiled and told Doing not to worry. He encouraged him to take a short break and reassured him that the main goal had always been to help him grasp the secret realm's nature. He promised special demon training for the following week. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Doing cried with joy and said he was relieved that he hadn't been abandoned. He replied warmly, "Of course not." Doing then asked what he wanted for dinner and offered to order it immediately. He walked off humming, visibly happy. While casually checking his phone, he suggested they play a few games together during the break. Just then, a message came in from Lao Feng. Feng asked if he wanted to grind for ranks, adding confidently that he was a Tank Thief 6 veteran. Suspicious, he questioned whether it was really Lao Feng messaging or if someone had hacked his account. But Feng quickly sent a voice message confirming it was truly him and asked if they could team up as a duo. He reflected that Feng might appear serious and composed, but few would guess he secretly enjoyed gaming. Turns out, he was full of surprises. A short while later, the two of them pulled off a victory. He shot Feng a voice message, expressing how impressed he was by his gaming prowess. Feng replied that he used to play often with his grandson, but now that the boy was studying hard for college entrance exams, they rarely gamed together. He joked that despite everything, they were still the same age. He told Feng they should try playing as a trio next time, to which Feng enthusiastically agreed. It was a plan. He knew that Feng held a respected government position and had a strong sense of justice, making him think that having a good connection with Feng could really benefit him in the long run. Feng suddenly changed the subject, sharing that 3 prestigious universities were organizing a supernova training camp to scout top students. Those who excelled could skip entrance exams and receive abundant resources. Feng asked if he was interested. He had 2 open slots. At first, he figured having a forbidden spell meant college was irrelevant. But then it hit him. Without real combat experience, he'd be crushed if he ever had to face one of the so-called gods. He eagerly messaged Feng, saying he was in. Feng confirmed he'd reserve both spots and said if he had a friend to recommend, they could apply together. Grateful, he thanked Feng. Feng glanced at a photo of his grandson on the desk and murmured that Ning Feng and the boy had similar vibes. Maybe they'd hit it off as close friends. The next morning, at City 7 Middle School, in Grade 3, Class 2, a girl told her friends that this year, even average universities had raised the bar for combat majors. Some college students couldn't meet the requirements and had to switch to non-combat paths. A boy pointed toward Ningfeng, snoozing in the back corner, and asked if being a 3-star awakened was really any better than being a 1- or 2-star dud. The girl sighed, saying it felt pretty disappointing. Just then, the speaker crackled to life, signaling the start of class. Their teacher, Kai, announced a new student had transferred in and asked everyone to be kind and welcoming. The room froze. Every student stared, jaws dropping, as the new classmate stepped in. Chang Nuku entered shyly and introduced herself to the class. Ningfeng sat up, startled, wondering if this was the same Nuku who stirred chaos in the secret realm last time. Whispers broke out. Students panicked, realizing she was indeed Mukyu, the fourth ranked on the national supernova list. They couldn't understand why someone like her would leave a prestigious city school for a small-town class. Mukyu turned to the teacher and asked if she could sit beside Ningfeng. After a moment's hesitation, Teacher Kai nodded in agreement. Nuku made her way over and sat down next to him. Ningfeng caught one of his male classmates glaring at him in envy, clearly annoyed that yet another pretty girl was sitting next to him. He quietly glanced at Nuku, who was sitting calmly by his side. Meanwhile, over in the principal's office, Principal Zhang confronted Principal Fang of City 7 Middle School, demanding to know how he managed to poach Chung Nuku from their school. Fang played innocent, telling Zhang to relax and claiming he had no clue. Zhang snapped that Nuku hadn't just left. She also took one of their coveted training camp slots with her and asked if Fang had any idea what that meant for their future enrollments. Fang was well aware that only 4 camp slots were given to the entire province, and now, thanks to Nuku joining them, his school had secured 2. It all clicked into place. Fang now understood why Principal Zhang had personally shown up. It was about more than just a transfer. A sudden knock on the door interrupted them, and Fang invited the visitor in. An assistant stepped in and reported that someone had come by to see him but couldn't reach him due to his phone being off. Fang asked who it was and mentioned that he'd silenced his phone for the meeting with Zhang. Both principals were stunned when the assistant casually said it was Lao Feng from the Adventure Management Bureau. They quickly left the office to meet him, and Principal Fang extended a respectful handshake to greet Feng. Both men knew how rare it was to see Lao Feng in person. He was usually just a figure on television. Feng introduced a young man beside him as his grandson, Fang Rui, who offered the principals a polite greeting. Fang asked how he could assist, and Lao Feng calmly stated that he had 2 matters to discuss. First, he revealed that his grandson was transferring to their school, shocking both principals. Principal Fang recalled that Fang Rui was ranked 12th nationally on the supernova list, known for his class, the Bloodborne Dark Knight. He remembered that Rui had held back due to worries about losing control of his dark power. Otherwise, he might have easily cracked the top 5. Principal Zhang glanced at Principal Fang with suspicion, puzzled by why Lao Feng's grandson would choose such a backwater school, until it clicked. With Rui's arrival, the school automatically secured another camp slot, since every supernova-ranked student came with one. Lao Feng then casually dropped his second bombshell. The Bureau had 2 more training camp slots and had decided to assign both to this school. Principal Fang could hardly believe his ears. Zhang, meanwhile, was dumbfounded. Their province was usually far behind in these matters, barely allotted a handful of slots. What made this small school so special that it drew in elite attention? With a sly smile, Principal Fang turned to Zhang and politely said that, as he could see, things were quite hectic, so he wouldn't hold him up any longer. He instructed his assistant to escort Principal Zhang out. A short while later, Fang and Rui sat alone with Principal Fang in his office. Principal Fang hesitated before asking, were those 2 new slots really meant for Ningfeng from Class 2, Grade 3? And was Ningfeng truly qualified, given that he'd only awakened recently? Lao Feng gave a nonchalant nod, saying it was the Bureau's arrangement and didn't need further questioning. Principal Fang agreed immediately, promising his full cooperation. Feng knew well the Bureau's authority. It operated independently from the 7 major guilds and wielded great influence. With someone like Feng backing Ningfeng, his future could be limitless. Fang couldn't help but wonder how Ning got tied into this. Back in the classroom, Class 2, Grade 3, Ningfeng sat in quiet confusion. Nuku was next to him, Rui behind him, and the familiar faces of Shu Ting and Du Yongshu had popped up too. Blinking, he asked them how they ended up transferring to his class as well. Shu Ting chuckled, saying they just wanted to stick close to their boss. The school had contacted Zhao Cheng, but he declined, so she got the spot. As the boss, Ning gave the last spot to Zhang Shu. Every rep for the school's training camp was now in this room. Off to the side, Mu Q and Yu locked eyes, both radiating silent tension. Zhang Shu greeted Rui, saying he'd heard of him before. Rui laughed it off, saying there was no need for formalities. They should all look out for each other from now on. Nuku realized she wasn't the only one drawn to Ningfeng's charisma. She'd need to push herself twice as hard to gain his trust and recognition. Her face turned red as she remembered the small gift she had prepared for him. She began thinking of the right moment to give it. All around them, their classmates looked on in disbelief. wondering how Ning Feng had ended up in the center of such a high-caliber circle. Even setting Ning aside, the students around him made for an elite squad, outshining even top-tier classes from major cities. Ning Feng chuckled softly to himself, feeling the sudden energy and buzz that had gathered around him. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, why had Zhao Qing turned down the offer? And was anyone paying attention to Zhao Qing's abrupt disappearance? Elsewhere, in the home of Zhao Qing, a solemn man sat quietly on a couch, as his assistant reported that there was still no trace of their young master, Zhao Cheng. He asked if they should consider informing the authorities. The man replied that he had already assigned someone highly capable to the task and expected news soon. There was no need to panic just yet. Then, he asked about the situation at school. The assistant said he'd arranged for an extended leave, citing that Zhao Cheng was undergoing special training. The principal seemed disappointed to lose Zhao's training camp spot, but didn't press further. The man nodded, commending his secretary for handling things smoothly. He said he'd go check on little Cheng's room and not to disturb him unless something urgent came up. He quietly climbed the stairs and gently pushed open the door to Zhao Cheng's room. Stepping inside, he moved toward a wall filled with Zhao Cheng's childhood and teenage photos. He reached out and touched a picture of a scenic landscape, the kind Zhao Cheng always dreamed of visiting. As he touched the picture, the wall clicked and split apart, revealing a hidden room tucked behind it. He stepped in solemnly, heading straight for the center where a blood-stained stone pulsed faintly in the dim light. Back at school, Rui pulled out an item and handed it to Ning Feng. "It's a skill book I picked up a while ago. See if it's useful to you." Ning Feng opened it to find a summon. Water elemental skill. His eyes widened. Summoners were a rare class, and books like this were priceless. Not wanting to be outdone, Nuku quickly handed over her own gift, annoyed that Rui had stolen her moment. Ningfeng unwrapped a battle mage skill book, another rare profession with scarce resources. He was quietly impressed. However, he knew he couldn't learn either book just yet. Before school began, he had tried to enter the second wild secret realm to level up, but the entrance had rejected him. The system had notified him that a 5-person team was required to trigger the challenge. He realized that he'd gone in blind, wasting time with nothing to show for it. These new books, though, lit a fire in him. He needed to build a stronger, more informed circle. Smiling gratefully, he thanked both of them, saying, "I wish I had something worthy to give in return." Then, almost as an afterthought, he pulled out 2 items and handed them 40 bottles of high-level EXP potions. Nuku gasped. She had heard that these potions were exclusive to elite Azure Guild members. Rui, equally shocked, knew these were auction house rarities, and Ning had just handed them over casually. Both of them made a silent vow. They must stay close to Ningfeng. Yu stepped forward and said she had a gift too. Ningfeng waved it off with a chuckle. "It's enough already, what is it?" "It's from wine," she said. "He brewed a new potion and told me to give it to you." She handed it over, and Ningfeng's eyes lit up when he saw it. Later that day, at Dune's villa, Dune greeted Ningfeng at the door, surprised to see him back so soon. Ning explained that students in the training camp could set their own schedules, and nothing important was happening at school today. Dune recalled Ning mentioning demon special training earlier that week, but nothing had come of it yet. Was it forgotten? Before he could ask, Ning handed him the potion. "This is for you. Try it and tell me what you think." "It's called Revitalizing Elixir," Ning said. "Made by Shu Wai. It's designed to heal deep-rooted internal injuries. Drink one now, then we can begin demon training." Dune lit up with gratitude. "You didn't have to go through all that trouble. Thank you." But Ning just smiled. "It's no trouble at all." Dune downed the potion. Ning waited a moment before asking, "How do you feel?" "Warm," Dune replied. "Places that always ached feel better now. Way better." Ning nodded. This was a high-grade potion for sure. Last time Dune had been hit by a forbidden spell and left with lingering damage. 1 bottle, and he was nearly healed. "All right," Ning said, standing tall. "Time for demon training. Don't be nervous. Just follow my instructions." Dune straightened up and answered with full respect. "Understood?" Ning warned. "If at any point you feel like you can't keep going, say something immediately." That caught Dune off guard. But he met Ning's eyes, filled with determination. Sweat already beading on his brow, he locked gazes with Ning. Ning activated his Sorrow of Abuse skill, an ability that allowed him to visualize weaknesses like glowing cracks in a form. His eyes narrowed. He could see Dune's lung damage was healing. Could this be the elixir's doing? We'll start by identifying your weak points, Ning said. Then we'll tailor your training around them. Dune nodded. Ning continued. First thing, your skill primordial force overload is harming your lungs. It's not suited for you. Secondly, Ning Feng pointed out that Duan's skill combinations were flawed. Hook Star, grasping the moon, and Falling Star attack couldn't chain smoothly, yet Duan kept using them as a habitual combo. He continued breaking things down, exposing each technical flaw, leaving Duan in awe of how sharp Ning's eye was. He could see through everything at a glance. After the breakdown, Ning said, "All right, let's start the special training." Duan immediately geared up without hesitation. Just as he got into position, a sharp object suddenly flew at him. He tried to parry, but the object vanished and reappeared behind him. Before he could react, the blade struck his stomach. Duan dropped to one knee, clutching his side. Ning walked over and asked, "Can you keep going?" Duan grit his teeth and replied, I can't." Ning nodded, satisfied. The dummy attacks had done their job. Thanks to prior testing on guinea pigs, he had perfected his control over the skill. Though the pain was real, the attack didn't harm Duan's mind, just his body. As Duan stood back up, he thought, "In this world, probably only he can help me grow stronger. I won't let him down." Reigniting with resolve, Duan shouted, "Again!" Half a month later, at the training grounds, a demon lunged toward him. Duan stood still, calm as stone, waiting. The demon slashed its claws at him, but Duan dodged at the last second, flipping behind the creature and unsheathing his dagger midair. With a clean thrust, he stabbed it through the back. The demon let out a shriek and collapsed. Dead. Wiping the blood from his cheek, Duan turned and yelled, "I'm ready for the next one." Anglin, who had been monitoring, was stunned. "There is no next level," he admitted. "That's all the data we have." Duan gasped, then dropped to the ground, chest heaving, sweat-soaked and exhausted. Still lying there, he asked Ling Feng with trembling emotion, Did I make it?" Feng smiled proudly. "To push a fourth transformation adventure this far in just half a month? It's a miracle. We need to secure this mysterious powerhouse at all costs." He laughed, feeling his head flush with excitement again. Huang Lan, standing nearby, frowned. "You should take it easy. Your health..." Feng waved her concern off. "I'm a mutant. Just making it this far is already a miracle." But Lan knew better. Enrolling his grandson in Qini City meant Feng had begun making preparations to pass on his legacy. She asked softly, "Is there any way to offset the price of the power of darkness?" Feng didn't answer. "Let's talk about that later," he said. "I need to take Duan to the Trial Secret Realm first." Later, at the Azure Sharp Guild, the presidents of the 7 great guilds waited as Feng and Duan arrived. One man stepped forward, smiling. "I'm Engine, of the Yu Guild. These are the leaders of the 7 great guilds." Duan's eyes swept the room. Each one of them was 5th transformation or nearly there. Even his master had never seen all 7 together before. The revelation of the gods must have really shaken them. In the presence of such overwhelming power, only his boss, Ning Feng, remained composed. That's why Ning deserved to be boss. Meanwhile, He Shi, who had just broken into 5th transformation, frowned. Why the grand welcome for someone still in the 4th? He was annoyed that Feng was being so secretive, and while the other guild leaders fawned over Feng, trying to gain favor, He Shi found their behavior shameless. They proceeded to Shi Yu's realm, where echoes of divine presence could still be felt. "Everyone wants a chance to witness your strength," Shi Yu told Duan. "Would you be willing to let us stream it through the formation?" "That's fine," Duan said casually, "but I want something in return." Moments later, a tripod with a phone was set up. The 7 guild presidents stood behind it, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as the live stream began. The guild presidents stared at the screen, wondering if the mysterious powerhouse was truly the one on the other end of the live stream. Some were tempted to speak up and introduce themselves, but none dared. They all knew, if they angered that powerhouse, the consequences could be catastrophic. Meanwhile, back at Duan's villa, Ning Feng was sprawled out on the couch munching on chips and watching TV when his phone buzzed. He looked down at the screen and realized the trial had begun. Seeing Duan's performance, he sat up, startled. How was he that fast? Duan's movement speed was several times faster than his own. Li, who had been sitting beside him, stammered, Is Is he really just at the 4th transformation? Duan blazed through the 30th, 40th, and even 50th floor, his progress on full display for all to see. Shu jumped to his feet in shock, shouting, he already passed the floor that Engine struggled with. At breathtaking speed, Duan reached the final boss of the trial. Calmly and methodically, he engaged it and defeated it with little effort. The trial cleared. The room fell silent. The guild presidents sat in stunned disbelief. He actually did it. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from above Duan. A system prompt appeared. You have obtained the blessing and recognition of the gods. First clearance reward unlocked. The reward, God's Forbidden Spell. Everyone gasped. Some nearly dropped their devices. Shuyu's face turned pale with fury. Wait, that was a first clearance reward? If Duan received it, no one else would ever get that chance again. She muttered bitterly, this is my secret realm. That reward should have been mine. You have obtained the scanned Duan. He was taken aback when it indicated, your current adventurer profession is not suitable for learning the forbidden spell. What does that mean? Duan asked aloud. Ningfeng, still watching from home, suddenly remembered something. According to the Realm Lord's memory, our professions haven't yet reached their optimal forms. Was that why? The system then updated, reward adjusted, divine emblem granted. Duan blinked, confused. The system explained, Duan's profession belonged to the strength category, blessed by the 12 main gods, marking him as a candidate for the true Holy Spirit. He had now unlocked 3 unique advancement paths. The first, Sword Saint of Martial Spirit, a powerful warrior wielding chi-infused swords, known for decisiveness and elite combat instinct in high-stakes battles. The second, Supreme Fighting Saint, a purist who shunned external weapons, relying solely on their own limbs and raw strength to break through limits. The third, Martial Soldier Immortal, a tactical genius proficient with all weapons, able to learn enemy techniques mid-battle, belonging to the strength-based mastery class. Duan thought for a moment. His weapon had always been the short sword. Sword Saint it is. As he confirmed his choice, a glowing emblem appeared in front of him. The system displayed, you have obtained the condensed Chai emblem. Item grade, orange. Effect, permanently increases strength +4, true Chai recovery speed +180%. The system advised him, this emblem is formed from divine law itself. Do not fear. Simply absorb it and let the essence take root within you. Suddenly, Duan pointed to the sky. Look! Everyone turned their gaze upward. The heavens opened, and divine light rained down upon the world. The system message appeared once more. Trial of the gods. Ruins of Laurel City cleared. World level increased by plus divine emblem. Drop rate, 0%, 1%. The same system notification echoed across Kini City, catching thousands off guard. People pulled out their devices to record the phenomenon. None of them had ever seen anything like it. Back in the villa, Ningfeng stood silently by the window, watching the divine glow spreading through the sky. The system showed him a mission prompt. Trial of the Gods, objective. Pass the trial secret realm and harness its power. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed. It's time. The notification eventually shifted to display completed. The presidents of the 7 great guilds were alarmed upon seeing the message, especially after hearing that it was visible worldwide. Dune emerged from the dungeon and made his way toward the guild, where the president was already awaiting him. In Yangon, someone noticed that Dune's strength had surpassed the usual limits of a 4th transformation, leading them to suspect that his existence could disrupt the world's entire power structure. The guild leader then invited Dune to join them, and other guild presidents extended similar offers. Dune politely declined, saying he wasn't planning to join any guilds at the moment. Later, upon returning to his villa, Dune tearfully told Ningfeng that he had succeeded and didn't let him down. Ningfeng laughed and praised him, saying his own efforts had also contributed. He admitted that he couldn't see his phone screen clearly at the time and began sketching something. After showing it to Dune, he asked if this resembled the divine emblem Dune had described. Dune confirmed it did and noted that while the designs varied, their shapes were all the same. Dune asked if Ningfeng was familiar with those emblems too. Ningfeng nodded and explained he'd gotten one during a dungeon run and had given it to Wang Yu. That revelation led to an awkward silence between them. Dune thought to himself that Ningfeng had casually given away a divine item, which made him feel he still had a long way to go. He recalled that divine insignias form from concentrated divine energy, and wondered if Ningfeng, having divine power, could create them even in regular secret realms. Though he didn't like admitting it, Dune recognized that even the evil god was, after all, still a god. But another issue weighed on him. He began to suspect he might soon be facing threats from all 12 main deities. Dune explained that the 7 major guilds were already moving to find more secret trial realms to get divine emblems, and soon, every guild would join the hunt. He understood that completing a trial causes the system to acknowledge the user, letting others potentially harness their power. But what if the person completing it wasn't an ally, but an enemy? He came to see that the divine emblem was a smaller issue. Passing the trial might unlock a forbidden spell. If such a spell ended up with someone hostile to him, it could be catastrophic. Even worse if his presence was revealed to the gods. He wondered if there was a way to make sure only his own people completed the trials, but knew how unrealistic that was. Dune then mentioned there was something else on his mind, though he wasn't sure if what he did was the right thing. Curiously, the other person asked what it was. Dune replied that back when he was with the Azure Sharp Guild, Shiyu had told him that, though it was awkward to bring up, their contract stated that any rewards from secret trial realms must be returned to the guild. Dune apologized to Shiyu, explaining that he had already absorbed the divine emblem, but offered the remaining items back. Shiyu yelled at Dune, demanding he hand over the divine emblem or be prepared to stay there permanently. But she wished she could say that seriously because deep down she couldn't. Meanwhile, the guild leaders were stunned by the orange tier equipment, rare gems, and the formula for the potion of forgetfulness. They knew this potion could delete a selected skill, freeing up a valuable skill slot. Since skill slots are limited and level ups hard to get, this potion meant more flexibility and potential. She smiled, realizing this potion, like the high-grade XP potion, could reshape the world. If the Azure Sharp Guild controlled both, it would attract elite members and surpass rival guilds in power. The only concern, keeping Dune from revealing the recipe. She reminded Dune that under their agreement, he was bound to keep the recipe confidential and forbidden from sharing it. Dune replied that he had previously seen the same recipe from his boss. It was identical. This revelation stunned Shiyu and the others. Dune explained that even if he didn't share it, his boss could still produce that potion. She countered that their investigations showed the rewards from the first secret trial completion were one of a kind and never seen before. She argued the mysterious powerhouse must have acquired the recipe somehow and asked Dune for proof. Dune stayed silent, prompting Shiyu to smile smugly, thinking he couldn't possibly use the mysterious figure to pressure her. No one could steal what was rightfully hers. Dune admitted he had no qualifications to prove anything on his boss's behalf. But if it was about evidence, his boss also knew the recipe for their high-grade experience potion and had already brewed it. Shu was stunned and asked how that was even possible. The other guild leaders began to panic, realizing that the mysterious powerhouse had knowledge of the secret trial realm's contents. They wondered if Dune had already used such potions himself. Then, one of the guild leaders noticed Fang grinning on the side and asked what he was laughing at. Fang replied that he just remembered something amusing. Jingjian asked what was so funny, but Fang dismissed him, saying it was none of his business. That irritated the guild leader, who called Fang an old rascal, but Fang only smirked in response. Fang then connected the dots. No wonder Rui mentioned Ningfeng had casually handed out 40 bottles of experience potions. He clearly didn't value them much. Transferring Rui to another school had turned out to be a smart move. Dune then said if nothing else was needed, he'd take his leave. Fang offered to walk him back. The two left together, leaving the guild president speechless as they watched them go. On the way, Fang quietly asked Dune if he could check whether the mysterious powerhouse had any other potions. He admitted his body had been corrupted by dark energy and was slowly failing. Despite this, he longed to live just a little longer, to stay with his grandson. Dune said he would make inquiries on Fang's behalf. Fang sincerely thanked him for the consideration. Later, Dune apologized to Ningfeng, saying he shouldn't have made decisions alone. But Ningfeng reassured him that he'd done nothing wrong. He wanted to help Fang too, though he wasn't sure if the nourishing potion would be effective in Fang's case. Ningfeng then instructed Dune to deliver a few bottles of the nourishing potion to Fang when he had time. Dune agreed. Dune later arrived at Fang's residence and asked Huanglan if Fang was in. She informed him that Fang had an important meeting and returned to the bureau. Dune told her he'd brought potions meant for Fang. Huanglan told him to leave them with her. She would make sure Fang received them. Moments later, Huanglan rang the bell at Lao Feng's apartment, but no one answered. She wondered whether Rui was home or had gone somewhere, feeling a bit lost in unfamiliar Kansas City. She turned and left, deciding to return tomorrow, unaware of the dark energy seeping from Rui's room. Inside, Rui knelt on the floor, trembling as tendrils of darkness emerged from his body. A demonic voice asked Rui if he wished to save his grandfather, offering aid in exchange for submission. Rui answered defiantly, declaring that as Feng's grandson, he would never betray humanity by forming a pact with a demon. The demon mocked him, saying humans cling to fragile ideals, and questioned how long Rui could maintain his resolve. It warned him that once his grandfather died before his eyes, he might not be able to speak with such courage. The next day, Rui sat alone on the schoolyard steps, lost in heavy thought. Ningfeng approached and asked if something was bothering him. He then offered to play a few games with him to lighten his mood. But Rui apologized, saying his grandfather didn't allow him to play games at school. Ningfeng smiled and told him that when Feng returned, the three of them could team up. He mentioned how good Feng had become, which genuinely impressed him. Rui replied sadly, saying his grandfather only learned to play because of him, back when he was a kid. Rui explained that his parents had died while on a mission, which devastated him and caused him to shut himself away in his room for a long time. His grandfather, unsure how to console him, remembered his love for competitive games and secretly taught himself how to play them. During Rui's darkest moments, his grandfather stayed by his side, helping him slowly recover, something Rui would always be grateful for. Rui then apologized to Ningfeng for suddenly bringing up personal memories, assuring him he didn't mean to make things awkward. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Feng was listening to a briefing from a reporter. The reporter introduced Peng He, a third transformation, 4-star professional, noting he had been imprisoned 8 years ago for injuring someone in a secret realm. Though sentenced to 15 years, he mysteriously vanished 6 years ago. The reporter continued, introducing another man named Gu, also a third transformation, 4-star professional, and a monitored subject who disappeared from his home 5 years prior. Just a few days earlier, both men suddenly appeared in Peng's hometown of Jingyuan City, where they gruesomely murdered 2 adventurers and their entire families. Feng's secretary reported that the 2 victims had been members of the team that captured Peng years ago, implying his motive was revenge. However, another attendee pointed out that the victims were reportedly 4th transformation experts, questioning how they were so easily overwhelmed by 2 third transformation fighters. One man said that the home surveillance footage from one of the victims had captured the incident. The group then watched the footage, which showed Ying confronting one of the adventurers. The adventurer swung a sword at Ying's head, but he dodged effortlessly and counterattacked with a small, needle-like weapon that pierced the adventurer's body, stunning the entire room. They watched in horror as Ying ruthlessly cut down the man, who screamed and bled profusely. Feng's secretary observed that Ying clearly possessed strength beyond even 5th transformation level. He added that in a direct confrontation, even he might lose to Ying, and questioned how someone with a 3rd transformation could reach such terrifying power after vanishing for years. Meanwhile, in Zhao Cheng's home, a man sat nervously waiting inside. His anxiety spiked as the door creaked open and Peng entered with Ying beside him. Zhao Cheng's father greeted them, asking if they'd made any progress. Peng answered that they hadn't found Zhao Cheng yet, but during their search, they detected an immense surge of dark energy. Cheng's father asked what that could mean. Peng explained that lesser, favored ones can only harness dark power through blessings from a demon lord. For instance, the guy who died recently in Kansas City was merely a disposable pawn. True favored ones like them are directly chosen and trained by a demon lord, vanishing from the world while undergoing intense training in a secret realm. Based on what they knew, Peng said Zhao Cheng's case resembled their own in the past. He suspected Cheng might have been selected by a demon lord and given access to a secret realm. Cheng's father revealed that his son had been performing rituals recently and wondered if they were connected. Peng admitted he wasn't sure, but had inspected the ritual chamber Cheng used. The configuration was accurate. If Cheng continued the sacrifices, his potential could earn him a demon lord's favor. Cheng's father became ecstatic, boasting that he had expected this all along and sneering at the idea that the Wang group could ever compete with him now. Pigman handed him a card and asked if he could arrange a car for them to reach a particular destination. Glancing at the card, Chung's father asked if they were heading out to search for someone. They replied calmly. They were going to meet a future recruit. Rui recalled someone once telling his grandfather Feng that his son and daughter-in-law had sacrificed their lives to seal a rampaging entrance to a secret realm. Their actions had saved the entire city from destruction. On behalf of all the citizens, they offered their deepest gratitude and heartfelt condolences. That night, while silently gazing up at the stars, Rui was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell ringing. He approached cautiously and asked who was there. When he opened the door, he was greeted by the unsettling smiles of Ying and Peng. He asked whom they were looking for. Peng, ignoring the question, asked if he was Rui. When Rui confirmed, Peng motioned toward the interior and said they should go inside to talk. Feeling the menace in their presence, Rui asked again who they were. Peng responded that they had come on behalf of their master and that, from now on, Rui should address them as senior brothers. Startled, Rui asked who their master was. Peng simply said he should have met their master the previous night. At that moment, Rui spotted a demon standing behind them. Without hesitation, he activated his bloodborne night transformation. But Peng quickly closed the distance, grabbing Rui's face and slamming him into the wall, causing it to collapse. Peng scolded him for attacking his senior brother, calling it extremely disrespectful. Struggling against the hold, Rui cursed at them and tried to free himself. In response, Peng drove a heavy fist into his abdomen, making Rui cough up blood as pain tore through him. Peng told him that their master thought he was a bit too reckless and had sent Peng to help calm him down. He continued, saying that their master saw great potential in Rui, offering him power beyond imagination and even a chance to save his family, if only he would agree to serve. But Rui shouted defiantly, telling him to keep dreaming, infuriating Peng. Just then, Ying entered and casually mentioned that he had checked the house. Old Feng wasn't home. Peng sighed, saying it was a pity. He had hoped to greet the elder. Rui, trembling now, pleaded with them not to hurt his grandfather. Peng shrugged off his desperation, musing aloud that sacrificing someone close might awaken even greater dark powers. He declared that Feng's life now hung by a thread, and Rui had 3 days to make his choice. Join them and leave the past behind, or refuse and witness his grandfather's death on the 3rd day. Peng glanced at a framed photo of Rui and Feng on the nightstand and chuckled that it might serve nicely as a memorial image. Meanwhile, deep within the wilderness tribe's secret realm, a monster lunged to attack. The protagonist easily countered, channeling flames through his staff to incinerate it. Still, he felt irritated that he hadn't found a decent place to level up, forcing him to grind combat experience in low-level secret realms. Suddenly, the system issued a mission. No problem, just a small matter. The objective: reach the 2nd transformation and complete the system's repairs within 60 days. He was currently on day the failure penalty, eradication. He realized he'd have to target a nearby secret realm to finish in time. His phone buzzed. When he answered, Duan was on the line, saying Feng had something to ask him. Sensing hesitation in Duan's tone, Ning asked directly if it was something difficult, urging him to speak plainly. Duan then confessed that Old Feng hoped to become the apprentice of the mysterious powerhouse. The next day, in the city's 2nd hospital, Rui thanked a visitor for coming and asked how he was feeling. The visitor explained that his body was doing fine, but he needed to stay under observation in case the dark energy inside him spiraled out of control. Noting they were in a special ward for mutants, the visitor admitted he'd never seen it before. Rui laughed softly, saying ordinary people would never have reason to come there. At the same time, Old Feng explained to Doman that the 2 men posed a serious threat and were disrupting public order. Although they'd been searching for a solution, nothing had worked so far. Out of desperation, he had sought help from the boss, and to his astonishment, the boss agreed. Duan relayed that the boss had made his stance clear. It wasn't about taking Feng under his wing as a student, but rather offering him a chance to grow stronger. The boss preferred peace but had no tolerance for unchecked evil. Feng nodded, then inquired if there were any conditions. Duan went on, saying the boss requested a private training ground. Nothing extravagant, just something low-key and secluded where he could train and handle special tasks. Feng promised to prepare something appropriate right away. Suddenly, they heard Rui's voice shouting from down the hall, demanding to know why someone was there. They rushed toward his hospital room without hesitation. Inside, they found Rui in a tense standoff with Peng. Fing quickly stepped in, explaining that Rui might have gone a bit overboard previously, and that's why his junior brother ended up hospitalized. Peng had only come to apologize. Just then, old Feng himself appeared in Rui's room, his aura flaring as he shifted into his rage state. Yet Peng remained composed and asked if Feng truly wanted to battle in a hospital. Feng fell silent, recognizing the consequences. Peng smirked and said that since a fight wasn't happening, they would be leaving. He reminded Rui he had 2 days left to decide. Without another word, they calmly passed the still silent Feng and exited Rui's room. As they left, Jing spotted Duan and was visibly shaken by the encounter. Ying, on the other hand, walked away chuckling to himself while Duan glared after them. Feng apologized to Duan, but Duan brushed it off, saying it wasn't Feng's fault at all. He then casually offered some fruit, noting it looked ripe and would be a shame to waste. Later that night, at Cheng's father's private estate, Peng and Ying were living it up, celebrating with beautiful women by their sides. Peng mentioned hearing about the remarkable daughter from the Wang family. Cheng's father asked if he meant Wang Yu, and Peng confirmed it, adding that while CEO Qing planned to use her in a ritual, Peng could claim her if he was interested. Suddenly, the wall exploded inward with a deafening crash as Peng burst out laughing. From the smoke, 2 masked figures, Duan and Ning Feng, stepped into the room. Cheng's father demanded to know who dared enter. Duan simply stated that everyone aside from Peng and Ying should leave immediately. Peng smirked, amused that they had actually come looking for them. As Ying raised his weapon and lunged forward, Peng casually kept drinking. Just as Ying's attack closed in, Duan unsheathed his dagger with lightning speed, deflecting the strike and catching Ying completely off guard. Realizing the strength Duan now possessed, Ying thought to himself that if it weren't for their boss's training and divine blessings, Duan might have killed him outright. He couldn't understand how Duan had blocked the blow, then realized Duan only needed to delay him briefly, just long enough for the mage behind him to strike. This made Ying question if they really thought they could win using such a setup. Spinning around, he prepared to counter an attack from behind, only to find Ning Feng casually sitting cross-legged on the ground with his sword and staff beside him, munching on a snack while watching the battle unfold. Ying was stunned and furious. Duan shoved him and sarcastically asked what exactly he was staring at. Still composed, Ying activated his armor, refusing to be rattled. He then leaped back and launched a fresh assault, but Duan met the strike head-on, parrying it once more. Near the doorway, Cheng's father and the women looked on in shock. The women whispering nervously, wondering if they should flee since they clearly weren't safe staying there. Cheng's father then realized that Peng was radiating a powerful energy and morphing into his battle armor. At the same time, Ning Feng casually remarked on how unexpectedly delicious the melon seeds were while locking eyes with him. Out of nowhere, a sword came slashing toward Ning Feng, but he effortlessly parried it with his own blade, redirecting Peng's attack and facing him head-on. Noticing that Peng was now fully clad in demonic armor, Ling Feng then activated a forbidden technique, his innate slaughter ability that gradually boosts all stats up to 100% when using both spells and weapons in tandem. Peng was stunned to encounter such a formidable battle mage, wondering how such power existed. Without warning, a razor-sharp rock shot up from beneath Peng's feet, which he narrowly dodged. Immediately after, another strike came from behind, which Peng managed to intercept with his sword. At first, Peng thought Feng's fighting style was unimpressive and amateurish, but then it dawned on him. Ning Feng was holding back deliberately. Suspecting a hidden plot, Peng grew more alert. Peng then lunged forward to strike, but Ning Feng stood calmly, waiting. With minimal effort, Ning Feng kept deflecting Peng's attacks as if it were second nature. Spotting a brief opening, Ning Feng hurled a spike toward Peng, which Peng deflected. But then Ning Feng flung his blade and landed multiple stabs on Peng. Realizing his theory was right, Peng sensed that Feng's strength was increasing throughout the fight. Peng quickly leapt back, shouting for him to pause. Ning Feng ceased his assault. As Peng proposed they sit down for a proper discussion, insisting that 2 strong fighters didn't need to battle to the death. Yet Ning Feng refused, coldly declaring that only one of them would survive. Enraged, Peng yelled at him not to act so high and mighty, saying that in his master's eyes, Feng was just an insignificant speck. This puzzled Ning Feng, who asked if Peng's master was the demon lord of the secret realm. With pride, Peng confirmed it, boasting that his master's power was beyond comprehension and had crushed many demon lords in that hidden realm. His master's favorite pastime, he claimed, was turning the corpses of mighty enemies into magnificent trophies. Ningfeng then asked if Peng's master truly took joy in killing lords and collecting their remains. Peng chuckled and affirmed it. Then Ningfeng gave a sinister grin and asked him, where the hell was his precious master now? Meanwhile, outside the structure, Kuang Lan reported to Feng that the battle was occurring on the top floor of the Zhao Corporation building. Eyewitnesses believed it was Peng's residence. He and gone. Feng focused his energy and cast a scanning spell aimed toward the top floor. The spell soared upward and halted precisely at the top level, giving Feng a clear view into the room. Peering in, he saw Peng locked in combat with a masked individual, none other than Ningfeng. Feng confirmed it was Peng and noticed he appeared unsettled, while the masked figure radiated magic, using a cloaking spell to obscure his identity. The elder Feng observed that the mystery man's attributes rose by 20%, 40%, and 60% with each successive strike. Feng was amazed. The man's moves were basic, yet his raw power overwhelmed his foe. Feng wondered where this powerhouse had come from. Abruptly, Peng transformed into his full demonic form and tried to devour Ningfeng whole, successfully swallowing him. Fully transformed, Peng couldn't believe he had to resort to such an extreme move, but smirked, saying it was troublesome because he'd have to deal with the aftermath. Old Feng, witnessing this, was utterly stunned and found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, chaos still raged as others continued their fierce clash. Yang jeered, mocking, Doing about his boss getting swallowed and asking if he wasn't even concerned. Doing replied coldly that he wasn't in a position to worry about his superior. He then slashed Zhang across the chest with his dagger, stating that Zhang had no right to worry either. Yang howled in agony from the wound. As Peng walked onward, he overheard Cheng's father loudly praising him, calling him exceptional and claiming the weaker ones were no match. Enraged, Peng instantly cleaved Cheng's father in two. The two nearby girls screamed in horror as Peng declared Cheng's father to be the true weakling. Thinking to himself, Peng decided that since his transformation was already complete, he might as well feast on more worthy prey. But just then, he noticed a detection spell floating outside the window. Old Feng, alarmed, shouted to his squad that their presence had been discovered. Peng turned, grinning, and obliterated the probe with a laser from his eye. Suddenly, immense pressure erupted from his stomach, forcing him to his knees. Lingfeng burst out of the ruptured belly of Peng. Ningfeng realized the escape took longer than expected, proof he still lacked experience in real combat. As he stared at Peng's lifeless body, he silently called out to him, unaware of Doing sneaking up behind him. Doing then struck, delivering a deep gash that left Ningfeng gravely wounded. Seconds later, the terrified girls fled the scene in tears. Lying beside the injured agent, Ningfeng urged him to hold on and not die just yet. He then commanded Ying to answer his question. At the same moment, deep within the blood mist valley of the secret realm, a demon informed the demon lord that intruders had breached the realm's entrance. The demon lord, suspecting they were after him, ordered everyone to fall back. However, he sensed that Peng's spiritual link had shattered, signifying his death, along with Ying's, who had activated his vessel just before dying. Ding Feng asked where his master was. In response, Ying said he resided within the Blood Mist Valley and vowed vengeance. The demon lord realized that if the enemy could kill Peng, his forces would stand no chance. He decided to intervene personally, and the demon departed. The demon lord reflected that though his minions were devoted, they relied purely on brute strength. Only humans had the potential to evolve endlessly through sacrifice. Without warning, another skeletal head emerged from his body. Long ago, the demon lord had been a lesser demon until he discovered a relic belonging to an ancient overlord. This artifact granted him immense strength and taught him to manipulate humans. With its guidance, he crushed foe after foe, preserving their remains as twisted trophies. He assumed this time would be no different. Grinning, he raised the relic in triumph, but was instantly struck by a bolt of divine lightning. It was the forbidden spell Thunderous Descent, a spell that summoned heavenly wrath through a massive storm. Meanwhile, Ningfeng wandered through the mist-choked realm, asking aloud what kind of bizarre place this was. The fog was so dense he couldn't find his way or a single monster to train against. Just then, the system notified him that he'd discovered relics in-game. He was thrilled. They appeared untouched. Tracking the aura, he eventually found a relic clutched in the hand of a pitch-black statue, unaware that it depicted the demon lord, Peng's proud master. He absorbed the relic and realized it was the only one present. This made him question what happened to the countless relics he had been promised. After absorbing it, he stretched gleefully, noting that all of his stats had risen by 100 points. Even without using abilities, he could now defeat most level 7s with raw power alone. Now that he had surpassed level 40, new skills became available to him. He pulled out the Summon Water Elemental skill book, pondering whether it could summon something as mighty as a demon lord. If not, perhaps his power would make him resemble an evil god even more. Deciding to test it out, he first learned the spell. He soon discovered it was a dark spell capable of either summoning waves of dark creatures for 12 hours or calling forth a high-level demon lord permanently. Disappointed, he groaned, feeling like it had no immediate use. Still, the idea of summoning a demon lord intrigued him. It might come in handy at a critical moment. The next morning, Duin reported to Old Feng that the two targets were too dangerous, so they eliminated everyone to prevent loose ends, though it meant losing all leads. Still in his wrath form, Old Feng thanked Duin deeply, stating he and the boss had protected countless lives and that he couldn't express his gratitude enough. Duin modestly replied that he was being too generous. Huang Lan was relieved that the authorities placed their trust in Old Feng's judgment and respected the mysterious figure, easing doubts and avoiding potentially massive destruction. Old Feng then informed Duin that the state also valued the situation highly. He'd heard the boss wanted a training space, and multiple locations were quickly approved. He handed over a detailed folder to Duin, explaining that these were top-tier, purpose-built training facilities with everything needed, secluded, well-equipped, and secured from external interference. What no one realized, however, was that Ning Feng's so-called training base was merely a cover. He didn't want to expose his real methods. Du In planned to let him review the options himself. When they arrived, Ning Feng was surprised by how vast and scenic the base was. As they toured the site, Duin explained that it was the government's newest adventure hub, codename Base 51, not yet in operation. Feng offered it to Ning Feng if he liked it. Shocked, he stuttered, asking if he meant the entire facility. Duin confirmed it. They continued exploring as Duin elaborated that the 10-floor compound included spaces for combat training, administration, recreation, housing, and could host up to 2,000 people. The infrastructure was cutting-edge, complete with advanced smart systems. Duin assured him that staying there long-term, 1 or 2 years, would be no problem at all. Ning Feng grinned, thinking this place was perfect for building his power and growing his influence. Just imagining the possibilities filled him with excitement. Later they met again with Old Feng, who wasn't surprised the boss picked Base 51. It was clearly the best option. He reminded them that they'd saved Canyu City twice and took down major threats like Ping. Thanks to their valor, the government fully backed them. There would be no cost, they just had to sign for it. Ning Feng raised an eyebrow, impressed at how generous the government was, offering such a massive base for free. Du In clarified that the boss didn't like dealing with trivial details, so both of them would oversee the base's management. Old Feng offered further assistance, suggesting that if the boss wanted to form a guild, he could help organize it. Du In then asked if there was a way to access real-time information without going through the hassle of setting up a guild, mentioning that the boss wasn't good with tech or the internet. Old Feng acknowledged that for someone of national-level strength, it was expected. He said their agency could open a dedicated intel channel synced with bureau data, excluding top-secret materials. Ning Feng realized that this must be how high-tier figures were treated by the authorities. Compared to his own exhausting data collection methods, the bureau's channel was far more effective. Still, he planned to establish multiple sources and never rely on just one. The idea of forming a guild seemed like too much administrative work. Since he wasn't short on high-level resources, Ning Feng considered transforming the base into something entirely new. After signing the documents, they stepped outside. Duin informed Old Feng that the boss's specialized training would begin next week, and they'd notify him in advance. Grateful, Old Feng thanked them. Just then, Old Feng received a call from Quinlan. Quinlan reported that recent investigations had uncovered more mysterious disappearances, similar to the incidents with Peng and Yang. It seemed that such dangerous individuals would keep appearing, leaving Old Feng stunned. He realized that no matter how powerful the boss was, facing this threat alone would be impossible. He sighed, wishing there were a quicker way to raise a strong fighting force. A while later, Old Feng returned to the apartment, where Rui welcomed him warmly. Noticing Rui's suitcase, he asked where he was headed. Rui excitedly shared that the supernova training camp was about to begin. Ningfeng had arranged a high-intensity program for a few select people and had just called to say they'd be heading to the base in 2 days, so he was getting ready. Surprised, Old Feng asked how many would be joining. Rui said there were 5 of them in total. Transforming into his hype ghostwriter form, Old Feng was impressed that the boss was still willing to train others. Rui, shocked and amused, told his grandpa he was on fire again. Old Feng assured Rui not to worry. Thanks to the potion Duin had given him, his health had improved significantly, though controlling the dark power remained difficult. He then asked who else Ningfeng had invited. Rui replied that, aside from himself, only a few close friends were chosen, people Ningfeng had known for a long time. Old Feng realized then that the boss valued personal connections. Excited, Old Feng offered to help pack. Rui was confused, but before he could object, Old Feng zipped around the room, packing Rui's things at lightning speed. He reminded Rui to follow Ningfeng's instructions carefully, take breaks, join the ranked matches, and not forget to call home, leaving Rui speechless. The next day, Wang Yu, Xu Ting, Zhu Jiangshu, and Xu Yi arrived near the marked coordinates. You noticed that the location matched what Ling Feng had said, but it just looked like a forest. Suddenly, a light burst from beneath them, transporting them directly into the training base where Ningfeng and Rui greeted them. Yang Shu asked Rui if he'd been there long, and he said he had only just arrived a few minutes before them. Xu Ting whispered to Yu that she was relieved Chengnuku wasn't invited. Inside, they were all stunned by the base's scale, remarking that even the headquarters of the 7 great guilds paled in comparison. Yu asked how he managed to find such a place, and Ningfeng said it belonged to an elder in his family. He had just borrowed it for training. This surprised Yu, who realized he'd never mentioned family before. Ever since awakening, Ningfeng had become more and more enigmatic. Ningfeng then introduced Duin to the group, saying he'd be responsible for their training sessions. Rui greeted Duin with enthusiasm, shocking everyone. Duin told them to follow him to the training room. Zhangshou asked Rui how he knew Duin. He looked a bit nervous. Rui explained that some time ago, a bizarre celestial event occurred, and it was Duin who had cleared the trial of the gods. That feat meant his strength even surpassed President Liu of the Weiyu Guild. The group was left speechless, stunned by the revelation. A minute later, they arrived at the training facility. Duin observed their eager and confident expressions, surprised by the motivation radiating from them all. Meanwhile, Ningfeng quietly noted that by using forbidden magic to simulate realistic training environments, he could keep his true power hidden. Rather than forming a traditional guild, Ningfeng chose to focus on cultivating powerful individuals. With ample resources and carefully selected, trustworthy companions, he could create an alliance that operated with more flexibility. Moments later, the special training began. Wang Yi unleashed her formidable aura, but was suddenly struck on the shoulder by a surge of dark power, causing her to scream in pain. The oppressive atmosphere and overwhelming dread felt terrifyingly real. She realized that without proper preparation, such training could crush someone mentally. She wondered if Ningfeng had endured this kind of brutal experience to become so powerful. Meanwhile, Yangshu and Xu Ting trained on their own. Though they didn't consider themselves prodigies, Ling Feng's example gave them hope that effort could surpass raw talent. Rui Yi trained silently as well, thinking how he couldn't rely on his grandfather forever. He wanted the strength to protect those important to him. Zhu Yi remained focused and quiet, using his intellect to guide his training. Ningfeng smiled, impressed by how motivated and serious everyone was. Later, back at the base, they were all utterly exhausted. Zhao Yongshu collapsed into a seat and groaned, saying it felt like he'd been tortured for centuries. Yu nodded in agreement, admitting she thought she was going to die. Just then, the training room door opened, and Duin walked in, informing them that the day's training was over. He told them to rest well. Starting tomorrow, he would lead more targeted sessions. Later that evening in the VIP room, everyone gathered at the dining table. Yu commented that even though the special training had just begun, today's gains already surpassed what she'd achieved over the past few years. She added that without external guidance, they'd never realize their own weaknesses. Rui realized something odd. The darkness inside him had remained calm all day. No matter how hard he pushed himself, it hadn't spiraled out of control like before. Suddenly, Xu Ting burst into tears. Ning Feng immediately asked what was wrong. Yu explained that both Shu Ting and Zhao Yangshu had been under a lot of stress lately. Their school had several students accepted into the supernova training camp, attracting harsh criticism online. Curious, Ning Feng opened his phone and asked where the comments were. Yu pointed him to the source. He read posts questioning how a school like Kanyu No. 7 Middle School, previously unheard of, managed to send so many students. Some accused them of benefiting from some hidden powerhouse. Checking their background, Ning Feng saw that Shu Ting and Zhao Yangshu's performances were only average, certainly not the strongest candidates. Although both were 4-star professionals, what really puzzled others was Ning Feng himself. There was zero public information about him. As he continued reading, he noticed one account that persistently defended them in every thread. A particular comment by user 5281210 said people should learn the facts before spreading rumors. Another commenter sarcastically asked who the user thought they were. Maybe Shu Ting or Ning Feng themselves. Ning Feng dug into the account to find out who was behind it, and discovered it was Chung Nuku. He was intrigued when another commenter asked if Nuku was the same person ranked 4th on the supernova list, and wondered why Ning Feng hadn't addressed any of the criticism personally. He turned to the others and told them that Chung Nuku had been the one posting all the defenses online. Yu was surprised, saying she didn't expect Nuku to stand up for them like that. Sniffling and wiping her tears, Shu Ting begged everyone to stop spreading those hateful messages. She confessed that when she first got the training spot, she had been terrified of letting Ning Feng down. But now, after just one day of training, she felt stronger, and her tears were from joy. Laughing, Ning Feng reassured them, saying they should just keep training and not worry about online noise. He added with a grin that he had a surprise gift coming for all of them. When Yu asked what it was, he teasingly replied that it was a secret. She glared at him in frustration, but he just chuckled. That night, as the others rested, Ning Feng sat on his bed, lost in thought. From the memories of the demon lord he had absorbed previously, he began to uncover information about the so-called evil god. There exist 7 malevolent deities born from the void, revered by the creatures lurking in hidden dimensions. However, he was never counted among these dark gods. In truth, he was once celebrated as one of the 12 supreme deities, hailed as the almighty god of magic. Alongside his 11 divine peers, he led a crusade to vanquish the 7 genuine dark gods, halting the advance of the shadow beasts into the realm of light. With the shadow threat eliminated, the almighty god of magic became engrossed in the study of darkness. Eventually, this obsession consumed him. Thankfully, his fellow gods realized this in time and launched a grand battle against him. Defeated, he escaped, thus becoming what is now known as the evil god. This tale has been passed down for generations in the world of light and is widely believed to be true. Yet among the demonic tribes of the shadows, a completely different version is told. They claim that after the darkness was repelled, the mortals grew complacent, losing faith in the gods who had created them to be worshipped. Enraged, the gods began turning mortals against one another, using them as pawns in their divine games and sacrifices. Even the dark-dwelling monsters emerged again, seemingly with divine consent, forming the secret realms. Only the almighty god of magic, who cared little for worship or offerings, refused to partake in these divine manipulations. Then, without warning, war came to his followers, who were ill-prepared and nearly wiped out in a single wave of violence. Furious, the god of magic demanded the other gods cease their senseless games, only to be met with mockery. The tension boiled over into a cataclysmic war. Normally quiet and unassuming, the almighty god of magic revealed his true power in battle, slaying 2 gods and gravely wounding 6 before being forced to withdraw. Since then, his whereabouts remain unknown. Some whisper he wandered into a mysterious realm, neither light nor dark, and vanished. Fearing vengeance, the other gods tarnished his name and desperately searched for his location. Eventually, he finds himself deep within a secret dungeon, facing down a herd of charging minotaurs. Calmly, he lifts his crystal staff and unleashes a devastating spell, obliterating the beasts and earning a hefty amount of experience. Pleased with the decent experience from weak foes, he figures the dungeon boss might drop high-value loot. Just then, the iron-armored minotaur, the boss of the secret realm, bursts onto the scene and rushes him. Smirking, he leaps into the air, brandishing his blade and targeting the monster's skull. But the sword shatters the moment it strikes, splintering into fragments. Staring at the broken weapon, He realizes his level and gear aren't up to par with adventurers who've undergone 4 or 5 transformations. The battles have taken a toll on his equipment. To his shock, the iron-armored Minotaur grins at him mockingly. Fueled by rage, he tosses aside his shattered blade and taps into his forbidden magic. The Minotaur's expression twists in disbelief as he's struck by a wave of dark energy. Within seconds, the beast is slain effortlessly. Despite the victory, he's disappointed. His level only jumped from 43 to 47, and the boss gave minimal experience. He feels the broken sword wasn't worth the trade. Determined to grow stronger, he learns a new move, Windblade Technique, which evolves into the forbidden art of dark arrows and wind. The system informs him that the dark erosion wind is a savage tempest infused with corruption, devouring all that shines. He knows stacking forbidden spells gives him an edge, especially since he constantly fears running low on firepower. But he also understands that without the right weapons and armor, even forbidden magic won't save him against a boss or elite guards. He decides to head out, wondering where the next secret realm lies. In the meantime, he plans to visit a nearby city and stock up on better weapons. Not long after, he arrives at the bustling trade center. A woman there shows him a collection of orange-grade swords and invites him to take his pick. Frustrated by the mere 7 swords on display, he asked for the total price and declared he'd buy every last one. The woman was stunned, curious about his identity. Despite looking young, he held the elite black card from the Unchained Trading Center and purchased 7 orange-grade swords effortlessly. She was even more shocked when he showed zero interest in the top-tier Sky Vault sword, treating it like low-level green gear. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door. The woman permitted the visitor to enter. Her assistant, Gao, stepped in to report an urgent issue, but she calmly responded that she was attending to a VIP client and they'd speak later. Someone then questioned Gao, asking why her guests were prioritized when both parties had supreme black cards. He implied their GU family's young master deserved no less than the Golden Sky treatment. The person stepped into the room. It was none other than the prestigious young master GU Junzhou. Gao was caught off guard. She knew the GU family's reputation, and that any friction could cost her job. But when she noticed Ningfeng calmly sipping tea, she was stunned. He was addressed as Boss Ningfeng, prompting Ningfeng to glance up in confusion and ask who he was. Yunji was upset he didn't even recognize him after taking all the gear. But instead of causing a scene, he introduced himself, which jogged Ningfeng's memory. He casually added that it was quite the coincidence running into him again. They had tried to dig into Ningfeng's past before, but strange barriers kept cropping up. Online sources were chaotic. Some claimed he had just awakened at 18, others said he was a reincarnated god. Nothing was reliable. Shu figured that anyone who could stump the GU family must have a deeply hidden identity. He then inquired if any of the swords caught Ningfeng's attention, but with a nervous laugh he said he was only joking around. He told Ningfeng to pick what he liked, all while secretly thinking he'd rather walk away empty-handed than risk being robbed again. Gao and the others found it hard to believe that the usually aloof young master Youngju, ranked second on the national supernova chart, was treating Ningfeng with such respect. He then told Ningfeng he'd be heading out and told him to take his time. Ningfeng simply nodded. Moments later, in the men's restroom, he slammed the sink with frustration, yelling that the whole thing had been humiliating and he needed to act before he exploded. He grabbed his phone in a fit of rage, logged into a backup account, went to a forum, and made a post. In it, he raised suspicions about Ningfeng and called for a deep investigation. Mook replied almost instantly, warning him not to spread rumors without proof. That reply made him explode. He shouted that even she, with her bold features and straightforward demeanor, had turned on him. Enraged, he screamed in the restroom that he'd uncover the trial secret realm and make Ningfeng pay dearly. Meanwhile, after completing his purchase, Gao and the others bowed with reverence, expressing hopes for Ningfeng's return. He stepped outside the trading center with a quiet sigh of relief. Moments later, he was back in the secret realm, slicing through foes with his dark powers, one monster at a time. He kept fighting through boss battles until he finally hit level. Reaching that level was a relief. It meant he could now begin his second evolution. Without forbidden spells, it would have taken much longer. Then, out of nowhere, an altar rose before him. It reminded him how these monsters had once served twisted deities, until the 12 main gods wiped them out. These monsters now relentlessly attack the human world, aiming to resurrect the 7 true evil gods through powerful beasts aspiring to rise as evil gods themselves. Yet, the so-called main gods never truly protected humanity. Instead, they viewed him, an alleged false evil god, as their ultimate enemy. Thinking it over, he began to suspect the legends about the all-powerful god of magic might be true. To the gods, humans and other beings were nothing but toys in their divine game. With that thought, he cast a dark incantation onto the altar, which instantly erupted into shards as he turned away. Rage swelled in him. Neither monsters nor deities could be trusted to be kind. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Y. He glanced at it but chose to ignore it for now, since he was planning to return anyway and pick up the second transformation quest along the way. Back at the training base, Zhu Ting was stunned to find that her brother, Y, had set up an entire laboratory. She blurted out how cool it looked, before curiously grabbing a pink potion and holding it up, joking that it looked tasty. Y quickly warned her not to drink it, revealing it was a forgetfulness potion, freshly made, that would erase a skill from memory completely, turning anyone who drank it into a fool. Spouting and Yang Shu were left wide-eyed and speechless by that bombshell. You asked if this mysterious potion was the surprise Y had teased earlier. He shook his head and clarified the real gift was something entirely different. He then revealed a stack of skill books, leaving everyone stunned to see they were all of orange rarity. He listed them off. An orange-grade shadowless arrow for archers, link heal for priests, giant strength for berserkers, and heavy barrier for shield warriors. Yang Shu commented that orange tier skills were unheard of in the marketplace. Only purple ones were typically seen. Zhu Ting was too shocked to speak. You asked if these orange skills were loot from secret realms. Ningfeng confirmed it, explaining they came from high-tier secret zones and that with stronger teams they could all take on such realms in the future. Rui noted that if orange skills dropped there, those realms must be extremely tough. He also pointed out that Ningfeng's strength was on another level entirely, but Ningfeng just told them to quit slacking. There was only a week left before the training camp began. They needed to hurry up and master their new skills. As they made their way through the corridor toward the training grounds, they ran into Old Feng and Duan. Upon seeing his grandfather, Rui lit up, while the rest of the group was awestruck to meet the renowned Old Feng, who greeted them kindly. Despite having spent a few days with Rui, meeting someone like Old Feng felt surreal. She thought about how just weeks ago, such a meeting would have felt impossible. Meanwhile, Old Feng looked them over, wondering if they were all Ningfeng's companions. He thought that having such a strong mentor at their age meant their future was limitless. Lin Feng knew it was the start of a new week, and that Old Feng's arrival coincided perfectly with their special training schedule. Luckily, there were multiple training rooms, so everyone could train in shifts. Old Feng asked about Rui's recent progress and whether he'd been a handful. Ningfeng replied with a smile that Rui had behaved well, and said it was a great time for Old Feng to visit. He asked if he'd like to observe the group's progress, and Feng agreed with interest. Together, they headed to the training hall, where monsters had been summoned for practice. You launched your shadowless arrow skill while Rui activated heavy barrier, Yang Shu unleashed the sheer power of giant strength, and Shu Ting supported everyone with a perfectly timed link heal. Feng turned to Duan and praised the youth's combat skills, though he noted they still looked a bit rough. Duan chuckled, explaining they had only just acquired those powerful orange-grade techniques. Feng blinked, surprised. Did you say orange skills? Duan nodded, elaborating that the abilities were rare drops from top-tier secret realms. The atmosphere had ignited with anticipation. People assumed the authorities had been preparing tactics to conquer top-tier secret realms for a while now. However, they had yet to succeed, and rumors swirled around the mysterious item drops. It was the first time he'd ever laid eyes on genuine orange-tier skills. Feng turned to Duan, asking if he could inform the authorities, noting they had previously agreed it wasn't classified information since the news would spread sooner or later. Feng understood that while those youths were still green, they would eventually gather experience. With backing from the enigmatic powerhouse, they'd soon surpass the older generation. Rapid growth would lead to remarkable milestones, making them the cornerstone of future forces. At the Hall for Changing Professions, Ningfeng casually greeted Kuanglan with a wave. She looked startled and asked if he had already completed his second transformation. He simply laughed it off. He then made his way to the device, and Kuanglan assumed, correctly, that he was there for the second transformation. She was amazed. Reaching level 60, which took others over 2 years of effort, had taken him only 2 months. Standing at the machine's core, the system displayed the prerequisites for the omnipotent god of magic's second transformation. First, enter the secret realm Blooming Ice Field and retrieve the elemental emblem. Second, gather 20 transformation stones. Third, collect 100 soul essences, all within 7 days. The mission was classified with a 6-star S-level difficulty. He was taken aback by the requirement of 20 transformation stones when normally only 1 was needed. Knowing those stones couldn't be obtained from monster drops but instead had to be mined from crystal veins, he realized how scarce they were. He chose to check the Yuncheng Trading Center first, hoping to buy them all. A short while later, he arrived at the Yuncheng Trading Center. Yik apologized, explaining that a surge in profession changes had caused a shortage in transformation stones. Yukai asked for 3 days to gather them, curious as to why Ningfeng needed 20 of them. Ningfeng accepted the time frame, thinking 3 days was manageable, and opted to begin the emblem mission immediately. To save time, he placed an order for soul essences through the trading center. He also mentioned to Yukai that he had some miscellaneous loot he hadn't gotten around to sorting, suggesting they handle it now. Jack responded that it wasn't a problem. Ningfeng brought out the loot, asking Yukai to check if there was more among it. He pulled out a staggering number of items, leaving Yukai in awe. Among them were over 10 purple tier skills and a large stash of orange-grade gear. Yukai was thrilled, knowing high-quality equipment was always in demand, and this haul would make their annual performance record unbeatable. Yukai suddenly understood why Mayor Dong Ming had been so insistent about treating Ningfeng with the utmost care. Overcome with emotion, he shed tears of joy, silently thanking Dong Ming. He had truly hit a goldmine. The next morning at the Blooming Ice Field Secret Realm, groups of adventurers were recruiting teammates to challenge the realm's boss. A knight respectfully apologized to Ningfeng, saying this situation was unprecedented and he needed to consult his superior. Ningfeng nodded in agreement, and the knight hurried to report to his captain. When asked what the issue was, the knight explained that a young man wanted to enter the realm solo. The captain was shocked and questioned whether this was a joke, reminding the knight of the Bureau's latest rule. Only official guilds with at least 5 members were allowed entry. The knight replied that he was aware, but the young man held a special permit issued by the Management Bureau that granted solo access. He presented the card, stunning the captain, who inspected it carefully. The captain then walked over to Ningfeng, thanking him for his cooperation and confirming that the permit had been verified. Ningfeng expressed his gratitude and appreciation for their assistance. As Ningfeng approached the entrance of the realm, the captain couldn't help but wonder about his identity. The permit had been issued at the same time the new rule came out, almost as if it was made specifically for him. The knight jokingly suggested that Ningfeng might be a high-ranking inspector sent from above, which left the captain dumbfounded. The knight quickly clarified he was only joking, though, to be fair, it might actually be true. The captain barked orders at his team, telling them to be on their best behavior and act like proper inspectors were watching, ensuring everything was in perfect condition. Meanwhile, Ningfeng entered the realm feeling reassured. It was fortunate he had mentioned this to Feng earlier, which secured him the exclusive permit for solo access. He spotted a staircase leading to the first level, surrounded by a chain and a warning sign. Disregarding the warning, he approached and leapt over it. Mid-air, he triggered his Earth Spike wall ability, summoning stone spikes to form a ladder, breaking his fall. He landed smoothly on the icy floor and glanced upward, stunned by the sheer height he had just descended from. Unexpectedly, a boss creature began moving toward him. He wondered if this was a hidden boss, feeling excited because it looked incredibly impressive. Unleashing his dark aura, he told the creature they should wrap this up quickly. The boss paused, seemingly recognizing him, and called out, addressing him as Lord God, asking in awe if it was truly him in person. Ningfeng was both startled and bewildered by this. The monster shouted emotionally, claiming that despite being blind, he could still sense his presence and was certain it was the Lord God, his master, Archmage Hani Ning. Feng was filled with questions. Who was this Lord God? Was the monster truly talking to him? Had it mistaken him for someone else? And did he really carry some kind of dark divine aura? Ningfeng asked Henan why he appeared like that. Henan responded with an apology, saying he couldn't fully explain it, but their group had been ambushed by rival followers and suffered devastating losses. Henan had perished in that battle, but somehow ended up here. He had been plagued by eerie whispers and overwhelming urges to kill, until Ning Feng's presence brought him clarity. That jogged Ning Feng's memory. He recalled the followers of the omnipotent god of magic being attacked. Could this Lord God title be another name for that deity? With tears in his eyes, Hanan asked if Lingfeng had come to rescue him. Lingfeng awkwardly admitted he wasn't sure, noticing Hanan's deep disappointment upon hearing it. He quickly followed up by saying he might not be the Lord God Hanan believed he was, explaining he was just a student assigned to eliminate him. Hanan froze, visibly surprised. But then, a glimmer of hope crossed his face as he asked if Ning Feng had come to release him from his torment. Ning Feng responded honestly. He didn't know. Hanan speculated that perhaps Ning Feng had lost parts of his memory. While he wasn't sure what exactly had happened, he insisted that even if Ning Feng wasn't the Lord God, they must have had a strong connection. He continued, reverently calling him the master of all laws, the venerated omnipotent god of magic. That stunned Ning Feng. He suddenly realized his profession truly was linked to the omnipotent god of magic. Laughing, Henan declared that he had known it all along and urged Ning Feng to end his life. Ning Feng hesitated, asking if there was another way to obtain the elemental emblem without killing Henan. With a sorrowful smile, Henan admitted he didn't know but told him not to worry. Death might be the only peace left for him. Ning Feng paused, locking eyes with Henan, then asked if he had any last wishes. Henan nodded and requested a little time to talk, saying that after so long, even a short conversation before dying would give him peace. Ning Feng agreed, commanding Henan to share memories from the past. Henan began reminiscing how Ning Feng used to disguise himself in human form to visit the mortal world. Though they all knew he was the Lord God, they had to act like they didn't, which had been painful. Ning Feng remarked that the behavior didn't sound very divine, and Henan laughed, saying he had always been carefree. They had truly cherished those times, just as they cherished this moment, without feeling pressured. Henan then inquired about Ning Feng's recent life. Ning Feng casually responded that it wasn't much, just classes, leveling, and gaming in his spare time. Henan, intrigued, asked what he meant by games. Ning Feng offered to show him, only to become annoyed upon realizing there was no connection available in this realm. Hanuman stood and acknowledged that their time together was almost over, saying how much he had enjoyed the conversation. The two exchanged a quiet look, and Ning Feng made a promise that if the opportunity arose in the future, he'd take Henan to experience those games himself. Smiling warmly, Henan replied that it was just like old times, just like the promises Ning used to make when visiting the mortal world. Without any hesitation, Ning Feng slashed at Han and stood silently as he saw the elemental emblems lying on the floor. Once Han faded away, elsewhere, at a leadership meeting, Yin Chuan briefed the group, confirming that high-tier skills did exist within advanced secret realms, but current strength levels were insufficient to conquer them. Mark proposed that they consider hiring the mysterious powerhouse to help them breach those challenging domains. Old Fing replied that he'd already reached out, but the mysterious powerhouse wasn't interested in collaboration. Ark argued that someone of such power should stand with them in times of crisis. But Old Feng clarified that the powerhouse operated solely on personal interests and couldn't be bound by obligations. Still, he suggested asking them one more time to see if their stance had changed. Old Feng agreed with Ark's sentiment but then added he planned to step down soon and recommended that Ark take over as director, advising him to use any means necessary to manage the powerhouse. Ark, caught off guard, pleaded with Feng not to make such a drastic decision. Old Feng, visibly upset, reminded them all of the time the Penguin Gang had targeted his family. No one had offered help then, and he had accepted his fate until the mysterious powerhouse intervened and saved him. Now that power and politics were involved, he sensed unrest. He warned them that no one had any right to expect loyalty from someone who owed them nothing. Ying acknowledged inwardly that only Old Feng dared to speak so openly. Everyone respected him because he was entirely selfless, and without his steady leadership, everything might have fallen apart long ago. Engine then asked if it was true that Old Feng was preparing to raid the high-level secret realm soon, to which Feng nodded in confirmation. Jingjian immediately asked Feng to save him a spot in the team. Lian had chimed in enthusiastically, asking if they needed a priest and volunteering herself. She also joked that if they needed someone to carry gear, she was available. But Old Feng rubbed his aching temples, recalling how brutal the special training with the mysterious powerhouse had been. His aging body needed 2 days just to recover, but the gains were tremendous. He felt like a new man. Yet, deep inside, Ying was again reminded how even without personal agendas, Feng still carried the weight of responsibility heavily. Back in the profession hall, the system informed Ning Feng that he had completed his second transformation mission. He received a new passive skill, Mystical Barrier, which granted immunity to all detection abilities. Reflecting on the memories he had absorbed from the Endgame relic, he realized the omnipotent god of magic was far from evil. That god merely wished to live according to his own ideals, something Ning could deeply relate to. He recalled Henan's words about how their emotions mirrored those of the omnipotent god of magic. That made him wonder if it was the system itself that linked them. Why had Henan, long deceased, become a secret boss in the realm? His attention shifted to the necklace in his hand. The system identified it as Hanlon's Pendant, a high-grade orange item with upgrade potential. It boosted mental attributes by 12, increased spellcasting speed by 15%, and added a 5% chance for critical spell hits. It also granted the spells Solid Ice Wall and Ice Burst. According to the system, Hanlon's spirit had been blessed by divine power and had not dissipated, but had instead bonded with the pendant itself. Eventually, the Supernova training camp was split into two divisions, the high school division and the university division. The camp brought together some of the brightest young adventurers from all over the country. The high school division alone had 180 participants, including 32 top-tier 5-star professionals from the Supernova list and 148 4-star contenders, each selected from different regions. One enthusiastic student whispered to his friend that the event had caught the attention of not just the principals of the top 3 universities, but also representatives from all 7 major guilds and the Adventurers Management Bureau. He explained that the scale of this event was completely unprecedented, and those who stood out might even receive direct recruitment offers. The best performers could gain exclusive resources and possibly secure team leader roles in top guilds right after graduation. The student added that he hoped to leave a lasting impression. Otherwise, in a crowd this size, he'd be completely forgettable. Just then, the second student stared in awe at a man confidently walking toward the high-ranking guests. The first student scoffed and asked if his friend really thought he could compete with someone like that. He introduced the man as Hei Kishin, the current #1 on the Supernova list, and the younger brother of Hei Shi, president of the Razor Sharp Guild. Another student joined in, saying that ever since Chishin had awakened his powers, he had never trained with peers. Instead, he had always been accompanied by elite members of his family's guild. A nearby girl sighed and remarked that people like him lived on a whole different level. She then asked if anyone had heard the buzz about the recent success in the Trial of the Gods' secret realm. According to rumors, the one who conquered that realm was a fighter, just like Kishin, and that he had even mentored her. Alongside this guidance and the rare high-level experience potions from the Azure Sharp Guild, Chishin's strength had likely surpassed everyone's expectations. At that moment, a bus pulled up and someone shouted that the team from Kinu #7 High School had arrived. The students buzzed with curiosity, wondering if this was the team that had been trending online. They were eager to see what kind of people they really were. As the bus doors opened, Ning Feng was the first to step out, followed closely by his teammates, each wearing a solemn expression. Their aura was undeniable. The spectators were stunned, unsure whether this group had a real battlefield experience or if they were just putting on an intimidating front. Principal Fang observed the reactions around them and nodded internally. Just as he had predicted, all eyes were locked onto them. He knew this kind of visibility would make them instant targets. The fierce gazes confirmed. They were now seen as competitors. Meanwhile, Ningfeng paused as the system popped up, informing him that the mystical barrier had successfully blocked any attempts to scan his level. That moment made him realize just how many people were trying to assess his power. The nearby students were surprised that no one could read his level. One girl asked aloud if he was really a high schooler like them. She didn't recall seeing him on the Supernova list. Even Ark, watching from behind, was puzzled by the lack of information. He couldn't sense Ningfeng's level at all. Lian Yu turned to Ark and asked if that was really Ningfeng. If so, why wasn't his level showing up as higher than Ark's? She speculated that maybe he was equipped with an item that blocked scans. Ark agreed that it was certainly possible. She then noted how Ningfeng had instantly drawn everyone's attention, making her wonder just how powerful he really was. Ark remembered watching the footage of Dune's secret realm conquest. something he had studied and simulated repeatedly with his guild's elite. But no matter how many times they tried, Dun's performance was beyond replication. He suspected that Ningfeng might be on a similar level. If so, then his training methods were something Ark and his older brother Shifu desperately needed to uncover. Old Feng, nearby, asked whether he was going to try probing Ningfeng's level. Yanjun shook his head, saying it would be impolite. Just then, Old Feng gave the group a friendly wave. When one of them returned the gesture, the watching students were stunned. Old Feng had actually acknowledged them. Someone called out to Old Feng, teasing that he was drawing way too much attention to himself. Laughing heartily, Old Feng replied that he was just worried he might end up recruiting all the top talent. Jing Jing, clearly annoyed, snapped back that they all represented official institutions with offerings just as attractive as his. But Old Feng playfully suggested they compete to see who could do better. Rolling her eyes, Yingnan scolded him, reminding Old Feng that he wasn't exactly young anymore and should stop borrowing cringy internet slang. Later, at the check-in station, the students were nearly done completing the formalities. A staff member called out for all team leaders and students to finalize their check-ins and proceed to the main venue, where they would receive an overview of the training camp's structure and upcoming activities. Once everyone was seated inside the large auditorium, a woman stepped onto the stage and addressed the crowd. She reminded them that, in recent years, secret realms had undergone drastic and unpredictable changes. To keep pace with these shifts and seek new avenues for human progress, there was a pressing need to cultivate and select exceptional talents. She emphasized that this training camp had captured the attention of many powerful factions. During the announcement, Principal Jiang leaned over and asked Principal Feng whether Ningfeng was a hidden trump card from his school and why he was being so secretive, especially about restricting level detection. Principal Feng offered a vague smile and simply replied, "Just keeping a low profile." He knew full well that ever since Muk had transferred from his school to Jiang's, Principal Jiang had been probing for information. But thanks to Feng's vigilance, Jiang hadn't managed to uncover anything. Jiang's current sarcastic tone was just another attempt to provoke him. Feng reminded himself to stay composed and not rise to the bait. Then Principal Mook stood up and addressed the gathering, commenting that many principals present were especially curious about the education standards at Kinu No. 7 High School, particularly given its consistent record of producing supernova-level talents. Principal Zhang continued making snide remarks toward Principal Feng, but Feng remained quiet, his thoughts elsewhere. He reflected on how, not long ago, Ningfeng and the others had gone through intense special training. While he had no doubt that Wang Yu, Feng Rui, and Cheng Nuku would perform well, they were, after all, top-ranking supernovas, he wasn't so sure how Ningfeng and the rest would fare under such grueling trials. It weighed on him whether Ningfeng and his teammates could endure the challenges ahead and prove themselves. Meanwhile, a professor stepped up to explain the rules of the training camp. Teams would be self-organized and consist of 5 members. The final evaluation would combine both individual and team scores. Additionally, the top 10 performers from the high school division would earn the opportunity to train with the university-level elites. Before the camp officially began, there would be a preliminary assessment inside a special secret realm. Only those below the 3rd transformation level were allowed to participate. The professor then announced that a demonstration would be conducted by a special team. Gasps echoed through the crowd as the screen revealed the top 5 supernova-ranked individuals from the past 5 years. It became instantly clear why these particular elites had been chosen. Only the best of the best could showcase what was to come. Meanwhile, the 5 elite supernovas arrived at the gate to the secret realm. The long-haired man chuckled, suggesting they tone things down so as not to overwhelm the younger students watching. But the brown-haired man quickly rejected the idea. With so many influential eyes on them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to display their full potential. He reminded the group that while they were a temporary team, anyone who couldn't keep up would be held accountable. He gave the command to proceed, and the system confirmed that the elite Peak team had officially entered the secret realm. Inside, they were greeted by a dense, choking miasma. The long-haired man remarked on the surprising thickness of it. The team's female member stepped forward confidently, assuring them she could take care of the obstruction. She activated a supportive ability, creating a protective field that kept the toxic miasma at bay. Without warning, spider-like beasts descended from above, having detected their presence. The team sprang into action instantly, and the students observing were blown away by their lightning-fast reflexes and coordination. Among the watching students, many noticed that Shaking was moving seamlessly with the rest of the elite team, keeping pace effortlessly. They were amazed. No one would believe she was still just a high school student. Yudu admitted to Lanyu, albeit reluctantly, that Shaking had reached an entirely different level, one they could only aspire to. Old Fang Lin commented that he had heard the 5 young elites had recently been training together intensively. He wondered aloud whether, with continued guidance, they might soon be ready to tackle high-tier secret realms. Yanjun nodded in agreement, saying it was certainly within reach. As the team pressed deeper into the realm, they encountered elite-level monsters. But without pausing, they pushed forward with unwavering momentum. When the final boss emerged, it did so with an eerie calm and a knowing smile, but the team responded instantly, rushing in without hesitation to engage the powerful foe. Eventually, they triumphed and successfully cleared the secret realm, setting a new record time, 48 minutes and 18 seconds. After the simulation ended and students exited the observation hall, excited chatter filled the air. Many were still in awe of the top 5 supernovas, each one expressing dreams of one day making it onto that legendary list. In the midst of their conversation, someone approached Ningfeng. It was a confident young woman who introduced herself as Kai Yuncheng, niece of Kai, the current mayor. Ningfeng was taken aback. One of the top 5 elites from the Peak team was now standing in front of him. Yuncheng explained that she had heard about him from her uncle and came over to say hello. Ningfeng responded with calm politeness, saying he appreciated her visit. Nearby students looked on in disbelief. Why was Yuncheng from Beijing University chatting with a high schooler? But then someone realized she was talking to Ningfeng from Kinu No. 7 High School. Still stunned, Yudu asked Yuncheng if she was the granddaughter of the founder of the Yuancheng Trading Center. Yuncheng confirmed it with a smile and greeted them all warmly. She added that if they needed anything during the training camp, they could just let her know. She'd arrange for it to be delivered from Yuancheng. Ningfeng thanked her graciously, saying she was too kind. Meanwhile, Shooting teased her, joking that Yuncheng should keep an eye on Ningfeng. Every girl he met seemed to be both talented and beautiful, with powerful family backgrounds to boot. Yuncheng laughed, explaining that while her uncle often spoke highly of Ningfeng, she had yet to see his true strength. This training camp, she said, was the perfect opportunity to judge for herself. Not far away, the brown-haired man suggested that the team should go rest for a while. But Yunjin shook her head, saying she preferred to stay and watch a little longer. The man seemed puzzled. He asked why she was interested in watching the preliminary trials. Hadn't the strongest already performed? Just then, Shaking spoke up, saying she also wanted to stay and observe. The brown-haired man, though reluctant, gave in and agreed. The competition officially resumed, and the professor explained the format. 6 teams would enter the secret realm simultaneously, each receiving unique assessment tasks. Their final evaluation would be based on task completion and effectiveness. As teams lined up to enter, anxiety began to spread. Some students looked visibly shaken. Panic was setting in. Observing the scene, Principal Feng raised his voice, warning that the current secret realm might be too difficult for high schoolers. Principal Zhang chimed in, agreeing and predicting that at this rate, no team from the high school division would even manage to clear it. Sure enough, with only Shaking's team left to attempt the trial, no other team had yet reached the rankings board. Most teams hadn't even caught a glimpse of the boss. They were being overwhelmed by the lesser monsters alone. Principal Jiang voiced growing concern, questioning how any student could hope to make the leaderboard under such conditions. He noted that morale was plummeting, with many students clearly underperforming. Yuan scoffed and declared he had said all along there was nothing worth watching, just a crowd of weaklings. With a yawn, he announced he was heading off to get some sleep. Meanwhile, Ningfeng and his teammates approached the professor, stating that they were the next scheduled group and were ready to receive their task assignment for the secret realm. After receiving instructions, the team stepped into the Iron Jaw Swamp and began carefully reviewing the system prompts that popped up. Ningfeng recalled that professional teams were generally categorized into 4 primary functional roles. The assault team was the main offensive unit, responsible for pushing into unexplored secret realms and serving as the vanguard against formidable threats. The research team specialized in investigating secret realms, extracting knowledge, and translating it into advancements for human civilization. The guard team handled defensive operations, securing claimed realms and safeguarding non-combatants during crises. Lastly, the support team focused on enhancing overall team endurance by providing buffs, healing, and emergency assistance to minimize casualties. Each division had 10 available missions. Beyond that, a core objective remained: to defeat the final boss and fully clear the secret realm, worth 50 points. You turned to Ningfeng and asked which type of mission he preferred. He answered without hesitation: research. You chuckled, saying it was expected of the top scorer in theoretical classes. But Ningfeng's reasoning went deeper. There were still too many mysteries he hadn't unraveled: gods, followers, and world hierarchies. He believed research missions offered the best balance of practical and theoretical growth. Shooting agreed with his logic and proposed that the whole team take on research missions. Rui and Yangshu quickly voiced their support. You then pointed out a challenge. 2 of the final research missions involved capturing rare creatures. Attempting those while fighting the boss could split their focus dangerously. One mission stood out: capturing a deep swamp terrapin, ideal for research and worth 10 points. Ningfeng reassured her that it wouldn't be an issue. As long as they handled the boss first, the rest would be easy. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere had taken hold among the high school principals, who were increasingly anxious about the students' progress. Suddenly, one principal shouted in surprise, urging everyone to look at the screen. What they saw stunned them. Ningfeng's team was clearing out monsters at an unbelievable pace. Gasps rose from the crowd when they realized this was a team from Kinu No. 7 High School. Even the top-ranked team led by King watched in silence, visibly stunned at how much faster Ningfeng's group was moving compared to their own run. Yunjin immediately understood why her third uncle, Dongming, had always spoken so highly of Ningfeng. Enjin, equally surprised, called out to Old Feng, who remained calm and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Enjin remarked on the team's use of orange-grade skills and asked if such abilities were truly that impressive. Feng replied that while the skills mattered, it was the students' sheer strength and synergy that made all the difference. Enjin continued to marvel at their perfect skill synchronization and flawless timing in battle, noting how effortlessly the team functioned as a cohesive unit. He was especially amazed by Ningfeng, who relied solely on basic attacks yet completely overwhelmed enemies. Proof of staggering power. Principal Jiang, in disbelief, turned to Principal Fang for comment, but Fang snapped back, telling Jiang to shut up and keep his opinions to himself. All attention returned to the screen as another wave of elite monsters approached Ningfeng's team. Viewers were wide-eyed as the team dispatched the monsters effortlessly, their attacks clean, swift, and deadly, all while maintaining their momentum and charging ahead without pause. Soon they reached the final boss of the secret realm. Yu and Yangshu immediately leapt into action. Yu readied an arrow and took aim, while Yangshu swung his axe in a devastating arc. The coordinated strike landed simultaneously, making the boss shriek in agony before collapsing instantly, defeated in one hit. Astonishingly, this was accomplished without Ningfeng shooting or Rui lifting a finger. The system flashed the previous record, 48 minutes and 18 seconds, set by the Peak team. It then updated the display. Ningfeng's team had cleared the realm in 8 minutes and 14 seconds. Even the team members were stunned by what they'd just achieved. Ningfeng turned to his team, asking if everyone had completed their assigned objectives. Each member confirmed they had. He gave a simple instruction: return and submit the mission. As they stepped out of the secret realm, they were met with an unexpectedly large crowd. Ruku started clapping first, soon joined by Ju and the others. It wasn't long before everyone surrounded them, cheering and celebrating their return. A moment later, Mook turned to the other students, commending Ningfeng's team for their exceptional character and harmony at school. Wearing a sly smile, Youngjae boasted, falsely, that he had defended Ningfeng online from defamation, claiming he hated underhanded tactics and slander. The teachers noticed a sudden boost in student morale, recognizing the inspiring presence of a natural leader reminiscent of Jin and Old Feng's younger days. The radio buzzed with an announcement. The high school division assessment had officially concluded, and everyone was eager to hear the top 10 rankings. Still, the outcome seemed clear. Number 7 High had dominated the board, taking half of the spots and leaving only 4 open. As the announcer read the names, his voice trembled with energy, calling out those like Kung Fu and Chang Nuku. Ju raised his hand to ask whether Ningfeng's team had been left out. The teacher clarified that Ningfeng's group wasn't listed with the regular students. because the committee had promoted them to assistant teacher roles, leaving the crowd stunned. Meanwhile, in a nearby facility, a teacher approached the group, confirming they were the so-called sushi team and saying he was there to guide them. As they walked, he explained that the lead professor was unavailable at the moment, so he would handle their lodging. They were to stay in a guest house reserved for teachers, far nicer than student dorms. The team settled into room 604 and began unpacking. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, and when it opened, it revealed Old Fing, head of the Adventure Management Bureau. Moments after, a representative from the 7 great guilds arrived, leaving the teacher visibly stunned as more famous individuals gathered to see the sushi team. While Ningfeng chatted with the guests, Wang Bo thanked the teacher for offering them juice. The teacher stood there in disbelief, wondering if this was all some surreal dream. Figures of national influence were pouring in. A senior man introduced himself as Zhang Yunhui, principal of Baking University, and asked if they were interested in enrolling. Next, a woman named Tong Si, principal of Zillion University, proudly touted their elite research team and invited them warmly. Wu Chen, head of Chongwu University, introduced himself next, noting how close their city was to the academy. The teacher felt his head spin. 3 elite university presidents were personally courting these students. How many would be jealous upon hearing this? Meanwhile, Ningfeng was panicking internally, thinking this kind of attention was a nightmare for someone as socially awkward as him. Sensing his discomfort, Old Feng told the university heads to ease off a bit. They were putting too much pressure on the kid. He recommended they let the students focus on the training camp first and revisit the rest later. All 3 principals agreed, at least outwardly, admitting the students needed rest, though none wanted to lose the recruitment race. With the pressure lifted, Ningfeng finally began to open up and talk freely. The following morning, Ningfeng stepped out of his room, yawning. To his surprise, Rui and Jiangshu were already awake. He asked why they looked so off so early. Yangshi explained that he'd gotten several calls from family, all asking which university he would choose. He'd heard all 3 top universities had reached out. Rui, annoyed, pointed at Zhang Shou and said Geng Shuang's repeated calls had ruined his sleep. Ningfeng then looked over to the girls and asked if they were experiencing the same kind of attention. Zhu Ting gestured behind her, pointing out that Yu was still on a call. She then shared, with tears in her eyes, that her father was so thrilled he was hosting a 3-day banquet. Yang Shu chimed in, saying his home had been overrun with guests, and his parents were finally enjoying a moment of pride. Rui gave a tired sigh, admitting he was lucky his grandfather was handling everything and planned to just go along with Ningfeng's decision. Ningfeng smiled softly, but a trace of sorrow lingered in his eyes as he thought of his own parents and grandfather. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. It was his teacher, Qi. She asked how the camp was going and whether he was settling in comfortably. Then she mentioned that all 3 top universities had reached out to her about his future enrollment. He chuckled, caught off guard, and she explained she'd waited to call because she knew he was a night owl. He replied that she knew him better than anyone and that her timing was perfect. He had just been hoping to hear her thoughts. Later on, a professor greeted everyone and addressed them as members of the university division, including the 10 standout students from the high school ranks. Whispers spread among the university students, impressed that the high school division had produced 5 individuals already at teacher level, 3 of whom weren't even on the famed supernova list. The professor then briefed them that their special training would begin today, focusing on conquering uncharted secret realms. He warned them that these areas hadn't been fully explored and carried many potential dangers, urging caution and teamwork. He also instructed everyone to check their group assignments with their supervising teachers before departure, noting that each of the 10 high school students would be paired with a university team. Cheng Miku walked up to her instructor and said she was student number 95, asking which group she'd been placed in. The teacher recognized her instantly and directed her toward her team. When she turned to look, she saw Ningfeng smiling and waving at her. Not long after, they entered the untamed area known only as an unnamed secret realm. As monsters swarmed them, Ningfeng coolly analyzed the threat, identifying the creatures as a new breed of lizardmen, each over 5 meters tall. Rui stepped up and intercepted one of them with his shield, throwing it off balance. Without hesitation, he lifted his elbow and struck the creature down with sheer force, then casually sat on its back as he explained that the lizardmen were incredibly heavy, between 800 and 1,000 kilograms, and had armored skin with high resistance. Ukyo realized how far they'd ventured into the realm, noting they had already surpassed the record for the fastest progression. She noticed their experience was spiking, almost like they were all boosting her level directly. Glancing around, she observed how drastically everyone had improved since their first meeting. It made her wonder if she could achieve the same kind of growth, if she could earn their respect. During a short break, Ningfeng mentioned that Kai had told him Zillion University boasted an elite research department but operated under strict management. Kai feared it wouldn't suit his personality. In contrast, Baking University offered more academic freedom, which might be a better fit. You laughed and said that was exactly what you'd expect from Kai, always the insightful prize student, thinking ahead even for someone else. Shu Ting then raised his phone and told everyone to check the class group chat messages. They did so immediately and were stunned by what appeared. In the chat, Juna had asked where their teacher Kai was. Marzio responded that Kai was still stuck inside the secret realm and hadn't made it out yet. He tapped on a voice message and heard someone frantically report that the entrance was beginning to distort, urging them to act quickly and find help. His heart dropped in fear. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm where Kai Wai and Ningfeng's classmates were stuck, a man reported to his superiors that a mutation had suddenly occurred within the leveling zone, causing the monster's levels to spike dramatically. He added that nearly 100 people were likely trapped inside, and due to the violent magic energy fluctuations, the entrance had become too unstable to enter. Students raced toward the entrance, but the captain barked at them to stop running around in a panic. Zhang Lo shouted back desperately, telling him their teacher Kai Wai was still inside, begging him to help her. The captain, losing patience, snapped at Zhang, demanding to know how they were supposed to carry out a rescue with the realm in chaos. He added they had already reported the situation and were waiting for backup from the major guilds. Giulio, visibly distressed, pleaded with him to act, reminding him that Kai had volunteered to help in the initial rescue due to a lack of support staff. Despite the risk, she hadn't made it back. The captain, increasingly irritated, shouted that it was enough, saying that Giulio survived because of his own strength. If Kai didn't make it, that was her own misfortune. She had chosen to go. No one forced her. The students froze, horrified by his cold indifference. Just then, Ningfeng arrived and called out to Zhang Luo and Zhu Nona, who turned, visibly relieved to see him there. Ningfeng asked them what had happened to Kai Wai. Zhang Luo explained that Kai was still trapped inside. The training had been designed for leveling up, but something changed suddenly within the realm. Zhu Nona, crying, added that many were still stuck, and their teacher had done her best to protect them. She said the guards had claimed there weren't enough personnel and had been recruiting volunteers. Trying to defend himself, the captain yelled at them to stop making it sound like he got their teacher killed. He insisted again that it had been Kai's own decision to volunteer for the rescue. Without warning, Ningfeng, furious, grabbed the captain by the head and smashed him into the ground. One of the captain's men immediately raised his bow toward Ningfeng, demanding to know who he was. But before he could act, someone grabbed his shoulder and ordered him not to move. He looked up and froze in fear. It was Zhang Shu staring down at him. Ningfeng, still holding the unconscious captain, began walking toward the entrance of the secret realm, dragging him along the ground. A nearby observer wondered aloud who could possibly stand in their way. Just then, two figures appeared. Looping alongside a female wizard, the man blinked in disbelief, recognizing one of them as the vice president of the Epoch Guild Bluepin. He asked if Looping had come to take control, thinking at last someone would rein in these out-of-control students. Looping calmly explained they had stabilized the students and came as soon as possible. He turned to Ningfeng and asked about the situation, and Ningfeng responded that it was still uncertain. Looping asked if more personnel were needed, and when Ningfeng confirmed, he stated that they would go in with him. The observer was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. As they moved forward, Looping helped carry the captain while casually asking what was wrong with the man. Ningfeng explained that since the captain had made it out of the realm, he could help guide the way. As they approached the gateway, a guard stepped forward and blocked their path, stating that the entrance was sealed and no one could go in. Without hesitation, Looping showed his ID and introduced himself as the vice president of Epoch Guild, authorized to handle crisis-level emergencies, and requested the guard's cooperation. The guard froze in disbelief. Looping was indeed a heavyweight figure from one of the 7 great guilds. Once everything was in order, Looping turned to Ningfeng and said it was time to move out. As they walked away, the guard stared after them, wondering just who Ningfeng really was, someone even Looping treated with such respect. They then reached the entrance of the secret realm, which now radiated a deep, overwhelming power. As they stepped into the realm, an oppressive force wrapped around them, sapping their attack power, defense, and physical strength. The wizard lady quickly informed Looping that this was due to a domain, a field effect that alters attributes within a specific area. Domains can have either beneficial or harmful effects and are generally persistent. Looping, surprised, responded that he was familiar with this secret realm and knew it had never contained a domain effect before. He reasoned that it must have appeared following the recent mutation. Then he glanced at Ningfeng, noticing with some confusion that he appeared unaffected. Ningfeng understood why. His base stats were so high that the domain's effects barely hindered him. Still, he worried that others wouldn't hold out long and silently prayed that his teacher, Qi, was still alive. Looping instructed the wizard lady to wake the captain and ask for the direction they needed to go. The lady splashed cold water on the captain's face. The captain jolted awake and shouted that the others had been separated from them deeper inside. He warned that the path was teeming with monsters and too dangerous to survive. Panicking, he begged to be released. He didn't want to die. Ningfeng coldly told the captain that meeting him had simply been bad luck. Then, without sympathy, he ordered the man to lead them to Qi, warning that if he refused, he'd be left behind. They advanced deeper into the realm, navigating a maze of branching paths. Meanwhile, in a cavern deep within the realm, enormous monsters prowled the area. A group of wounded soldiers huddled together, resting. Chai moved tirelessly among them, healing as many as she could. A man and his daughter urged her to rest, saying she looked exhausted. But Qi shook her head, insisting the man's wounds couldn't wait. She would rest later. With tears in her eyes, the girl thanked Qi for saving her father. Others remained quiet, secretly questioning whether saving these people was worth it. Most of them were only rank 3 or lower adventurers. No match for the monsters here. The man sighed with relief, telling Qi he already felt much better. Someone in the group asked whether anyone was coming to rescue them. It had been so long. Another man confidently replied that a rescue would come. Just then, the cave wall behind them exploded outward. Monsters began pouring in, and everyone froze in terror. One lunged at the group, and the man who'd been healed earlier stepped forward, sacrificing himself. He was bitten by the monster, but held it back with all his strength. His daughter screamed, but he only shouted for them to run. More monsters appeared, and the group scattered in panic. One of the beasts leapt straight at the girl and Qi. The girl stood frozen in fear until suddenly, a thick ice crystal burst from the ground, forming a solid wall of protection. Chai was stunned by the timely defense, and the rescuers, including the captain, were equally shocked by how quickly it had formed. Looping and his team stepped forward through the chaos, and the captain quickly worked to ensure the area was secure. The wizard released her healing energy, casting a wide area spell to treat everyone at once. Ningfeng stood quietly beside his teacher, Qi, both of them watching sadly as the young girl cried over her father's lifeless body. The wizard lady reported to Looping that, including the deceased, only about 20 survivors remained. They had no idea where the others had gone. Suddenly, the entire cave began to tremble violently. Massive tentacles descended from the ceiling, and Jiangshu was the first to react, slashing at one of them. But to everyone's horror, the wound began to regenerate instantly, the limb surging with power as it healed. Yangshu shouted in shock, realizing that the tentacles could regenerate on their own. The others turned to find the exit blocked entirely by the monstrous creature. One of the tentacles lashed out at Qi, but Ningfeng intercepted it, cutting it down just before it reached her. He then shouted for everyone to follow him, slicing through the swarm with precision as he swung his sword left and right, cutting down every tentacle that dared to block their path. Looping noticed something strange. Unlike before, the tentacles severed by Ningfeng showed no signs of regenerating. This discovery left him both surprised and intrigued. Soon, a beam of light appeared in the distance, filling the group with hope. They believed they had found the exit. The soldiers rushed toward it, elated at the thought of escape. But the man in the lead suddenly stopped, his expression frozen in horror. There, blocking the way out, was a gargantuan octopus monster, an otherworldly guardian of the exit. Looping was stunned by the sheer size of the beast. The witch beside him gasped, "What is that thing?" Jiang was also taken aback, but Ningfeng acted without hesitation. Dashing forward, he passed her. She cried out his name in worry, but he only called back, "Stay back." Ningfeng suspected that this monster was the source of the secret realm's mutation. If they could destroy it, they might be able to restore the realm to normal. Just as he advanced, one of the monster's tentacles lashed out at him. He raised his sword to defend himself, but to everyone's shock, the blade shattered into pieces upon impact. Looping and the others stood in disbelief. But Ningfeng remained composed. He calmly drew another sword from his back, and with one swift strike, he sliced through the tentacle, making the octopus shriek in agony. He then summoned a shard of sharp crystal into his wand and swung his sword in tandem, unleashing a powerful burst of force that hurtled toward the octopus and shattered its massive body into fragments. As the monster disintegrated, a shower of items floated toward Ningfeng, rewards from the realm itself. A short while later, the group finally emerged from the dungeon. Some survivors collapsed in relief, others broke down, haunted by what they had experienced, while a few stared silently at the ground, mourning their lost comrades. Blue Pink turned to Ningfeng and praised him, saying it was thanks to him that the mystical realm was brought under control. Without his intervention, it might have spiraled into catastrophe. Ningfeng didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on his teacher, Qi, who stood quietly, her face solemn. He approached and handed her something, simply saying, "This is for you." She took it, and upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was a healing emblem, an orange-quality consumable that permanently increased both physical and mental stats by 5 and enhanced all healing effects by 50%. Both she and Looping were stunned. Blue Pink, curious, asked whether it was the legendary divine emblem. Ningfeng confirmed it, saying the item had dropped from the octopus monster. Looping acknowledged the rarity of the drop. No one had obtained a divine emblem since the secret realm was breached during the trial. Yet Ningfeng showed no pride. He remained calm. Kai was stunned by the emblem's value and expressed doubt about whether she was worthy of it. Being only a 3-star professional, Ningfeng gently insisted she accept it without hesitation. After some reluctance, she finally did. Meanwhile, he considered arranging extra training for Kai to strengthen her self-defense. Though the training camp strictly prohibited absences, waiting over 2 months wasn't an option. He planned to speak to Looping about it. He asked if he could take half a day off over the weekend. Looping not only agreed but offered additional time if needed. Ningfeng declined politely. Others viewed Looping as distant and harsh, but Ning found him quite approachable. Looping mentioned that only some final wrap-up tasks remained before they could return. But just as they began to leave, they were ambushed. This time not by monsters, but by reporters eager for answers. Looping pointed at Ningfeng as the one who had defeated the monster, catching him completely off guard. In an instant, the reporters swarmed him, peppering him with questions about his age, background as a student, and how he had managed such a feat. Ningfeng stood there, overwhelmed and speechless, caught in the flood of flashing cameras and excited voices. Observing Ningfeng's discomfort, Rui noted silently that he had always struggled with formal settings, especially interviews. He used to avoid them altogether during his school days. She reassured the others that with time, Ningfeng would grow more comfortable with such situations. Meanwhile, Ningfeng, visibly nervous, glanced over at them, silently pleading for help as he tried to answer the reporters' rapid-fire questions. Later, back in his dormitory at the training camp, Ningfeng lay on his bed, face half buried in the pillow, still embarrassed by the interview. He couldn't understand why he had been thrown into the spotlight so suddenly. As he brooded over it, he suddenly recalled something important. Reaching for the Soul Guardian book, he remembered the skill it contained, one that could block fatal damage, though it came with a long cooldown. While he understood its value, curiosity pushed him to see what it could evolve into using his forbidden power. Upon channeling his power, the skill transformed into Immortal Catastrophe. It granted the user 1 resurrection opportunity for every 1 million Power of Faith points accumulated. Additionally, with each increase in world level, the cap would rise by another million. He currently had just over 4,000 out of the required 2 million points, a humble amount that made him realize how similar this skill was to the divine blessings gods received from their followers. Ningfeng grasped the immense value of a resurrection skill. He already knew how to increase his world level, but what he needed now was a reliable way to gather more power of faith. Then, he remembered, there was still something he needed to do and take care of. The next day, a crisis unfolded in the streets. A grotesque mass of slime had collapsed, trapping several people inside. On top of it sat a man, toying cruelly with the heads of the trapped victims as if it were a game. 2 soldiers stood nearby, frozen in fear and unable to act. At that moment, Old Feng appeared on the scene and requested a status report. The soldiers explained that the man was Tian Yu, who had mysteriously vanished 5 years ago. He had resurfaced just days ago, launching a violent assault that injured dozens of bystanders and 8 security members. His power, they said, far surpassed the fifth transformation, a level only seen in cases like Peng's. Gang Feng reassured them, saying he would handle the situation personally. As Feng stepped forward, Tian Yu smirked and jeered, bringing up their past-school rivalry. But before he could finish his taunts, Feng's phone rang. Surprised by the caller, Feng calmly answered. "Duan, what's up?" Tian Yu's face twisted in rage. "You're answering a call in the middle of this? Do you not see me as a threat?" Ignoring him completely, Feng asked Duan if the boss was looking for him. "Tell him I'll be there soon," he added coolly. "Just cleaning up a little mess first." Tian Yu was speechless. "Arrogant old man!" Tian Yu roared, unleashing his power. The slime gathered into a massive hand, its clawed fingers rushing toward Feng. But the elder calmly ended the call and summoned his signature skill, Flame Serpent Frenzy. A majestic fire dragon burst from Feng's aura and collided with the slime hand, disintegrating it effortlessly. Tian Yu stared, dumbfounded. Feng assessed his opponent. His strength was comparable to Gang's, but after completing training under the big boss, Feng's abilities had grown exponentially. He decided to end things swiftly. Tian Yu transformed, donning his demon armor and surrounding himself with a thick slime aura. Feng responded in kind, his fire aura roaring to life. When the two forces collided, even the nearby soldiers were stunned. Feng's strength clearly surpassed the fifth transformation. "How?" Tian Yu screamed. "How could I lose to some old relic? I'm a disciple of the Demon Lord." But his rage turned to dread as he looked up and saw a colossal flame descending toward him. The firestorm consumed him, detonating on contact in a blazing explosion. Without glancing back, Feng turned to the soldiers. "I've got somewhere else to be." They silently acknowledged his departure. Later, Feng arrived at the base's reception room, where Duan was waiting to meet him. After listening to Duan's briefing, Feng asked if the big boss truly intended to make all high-level potion formulas public across the country. Duan confirmed this, relaying the boss's exact words. The goal was to make all advanced potion formulas publicly available, preferably under the management of the Adventurers Management Bureau. Feng understood the gravity of this decision. The world was currently imbalanced. Danger levels within secret realms were rising steadily, while adventurers' strength was not keeping pace. To grow stronger, adventurers had to conquer increasingly dangerous secret realms, creating a vicious cycle. High-level potions were crucial to breaking this loop and reshaping the power structure, making them invaluable strategic assets. Feng assumed that the boss had carefully weighed the risks and implications before entrusting the Bureau with such a vital responsibility. Expressing sincere gratitude, Feng acknowledged the great honor bestowed upon the Adventurers Management Bureau. He then asked Duan if the boss had made any additional requests. Duan replied that the boss had only mentioned the potion formulas in passing, without further instructions. Feng reflected that true power lies in selflessness, that focusing on contributions rather than personal gain was the boss's way of empowering others. Duan agreed, sharing that this selfless trait was what he admired most about the boss. Often, what seemed like modest actions on the surface had far-reaching effects for many. He cautioned Feng not to take the boss's generosity for granted. They needed a thorough plan to ensure the boss's efforts weren't wasted and promised to report back soon with their strategy. That night, in the Azure Sharp Guild, a man reported to his Shifu that high-level experience potions and forgetfulness potions were being sold on the black market. While the packaging differed, the effects were indistinguishable from the guild's own. Another guild member added that all high-level potions were produced under Shifu's direct supervision and were used exclusively within the guild, making it nearly impossible for any to have leaked. He questioned where these black market versions could have originated. Shifu speculated that the only other individuals capable of producing such potions were the so-called mysterious powerhouses. Perhaps the formulas had come from them and made their way to the black market. She immediately ordered an investigation. When the man asked if she meant to target the mysterious powerhouses, she sharply corrected him. "Investigate the black market," she commanded. The man quickly acknowledged the order. The next day, in the teacher's dormitory, Ningfeng and Yu were walking down the corridor when Yu held up her phone, asking if he wanted to see his interview video. Ningfeng, stammering and shy, declined with a nervous laugh. Yu reassured him, saying the video actually wasn't bad. Many viewers had praised him. He glanced at the comments. Many mentioned how his shy demeanor was a charming contrast to his overwhelming strength. Viewers admired that even someone so powerful had things he found difficult. Some called him a savior, a real hero, more than just a celebrity. One commenter even volunteered to be his spokesperson for free. Ningfeng reflected on the sudden surge in power of faith he had been experiencing lately. It was likely tied to his recent public exposure. He realized that adapting to the spotlight would become a necessary part of his growth. As they exited the building, a group of students spotted them and began cheering. "Assistant Ning!" they called out excitedly. He smiled and greeted them in return. "You noticed something." Ever since Ning Feng had demonstrated abilities far beyond conventional comprehension, all previous doubts had disappeared. Even senior fourth-year students now addressed him with genuine respect. As they walked further, nearly everyone they passed greeted Ning Feng respectfully, many students trailing behind him, full of admiration, wishing aloud they had even half his strength. Meanwhile, in Kent U City, Captain Shu remarked that the city had gained considerable recognition lately, thanks to Ning Feng's feats. However, Mayor Jiangyi let out a long sigh, his expression troubled as he stared at his phone screen. Yu noticed and asked why he was sighing, just as Kuang Lan excused herself to take a call. Jiangyi then voiced his concern, saying that Ning Feng would soon be heading to college, and he feared that the mysterious powerhouse might leave with him. He added that Duan had recently contacted him to return to the villa, since Ning Feng was no longer staying in Kent U City regularly. Zhang Gai worried that without a powerful protector, the city might revert to its once vulnerable state. He admitted he was already losing sleep over the two secret realm disturbances and the recent realm invasion. Just then, they noticed that Kuang Lan was standing completely still, staring at her phone in shock. Curious, Ju asked her what was going on. Kuang Lan snapped out of her daze and excitedly announced that Fang had just called, informing her that the mysterious powerhouse had offered to give her special training. Still in disbelief, she asked aloud if it might all be a dream. Jiang Yi, now visibly emotional, told Kuang Lan that the future was in her hands. Captain Shu laughed and said he'd treat her to dinner, jokingly reminding her to look out for him later. Flustered by their teasing, she asked what was going on, clearly embarrassed. Meanwhile, in a basement meeting room, someone questioned Old Feng, asking if what he said was really true. Old Feng confirmed it, explaining to the founders that the mysterious powerhouse had agreed to share all high-level potion formulas with the nation. He planned to submit an application to the higher-ups to establish a national alchemy workshop in collaboration with the powerhouse. He noted that, at present, the Azure Sharp Guild was the only group with access to these formulas, creating enormous pressure. If the state could produce these potions itself, it would help stabilize both the supply and the market. Great news for the general public, but not necessarily for everyone. Old Feng glanced subtly at his Shixiong. She responded, saying that while she supported the public release of the formulas, she questioned whether the mysterious powerhouse's motives were truly as noble as they seemed. Jingjian asked Shu for clarification. Shu explained that high-level potions, identical in effect to their guilds but with different packaging, had been found on the black market. He assured them that their own stock had been accounted for. None were missing. Furthermore, any potions auctioned through official trading posts were tracked with spells. There was no sign that any had ended up on the black market, which made the origin of these rogue potions deeply concerning. She reminded the group that, on the day of the Secret Realm trial's completion, Duan had mentioned the mysterious powerhouse already possessed the knowledge to make high-grade potions. Ark chimed in, pointing out that the black market operated through a vast underground network far beyond the reach of lawful oversight. If these high-level potions ended up in the wrong hands, it could be a major threat. Intentional or not, it would be equivalent to empowering dangerous forces. Old Feng assured everyone that if such a leak had occurred, he would launch an immediate investigation. In his mind, he already knew. Once Kuang Lan completed her special training, she would be the one sent. They would need to inform the boss as well. Ark reminded the group that he had always warned against allowing any powerful individual to act unregulated. No matter how well Old Feng handled things, unchecked power was a danger. Ark said that their Epoch Guide organization would also be sending personnel to assist the Azure Sharp Guild in the investigation. He emphasized that, should the potions be tied to the mysterious powerhouse, Old Feng must remain impartial and not claim full authority. Old Feng nodded, assuring Ark that if the investigation uncovered any connection, he would take full responsibility and deal with it appropriately. The next evening, Fang and his team gathered in a specific secret realm. Zhu Ting reported that potion management under Zhu Wei was tightly controlled, with detailed logs for every entry and exit. No anomalies or missing stock had been discovered. Ruyi added that at his home, potions were managed by both himself and his grandfather Fang, and were checked regularly. Chang Mu also stated she personally counted all potions twice a day, morning and evening. Ningfeng was surprised by the level of diligence. He hadn't realized just how seriously everyone took potion oversight. Still, he appreciated their efforts. It helped ensure traceability. After hearing their reports, Ningfeng concluded that since there were no leaks on their end, and the Azure Sharp Guild also denied any involvement, the mystery remained. He asked the team if it was possible that, aside from him and the Azure Sharp Guild, someone else might have knowledge of the potion formulas. Elsewhere in the black market, mysterious merchants were actively dealing in a variety of potions. Not far away, inside a secluded inn, a man clad in a red cloak discreetly watched the scene, surprised that all 7 major guilds had dispatched investigators over a single potion bottle. His companion reassured him, reminding that those from the lower world remained clueless about their presence, and that they had already demonstrated the potion before the guilds. The red-robed man spotted another customer approaching, seemingly interested in purchasing a potion. A man dressed in blue conversed with 2 bulky men, remarking how difficult it had been to locate this cursed place. The bald man standing beside the red-robed figure referred to him as boss, and commented that the duo was there for high-tier experience potions. The man in blue, however, corrected him, saying they were actually searching for someone. He elaborated that around a week prior, a young assassin dressed in white had bought potions from them and hadn't been seen since. He questioned the red-robed man about the assassin's whereabouts. Suddenly, another shadowy figure materialized behind the red-robed man, cautioning that these newcomers might be here to stir up trouble. In response, the red-robed man revealed his true monstrous form, releasing tentacles that lashed out and ensnared both the blue-robed man and the larger of his 2 companions, lifting them effortlessly into the air. The tentacles then injected a bizarre fluid into their bodies, making them convulse violently before losing consciousness. Moments later, the bald man apologized, claiming they had been deceived into believing the visitors were legitimate buyers. The red-robed man remained unfazed, stating that this was precisely why he had chosen this location, since disappearances in the black market rarely raised suspicions. With a dismissive toss, he flung the unconscious man aside and told the bald subordinate to bring them below. Obeying, they descended into a concealed chamber where a deep pit held multiple unconscious bodies, suspended beneath a floating, eerie, purple liquid. The bald man deposited the blue-robed individual into the pit as well. The red-robed figure then announced that they had gathered enough subjects to proceed with the next stage and instructed everyone to rest. He said that once the next wave of warriors awoke, the operation would begin. He declared confidently that they would soon rise as the new rulers of the world. He added that he couldn't stay and had to return. His body dissolved into a swirling essence of purple and black, which shot out of the black market. The soul form then flew swiftly toward an enormous estate. Upon arrival, it located a man pretending to be absorbed in reading. The soul invaded the man's body, taking possession and corrupting him from within. A few days later, Ningfeng reached out to Duan to check if there had been any breakthroughs. Duan reported that several people had been offered high-grade potions in the black market, but the vendors had vanished, likely alerted to danger and now in hiding. Ningfeng acknowledged the update and instructed Duan to keep him informed of any further findings. Resolved to succeed, Duan thought to himself that if he failed such a small task, he'd lose the right to serve under Ningfeng. At that moment, Duan's phone buzzed again. Seeing the caller was Huang Lan, he quickly picked up and asked if she had uncovered anything on her end. Huang Lan replied casually that she hadn't found anything yet, as she strolled through the black market alongside others. Meanwhile, back at the enemy's underground base beneath the inn, the hall had emptied, and the purple liquid had completely evaporated. Those who had previously been unconscious now stood, awakened and possessed by dark energy. The next day, in the school cafeteria, Ningfeng shared lunch at a long table with his squad and other students. Many students were pleasantly surprised by Ningfeng's friendly and humble demeanor, so unlike the arrogance often seen in other top-tier talents. Spending time together had helped everyone grow more comfortable around him. As Ningfeng glanced around, he recognized that the room was filled with the nation's brightest youths. With his goal of reaching world-class rank and mastering the power of faith, he saw great potential in earning their support. A young woman seated nearby asked if he'd thought about joining any guilds, pointing out that someone as gifted as him must have already received countless offers. Ningfeng calmly replied that he didn't have any intention of joining a guild at the moment. Another student followed up, wondering if he planned to start his own guild, or if the Solemn Lion team was already affiliated with one. Ningfeng clarified that the Solemn Lion Guild belonged to Yu, and they were simply operating under her banner. Many assumed the Solemn Lion Guild was just a small local faction with little recognition. However, given the elite members in Ningfeng's circle, they believed it had enormous potential. They also noticed how Ning referred to Wang Yu as Yu, hinting at their close bond. One student spoke up, expressing interest in joining the Solemn Lion Guild and asking if there were any entry criteria. The question caught Yu off guard, and she blushed. Soon, others chimed in, sharing that they were nearing graduation and were also keen on joining. After lunch, Yu jokingly remarked that their simple meal had somehow turned into a recruitment session. Zhu Ting added that with everyone having such stellar qualifications, it felt like they were applying to one of the top 7 guilds. That comment drew laughter from Ningfeng in the group. Originally, he just wanted to scout a few talents during the camp, but the results had far exceeded expectations. With Yao Chen, the troublemaker, out of the way, Yu now had full command of her guild, making it a strong backup option in Ningfeng's eyes. Thinking about Zhao Cheng's disappearance, Ningfeng figured that Chen First had simply been unlucky. Cheng's father had ties to Penghu, and during the probe, authorities had uncovered a sinister ritual circle in the homes of Cheng and his followers. Although warrants had been issued for Zhao Cheng and his cohorts, Yu had expelled them from the guild in advance, sparing both herself and Ningfeng considerable hassle. Just then, Ningfeng's phone vibrated, snapping him out of his thoughts. Upon checking, he saw that Duan had sent him images of ground fissures radiating with swirling purple-black energy. Duan's message explained that Huang Lan had discovered the site in a black market building. Potion-making equipment and high-level experience potions were present. Duan noted that the packaging matched those found by the Azure Sharp Guild, suggesting a leak. The discovery caught Ningfeng off guard and sparked an idea in his mind. Elsewhere, in an underground base in England, someone informed Duan that residual dark energy had been detected. They speculated it might be caused by a mutant. Duan refuted the guess, saying this wasn't like anything they'd seen before. He explained it was the work of a parasitic demon, referencing one of Ming Feng's earlier lectures. Normally, monsters couldn't survive for long outside their hidden realms, but parasitic demons were an exception. These creatures needed to invade living hosts to complete their life cycle, taking full control of both body and mind. Without special techniques, it was nearly impossible to distinguish between a parasitized being and a regular one. Duan elaborated further, saying parasitic demons were extremely fragile in their early stages and thus had to stay concealed. The holes were actually nests where the parasites had been incubating. Since the holes were now empty, that indicated the parasitic demons had already hatched and escaped. Huanglan's expression darkened as she realized that an unknown number of these parasites had likely already infiltrated human society. Duan pointed out that their immediate concern wasn't just infiltration, but something potentially bigger. Back at the Azure Sharp Guild, Yu vented to Ark, frustrated that despite several days passing, they still hadn't uncovered any significant clues. At that moment, the door slammed open and someone barged in unannounced. The possessed man advanced toward them, his eyes burning with malicious intent. She recognized him as Huang and asked what was going on, but he only responded with a sinister smile. Without warning, enormous tentacles burst forth from his body. They swiftly ensnared both Q and Ark, and she realized with horror that this was no longer the healer they once knew. Fear and confusion flooded her mind. What kind of abomination was this thing? Before she could react, a tentacle pierced into his body and injected a foreign substance. The injection spread like wildfire through his system, causing his eyes to roll back uncontrollably. Once both men had been injected, the parasitic demon within Huang released them. It let out a loud, maniacal laugh, clearly thrilled by what it had just accomplished. Huang glanced between Q and Ark with interest. He had only expected Sha Yu to be there, but finding Ark of the Epoch Guild present as well was an unexpected gain. With 2 fifth transformation powerhouses, his strength would soon surge. Sneering, Huang referred to them as pitiful beings, proclaiming that helping propagate his kind was the greatest role they could ever serve. Meanwhile, in the underground base, Duan explained to Huang Lan that while parasitic demons were not that powerful individually, they possessed a terrifying ability known as swarm. As their numbers multiplied, they amplified each other's strength. And the king that bred them would grow even stronger than the rest. Huang Lan asked if the demons were hiding in the black market, slowly amassing power. Duan confirmed this, noting that human potions had no effect on them. In fact, the potions might be bait to lure unsuspecting hosts. Alarmed, Huang Lan asked what methods they had to counter the parasitic threat. Duan answered that once the swarm's strength reached a particular threshold, tools and spells that detect dark energy would start picking up disturbances. However, to truly eliminate them, they would need a god's gift. She asked what exactly a god's gift was. Duan explained that it was likely an item blessed or imbued by the goddess herself. Realizing how urgent the situation had become, she said she'd contact her master and start searching for it. Though Huang Lan didn't yet know where to find a god's gift, she trusted that with the clue from the boss, it was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Ningfeng thought over the idea of the mysterious god's gift, recalling knowledge passed down from the last demon lord. He had learned that parasitic demons lived inside their hosts and could redirect serious injuries to their vessels, letting the demons survive unharmed. This resilience made them nearly impossible to kill unless one had a god's gift, which could forcefully separate demon from host. But the more Ningfeng considered it, the more he doubted such an item even existed in their current world. Knowing how quietly these demons spread and how devastating they could become, he worried how they could be stopped in time. Just then, his phone rang. It was Duan, reporting a massive spike in the dark energy at the Azure Sharp Guild. The energy matched the signature Ningfeng had described earlier. Duan added that all contact with those inside the guild, including Xu Yu, had been cut off. To make matters worse, several adventurers were acting strangely and had begun to gather near the guild. Ningfeng quickly grabbed his jacket and told Duan to prevent anyone from approaching the guild. He said he would head there personally to assess the situation. At that moment, inside the Azure Sharp Guild, Xu Yu and Ark stood at the rooftop with Huang, now entirely under the demon's control. Huang was ecstatic, announcing that there was no longer any need to hide. As he looked out over the swarm of parasitic demons he'd summoned, Xu Yu and Ark, now fully enslaved, bowed before him and addressed him as their lord, reporting that all their kin had gathered as commanded. However, his confident expression faltered as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the air. Turning his head, he saw Ningfeng walking toward them, calm and composed. Despite the parasitic demons baring their teeth at him, exuding malevolent glee, Ningfeng remained unshaken. Huang recognized him from the video he'd watched earlier and narrowed his eyes. What was this young man doing here alone? Ningfeng quickly took stock of the scene. With so many hosts already under control, using any widespread destruction spell would only sacrifice the victims. He began to wonder, could the weapon he carried possibly qualify as a god's gift, capable of bypassing the demon's regeneration and defenses? One of the possessed hosts sneered at Ningfeng's arrival, mocking him for coming alone and suggesting that his allies must have been too frightened to accompany him. Unfazed, Ningfeng calmly asked if Huang was the parasitic demon king. Huang grinned in amusement, seemingly pleased by the title. Yet he scoffed, declaring that humans of this inferior world weren't even qualified to serve under his command. Still, he acknowledged Ningfeng's strength, remarking that his body might produce even more powerful spawn. Without further warning, he launched his tentacles at Ningfeng, but Ningfeng swiftly drew his blade and, with a single graceful arc, sliced them apart, stunning Huang. Enraged, Huang roared that while Ningfeng was indeed formidable, it wouldn't be enough. The difference in their power, he claimed, was as wide as the gulf between mortals and deities. Huang had assumed that no weapon from this lower world could harm him, and he was convinced that Ningfeng's sword was nothing special. But then, Ningfeng closed his eyes and tapped into his inner strength. The sky itself began to fracture, stunning Huang and the others watching. Looking up, they saw with horror as the heavens cracked apart. Ningfeng had activated his forbidden skill, Dark Gate, a power that either summoned an endless wave of dark creatures for 12 hours or called forth a high-ranked demon lord indefinitely. As the gate slowly opened, an oppressive and ominous energy began pouring into the world. Laughing, Huang shouted that everything now made sense. Ningfeng's strength must have come from serving some powerful demon. He taunted further, claiming Ningfeng had called his master for help, unable to face the battle alone. Huang mocked the idea that any demon lord could be of use, explaining that when a powerful being from a higher world descended into a lower one, their power would drastically weaken, unless an evil god manifested directly. In this world, Huang believed himself untouchable. Still, he was curious. If Ningfeng had summoned a true subordinate of the evil god, then perhaps the demon might carry sacred relics capable of purging parasitic demons. He hoped it wouldn't be too outrageous. Suddenly, a glowing red eye appeared within the rift in the sky, glaring down with unnatural intensity. Everyone, including Ningfeng, was taken aback when a tiny, almost comically cute demon stepped through the gate. Disbelief swept over the crowd. Was this diminutive creature truly a high-level demon lord? The small demon wandered over to the enemy's side, then deliberately flopped onto the ground as if it had tripped. Huang burst into laughter, ridiculing the creature and declaring that it didn't even radiate dark energy. But his laughter was cut short. He was violently slammed headfirst into the ground by an unseen force. The demon's innocent demeanor had masked its true power, and now its overwhelming aura had paralyzed everyone in the area, including Huang. As the demon casually walked toward him, it bit into Huang and began consuming the parasitic demon hidden within his body. Ningfeng watched in stunned silence, utterly unable to grasp how this small creature could devour such a powerful entity with ease. Clearly, it was more effective than any god's gift he had ever heard of. Inside, the parasitic demon was panicking. This wasn't just a demon lord. What stood before it was something even greater. And for the first time, it was completely suppressed. Ningfeng asked the demon if it still claimed to be invincible in this lower world. The parasitic demon, now humbled, admitted that it had been bluffing. As Ningfeng began recording the scene, the demon groveled for mercy, begging to be spared. Ningfeng, however, remained cold and demanded answers. He ordered the creature to explain how it had managed to infiltrate their world. The demon confessed that Huang and his team had once trespassed into its hidden realm. During that incursion, it had parasitized Huang while he was distracted. From there, it latched onto him and was brought into this world. When Ningfeng asked if the creature had been a hidden boss in that secret realm, the demon confirmed that was the case. At first, it was weak and had hidden in the black market, where disappearances wouldn't raise alarms. But as its strength grew, it could bypass the larval hatching stage and directly infect humans, giving it the boldness to attack the Azure Sharp Guild. In a later video, the demon was seen groveling beside the cute demon before vanishing completely. The footage, recorded by Ningfeng, was shared with the guild leaders and national authorities. The guild president watching the video addressed the group. He admitted that due to their lack of proper containment measures, they couldn't imprison or preserve the parasitic demon. The situation had been entirely left in Ningfeng's hands. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that in this lower world, they were powerless against such escalating threats. One of the elders agreed, pointing out that if Ningfeng hadn't stepped in, the Azure Sharp Guild would have been wiped out. Wang Bo, however, argued that the threat extended far beyond the guild. Without Ningfeng's intervention, the 7 great guilds, and possibly the entire world, might have collapsed. Elder Feng urged everyone not to lose hope. He reminded them that both Ningfeng and the mysterious powerhouse were still on their side. Now that the issue with the high-level potions had been clarified and shown to be unrelated to that mysterious force, their alliance remained firm. The guild president nodded in agreement, and Leon expressed her approval as well. Yang Tuan, though initially unsure, also confirmed that he had no objections. The following day, Elder Feng handed an envelope to Ningfeng. He explained that the government planned to establish a dedicated enterprise for producing and distributing high-level potions. Of all future profits, 80% would go to the mysterious powerhouse, leaving Ningfeng with 20%. He assured Ningfeng that compensation would not be a concern. Elder Feng emphasized that this was a genuine offer. He added that the nation would formally recognize Ningfeng's heroic efforts in an upcoming ceremony during the training camp's closing event. In addition, numerous reporters had requested interviews through Feng Ning. Ningfeng smiled, realizing this was a rare chance to gather the power of faith, something he wouldn't take lightly. He signed the contract and thanked Feng for organizing everything. Feng simply responded that it was no trouble at all. A short while later, Ningfeng told Duan that he needed to return to the training camp. He entrusted the cute demon and its care to Duan, remarking that it probably only ate monsters. Duan said he'd take it to a secret realm to hunt for food and assured Ningfeng not to worry. Duan thought to himself how Ningfeng's little companion had casually defeated a parasitic demon. Clearly, it was more powerful than it appeared. Inspired, he resolved to train even harder. Ningfeng gave the demon a gentle pat, speculating that one of its powers might be a domain effect, one that suppressed the enemy's fighting spirit. Since the ability seemed dormant under normal conditions, he saw no need to hide it. Duan noticed the demon sniffing Ningfeng's necklace, the one left behind by Han, and realized the creature seemed constantly drawn to it. He wondered if there was a deeper connection, then decided to name the demon Momo, meaning slow, in tribute to its laid-back demeanor. Later, back at the training camp's teacher dormitory, Ningfeng reunited with his team. Suddenly, someone called out to the great hero, grabbing his attention. When he turned, he saw a small woman approaching and wondered why a child would be on campus. She asked if he was really the great hero Ningfeng, but he deflected by asking what she meant by hero. Rui stepped in, addressing her respectfully as Professor Sai, and noted that it had been a long time. Both he and Jiang Shu were stunned. They asked Rui how he knew her, and why he was calling her Professor. Rui introduced her as Professor Jai, a distinguished guest lecturer at Peking University, an honorary advisor to the 7 major guilds, and a former classmate of his father. Rui added that many of the current theories and technologies regarding secret realms were based on Professor Jai's research. Ningfeng responded with genuine admiration. Jai smiled, then turned to Ningfeng, humbly saying that if anyone deserved praise, it was him, for saving so many lives. She explained that she had just returned from conducting research in a secret realm, and upon hearing about his heroic deeds, came to see the famous young hero in person. Ningfeng chuckled awkwardly, telling her she was being far too generous. He recalled her name from the training camp orientation and realized she was the head of their research team. He'd imagined her as a serious, elderly academic, not the lively, enthusiastic woman standing before him. She grinned and guessed that he hadn't eaten yet, then invited him to join them. Pointing to the table full of unusual dishes, she explained that they were all delicacies she had prepared using monster-based ingredients. As they began eating, everyone was surprised by how unexpectedly delicious the food was. Yangshu commented that Teacher Lai hadn't come to wake them up that morning, and Rui agreed, noting how rare it was for Lai to sleep in. Meanwhile, over in the lab, Teacher Lai was slumped over his desk, mentally grumbling. Jai, the infamous workaholic, had pulled them into an all-night work session the moment she returned. Still, she had made the deliberate choice not to summon Ningfeng or his team, saying the hero deserved a proper rest. Lai sighed, muttering to himself about how different people received different treatment. Later, Jai told Ningfeng she had watched the video of his assessment exam and was impressed, especially with how flawless his on-site decision-making was, remarkable for someone his age. Yu chimed in, proudly adding that Ningfeng consistently ranked #1 in theoretical knowledge. Jai nodded, saying it had been a long time since she'd seen someone with such strong theory and combat skills. Coincidentally, she mentioned she had brought back some special items from the secret realms and thought Ningfeng might want to take a look. Intrigued, Ningfeng asked what these items were. Moments later, they entered the lab where Teacher Lai was still working. He looked up, surprised to see them. Jai introduced the space as the training camp's research lab. She admitted it was a bit messy, as it was only a temporary setup. Lai and the other researchers greeted her with clear respect, but she waved them off, telling them to carry on as she gave Ningfeng and his team a tour. Despite knowing they were just teaching assistants, Lai couldn't shake the feeling of being scrutinized by high-level inspectors. Meanwhile, Ningfeng and the others observed him with focused interest. Suddenly, Ningfeng's pendant began to glow. He felt a faint energy ripple coming from Han's pendant and wondered if it was reacting to something in the lab. Jai noticed and redirected Ningfeng's attention to a set of artifacts, asking what he thought they might be. Examining them, he guessed that, judging from the repaired edges and their design, they looked like fragments of man-made structures, possibly parts of a wall or a statue. Jai confirmed his observation. She explained that most secret realms usually only contained ecosystems or civilizations specific to the monsters living there. But this particular realm was different. It showed evidence of a lost civilization. Curious, Ningfeng asked what she meant. Jai elaborated that the fragments were found in a valley inside the secret realm. The monsters there were so powerful that the team couldn't explore far. They had only retrieved a few items, but she suspected there might be an entire buried city hidden within. That made Ning Feng pause. Could Jai have discovered the world Han once lived in? The thought stirred awe in him. He asked if he could examine one of the fragments more closely. As he touched a crystal piece, he noticed subtle energy waves pulsing from it. His pendant and palm began to absorb the crystal's essence, making him wonder if there truly was a connection between them. Jai asked what he thought. Ning Feng said it was hard to be sure, but suggested that a deeper investigation of the secret realm might provide answers. Jai agreed enthusiastically, promising to make the necessary arrangements. Later, they arrived at the secret realm. Xian introduced Ning Feng to her research team, assuring him they would fully cooperate with him during the exploration. The researchers greeted Ning Feng with excitement, expressing how honored they were to meet him. Several asked if they could take a photo together after the expedition. Rui, watching the scene unfold, recognized these scholars as elite, people who would be professors anywhere else. It was rare to see them hold someone in such high esteem, but Ning Feng had clearly earned it. MC looked hesitant and asked if it was really okay for her to be involved in such a major project. Yu smiled and reassured her, saying they were all on the same team and would work together to succeed. Jian, brimming with excitement, rallied everyone and urged them onward. The team began their search deep within the secret realm. Suddenly, the sand ahead of them shifted. Something massive was racing toward them, just beneath the surface. In an instant, a colossal sandworm erupted from the ground, its jaws gaping wide. Xian flinched in shock, but Ning Feng stayed calm, watching the creature with a sharp gaze. Before anyone else could react, Yang Shu stepped forward, and with a lightning-fast swing of his axe, cleaved the sandworm cleanly in two. He calmly told everyone to keep moving forward. The researchers, stunned by the ease of the kill, marveled at how reliable and skilled the young adventurers were. As Yang Shu inspected the sandworm's corpse, he called out to Xian, saying he had found something. She followed him, and they uncovered several stone pillars half buried beneath the sand. Xian examined them closely and confirmed that they were indeed remnants of an ancient civilization. She speculated aloud, wondering if the civilization had been wiped out by monsters, and whether, over time, a monster-overrun world could become a secret realm. Her theory made Ning Feng reflect on the trial secret realm managed by the Azure Sharp Guild, a place that had once housed a fully developed world and its own people. Just then, his pendant began to glow brightly, reacting to something behind him. He turned and spotted another fragment, another crystal. The magical energy it emitted intensified near his pendant, confirming his suspicion. These relics were linked to it. There were likely more hidden deeper within the ruins. Moments later, the researchers shouted to Xian, reporting a surge of powerful dark energy ahead. The team moved forward and arrived at a massive stone platform. The oppressive aura coming from it was suffocating. Ning Feng noted that the energy resembled that of evil god, summoning circles, but far stronger. Suddenly, a humanoid monster emerged, leading a swarm of feral beasts. The demon leader let out a blood-curdling scream, and the monsters surged forward in an all-out attack. Jiangshu warned Rui that the creatures were too many and far too fast. Rui simply smiled, reminding him they had Ning Feng. This was just a training opportunity. With a battle cry, Rui and Jiangshu charged into the fray. Jiangshu shouted at the monsters to abandon hope. They wouldn't get through. The demon leader snarled, eyes burning with fury. Xian observed that the waves of monsters seemed endless. The researchers turned to her, asking if they should help. She shook her head. "If you join, you'll only get in the way," she replied, her tone calm but firm. Still, she couldn't help but worry about the pressure on the young team. Meanwhile, Yu approached Ning Feng, asking if she could challenge the boss monster. Ning Feng gave a relaxed nod, saying they should go together, but reassured her he could manage the battlefield solo. With that, the team dashed toward the boss, leaving Ning Feng behind to hold the line. He released his aura, standing alone against the monster tide. The researchers looked on in stunned awe. Ning Feng didn't just resist, he dominated the battlefield. Calm and composed, he let Yu take the lead. After all, both Mukai and Quinlan had undergone his intense training. Even without him at the front, their two-man priest team could handle themselves perfectly. Then something strange happened. The monsters stopped advancing. They trembled, visibly afraid. One of the researchers gasped, whispering in disbelief, "They're scared of him. Are young people really this powerful nowadays?" Meanwhile, you and the team hurriedly advanced toward the boss. You shouted that the boss was now visible, encouraging everyone to prioritize healing and boosting one another, and they all confirmed her directive. The Boston conjured a sandstorm shield, transforming it into a whirlwind to protect itself. Yet, the boss was stunned as an arrow sliced through the sandstorm, cleanly bisecting the boss. Moments before, elsewhere in the realm, a group had just defeated a sandworm and detected faint tremors beneath. They suspected others were inside the secret realm. Realizing they might have stumbled upon a gateway, they swiftly prepared to venture in, determined to reach the world's core before anyone else, sensing life forms near the exit. They braced for combat, wary of potential foes. But as they charged toward the exit, a sudden warp disrupted their path, and the surroundings began to shimmer. One of them yelled in panic, realizing the secret realm had been compromised and was starting to expel them. Mere seconds later, they were abruptly cast out, standing beyond the realm's borders. Back inside, you asked Ningfeng if he'd caught any whispers, as though someone had spoken. He confessed he hadn't noticed, engrossed in observing Hansen's pendant as it steadily drew in the crystal's power. You sighed and noted hearing two voices near the entrance, though you mentioned guards were posted outside, so no one else should have gained access. Ruby then inquired if they should check it out, and Ningfeng concurred they should investigate as a pair. Upon reaching the entrance, Xian unleashed her ability to sense any anomalies, spotting tracks in the earth leading into the secret realm. She verified the footprints weren't theirs, confirming an intruder's presence, but oddly the tracks stopped short at the exit, leaving her puzzled about how or why the intruder vanished so suddenly. Hours later, scholars examined the crystals by the exit, while Xian, inspecting sandworm remains, reported the intruder's footprints originated there. She proposed they might have entered via the main gate or teleported. She also suggested the dead creatures were likely the intruders' doing. Engine, alongside other guild leaders, observed that the intruders had been quick and precise, with no traces of a drawn-out fight, hinting at their formidable strength. Fang chimed in, theorizing the intruders were speedrunning. He elaborated that speedrunning involves clearing secret realms as fast as possible, using streamlined tactics to vanquish foes and claim only key treasures, leaving the rest behind. It requires immense skill and flawless teamwork. Wangbo remarked he couldn't fathom anyone pulling off a speedrun in such a grueling realm. Except perhaps Ningfeng's crew. You sighed and wondered if it could have been an adventurer from another realm, which left Wangbo puzzled. You explained it was just a hypothesis, but not implausible, given relics from other worlds had already surfaced in this realm. You pondered if there were other worlds like theirs, or even advanced ones capable of crossing realms. Ningfeng mulled over your words, recalling visions of other worlds from the Demon Lord's memories. He'd never thought worlds could intersect. He suggested that if the intruders came with peaceful motives, or if it was a fleeting encounter, it might not matter. But Xian warned that if their intentions were hostile, they could face new threats beyond the monsters. The intruders' abrupt disappearance also raised doubts about their goals or potential return. Wangbo exhaled heavily, noting it felt like problems kept piling up. At that moment, Fang nodded to Engine as a cue. Engine turned to you, saying they wanted your input on a matter. He asked if the Solemn Lion Guild would consider taking the Azure Sharp Guild's place among the 7 major guilds, leaving you stunned and bewildered. Engine elaborated, confessing he wasn't concerned about ridicule from younger members after the recent parasitic demon fiasco. Both the Azure Sharp Guild and the Epoch Guild had encountered serious troubles. The Epoch Guild's leader had stepped down willingly, with no replacement named yet, while the Azure Sharp Guild had lost many members and formally requested a downgrade. Hesitantly, you responded that you were just a high schooler, and the Solemn Lion Guild was fairly modest in scale. But Yanan reassured you there was no cause for concern, as the guild leaders had already conferred and were eager to embrace you. Wangbo voiced his support as well. Bashfully, you glanced at Ningfeng for advice. He offered a steady, encouraging nod, urging you to follow your instincts, assuring you he'd back your choice, whatever it might be. The guild presidents acknowledged that Ningfeng's endorsement alone was sufficient to secure your spot among the 7 major guilds, rendering your age or guild size unimportant. After a moment's hesitation, you murmured that you'd be willing to try, politely asking for their guidance if you stumbled. The presidents chuckled, delighted by the news. Yangshu then teased, admitting he felt a bit dizzy after a secret realm mission turned into an unexpected ascent to the 7 major guilds. Shu Ting whispered in disbelief, still grappling with the announcement. Meanwhile, Ningfeng realized your promotion had greatly accelerated his own plans for gaining influence, sparking a quiet sense of pride. Abruptly, a voice addressed him as Lord God Sovereign, jolting him. But seeing no one else react, he questioned if he alone could hear it. Just then, Hansen's pendant flared with light, and he suspected it might be Hansen's voice. Moments later, the head researcher urged the team to hasten their efforts, warning everyone to stick together in case the intruders returned. They were to stay vigilant and report anything odd to Xian immediately. In fact, a researcher gestured toward Ningfeng, who was in the tent with Xian, asking if he was the hero from a recent interview. Another confirmed, noting how reassuring it was to have such a powerful figure in charge, adding that Ningfeng's youthful appearance belied his status as a top-tier expert. Meanwhile, Ningfeng noticed the pendant had ceased drawing energy from the crystal, though he wasn't sure why. He felt relieved that the crystal's appearance stayed unchanged, as any shift might draw unwanted scrutiny. He reflected on the voice he'd heard, wondering if it was his imagination, when the enigmatic voice again called him Lord God. This time with striking clarity. Alarmed, he whispered, asking if it was Hansen. To his astonishment, Hansen answered, thrilled to reconnect, his tone brimming with excitement. Ningfeng pressed Hansen to settle down and clarify what was happening. Hansen admitted he wasn't entirely certain, saying he'd somehow regained awareness. Ningfeng wondered if his return tied to the pendant, which had been siphoning the crystal's energy. Hansen explained that the heart of the world is a world's core essence, forged by the blending of cosmic laws. Even if a world suffers catastrophe, an intact heart allows gradual restoration. But if the heart shatters, the world faces total annihilation. He continued, saying the heart's power is the true wellspring of a god's strength. Long ago, gods wielded it to revive their most devoted followers. But as Hansen went on, he suddenly halted, leaving Ningfeng perplexed. Panicked, Hansen apologized, saying his memories felt fragmented, and despite his efforts, he couldn't recall more. Ningfeng comforted him, encouraging patience in recovering. Yet Hansen, feeling unworthy, lamented his uselessness, fearing he'd let Ningfeng down. Hansen's missing memories troubled Ningfeng, particularly the possibility that the resurrection method carried risky side effects. Nearby, a researcher told Xian the excavation was nearly done. Aside from some deserted structures, they'd found nothing of great worth. Meanwhile, Jingjian suggested permanently sealing the secret realm to block further intrusions by unknown forces. Wang Bo concurred, proposing they evacuate everyone at once and lock the realm for good. Ningfeng turned to you, catching you off guard with a request for your opinion. You asked if he genuinely wanted your input. He affirmed that, as a member of the 7 major guilds, decisions like sealing secret realms needed your approval, alongside at least 2 other presidents. You nodded, understanding, and voiced your support for Engin's proposal. Soon after, they completely locked down the secret realm. The following day, in the teacher's dorm at the training camp, Ningfeng reached to twist the faucet, when Hansen suddenly exclaimed, declaring he'd recalled something critical. Jolted, Ningfeng mistakenly flipped on the cold shower, yelping at the icy shock. After a beat, Hansen apologized profusely, insisting he deserved reprimand. But Ningfeng brushed it off, asking what he'd remembered. Hansen, still anxious, begged for punishment, but Ningfeng calmly pointed out it was just cold water, hardly a crisis. Flustered, Hansen clarified it wasn't about the water but the resurrection process itself. Hansen elaborated that, in ancient times, gods used the heart of the world to bring back loyal followers. Yet, because the heart held dark power, gods who revived their followers suffered a harsh backlash through their bond, risking corruption into malevolent deities. Ultimately, they had to slay their revived followers to halt this taint. Hansen admitted he didn't fear death but dreaded becoming a liability to Ningfeng. Ningfeng considered confessing he was already an evil god, but feared it might crush Hansen further. Instead, he comforted Hansen, who asked if Ningfeng felt any unease or strange symptoms. Ningfeng replied he was perfectly fine, though he then noticed his system indicating his passive skill, Dark Origin, had grown stronger. It now shielded him from darkness's backlash and waived the costs of forbidden spells. He asked Hansen if his revival impacted only himself or Ningfeng as well. Hesitating, Hansen admitted he wasn't certain. Ningfeng kindly urged Hansen to focus on living now that he was back, promising they'd tackle any problems together. Tearing up, Hansen remarked that Ningfeng's words echoed his past self. Though he still feared being a burden, Ningfeng said there was something he'd been meaning to share with Hansen. Hansen responded, asking if he meant that he was an evil god. Ningfeng confirmed, explaining that legends labeled him as the evil god. Furthermore, every spell he cast naturally morphed into a forbidden dark spell. But Hansen cut in, passionately denying Ningfeng was an evil god. He insisted the gods were to blame, not Ningfeng. Their selfish ambitions had led to the senseless deaths of Ningfeng's allies and kin in feudal wars, disregarding their worth. Only Ningfeng had fought for justice on their behalf, and if the gods stood against him, Hansen swore to remain loyal, even at the cost of his life. Deeply touched, Ningfeng thanked Hansen for his unwavering devotion, vowing to do all he could to shield everyone from harm. Hansen, overcome with emotion, expressed his happiness at standing by Ningfeng once more, prompting Ningfeng to soothe him, asking him not to weep. As he rested on his bed, Ningfeng admitted he was still puzzled by much of it and asked Hansen to clarify the concept of world level. Hansen explained that a world's level reflects the degree of recognition it receives from the gods. The universe holds countless worlds, but not all earn their favor. A world only draws the gods' notice when intelligent life appears, yet even then, it's akin to spotting a slightly prettier bug. Only by overcoming the gods' trials does a world gain greater approval, leading to advanced civilizations and greater power. In essence, the more trials a world conquers, the more favor it earns from the gods, elevating its world level. Hansen continued, pointing out that Ningfeng had noted the strongest beings here were only about level 150, with top skills and gear merely at the orange tier. Clear signs this world held a very low rank, almost as if it were ignored by the gods. Ningfeng asked if it was truly that grim, to which Hansen nodded but added with confidence that Ningfeng's presence ensured a brighter path ahead. Changing topics, Hansen advised Ningfeng to enhance his gear, as the equipment in this world was obsolete and inadequate for his potential. Surprised, Ningfeng asked if Hansen meant divine-grade equipment was real, noting that such items are forged or blessed by gods and their followers, imbued with divine essence and capable of endless upgrades. Recalling the pendant's markings suggesting it could be improved, Ningfeng brought this up. Hansen revealed the pendant was a dormant, ancient divine-grade relic in its raw form. Once Ningfeng awakened its divine essence, it would fully ascend to divine-grade status. When Ningfeng inquired how, Hansen guided him to place his hand on the pendant and envision the rune of divine power. Following the instructions, Ningfeng touched the pendant and pictured the rune in his mind. Abruptly, he saw the rune etch itself onto the pendant, and, ecstatic, he told Hansen it had worked. Hansen replied with assurance, explaining that as his lord, Ningfeng could ignite runes tied to the world's core, a feat only true gods could accomplish, beyond even the gods' chosen champions. Hansen ventured that Ningfeng must have long questioned his own nature, hoping this moment eased those uncertainties. The system showed the pendant's status, and Ningfeng saw its spirit points had surged to 1,200, nearly matching his total attributes. Plus, the pendant now offered multiple new abilities. Hansen noted with regret that the pendant's quality was still only orange tier, but promised to aid Ningfeng in upgrading it further with the right resources. He added that completing the full set would require finding more of his loyal followers. Ningfeng exhaled, admitting Hansen's talks often highlighted how much he still had to learn. Hansen humbly replied it was his privilege to clarify his lord's questions. The next morning, Hansen greeted Ningfeng with bright enthusiasm. Ningfeng remarked that Hansen seemed refreshed, to which Hansen chuckled, saying just being near Ningfeng filled him with optimism. Ningfeng reflected that he'd spent much of the prior day absorbed in conversation with Hansen. Though Hansen's old world was vastly different, rendering some knowledge less relevant, he remained an invaluable guide. Later, in an uncharted secret realm, a beast lunged forward, but before it could close the distance, Ningfeng hurled a radiant ice shard, obliterating it instantly. His teammates stood in awe, while Ningfeng grinned, savoring the immense power from the pendant's 1,200 spirit points. Ping turned to Xian, remarking that Ningfeng was downright fearsome. Xian agreed precisely. Ping added that, before, they'd have battled a boss for ages, but now Ningfeng could end it in one strike. Xian echoed precisely again, leading Ping to playfully chide her for mimicking him. Ningfeng then asked Ping if there were more secret realms to tackle today. Ping replied there weren't, noting their team was already outpacing others, and today they'd moved even faster, causing the committee some stress. Curious, Ningfeng pressed why. Ping explained that the training camp housed elite participants, and with Ningfeng's team wrapping up early, their members were diving into extra secret realm runs at the camp for practice. Consequently, their team's levels and strength had far surpassed the other groups. Ping mentioned that students from rival teams had jointly petitioned to rotate all groups starting next month, surprising Xian. She wondered if other instructors would resist, but Ping clarified that, without the committee's limits, many instructors would jump at the chance to join Ningfeng's group. Some had even tried slipping their names into the student petition, only to be caught. Laughing, Xian declared triumphantly that no one could steal their teaching assistant Ningfeng from them. Suddenly, Hansen stammered, gesturing at Ningfeng's spell. Puzzled, Ningfeng asked if something was amiss. Hansen assured him there was no issue. On the contrary, he found Ningfeng's spellcasting masterful. He praised how Ningfeng expertly balanced conditions, keeping the spell's impact perfectly within its intended scope. Ningfeng mentioned he had a few classes that evening and invited Hansen to tag along and observe. Later, in his evening class, the instructor explained that for the problem at hand, the total damage from Skill 1 was split into two types: fixed damage and ongoing damage. The fixed damage was denoted as M0, while the ongoing damage factored in repeated effects. The teacher clarified that the initial damage from the first ongoing trigger was called A0, with each following trigger boosting the ongoing damage by 3 points per second. Hansen chimed in, showing enthusiasm for the topic, and Ningfeng confirmed it was his favorite course: Tactical Actuarial Science. He described it as covering far more than just fighting, blending mathematics, physics, biology, and geography. He elaborated that, perhaps due to their world's low level, people here had few resources, so they learned to optimize what they had. This meant strategies like using limited fighters to inflict maximum harm, finding creative uses for restricted skills, and capitalizing on brief openings in desperate battles. He noted that not everyone needed to master these concepts, but their training system was built on them, yielding many exceptional adventurers. Hansen, impressed by Ningfeng's passion, vowed to study hard, recognizing the immense worth of this wisdom. When the school bell signaled the end of class, the teacher dismissed everyone. Ningfeng left with you, but soon Xing approached, calling out to him. Recognizing Xing, Ningfeng wondered if he'd come specifically to find him. He recalled that during the training camp, Xing had rarely spoken to him, and Ningfeng hadn't paid him much mind. Seeing Xing's anxious look, Ningfeng grew intrigued. Xing bowed low, expressing deep gratitude, saying that without Ningfeng's help, he, his brother, and the Azure Sharp Guild would have perished. He called Ningfeng their rescuer, but Ningfeng chuckled, downplaying it as mere chance and saying no thanks were needed. Xing pushed back, admitting that, because of his brother, he'd kept his distance from Ningfeng and even judged those close to him. He now realized his mistake. If he'd connected with Ningfeng earlier, the Azure Sharp Guild might not have fallen into such dire straits. Noticing Xing still hadn't raised his head, Ningfeng wondered if he had more to say, though their lack of closeness left him unsure what else they might discuss. Xing then offered a glowing object, explaining it was a modest gift of thanks. Though small, he hoped Ningfeng would accept it. Examining it, they both identified it as another fragment of the heart of the world. Ningfeng recalled Hansen's explanation that when a world collapses, its heart's fragments may scatter across other realms. Collecting them could unlock a path back to that world. Piecing it together, he told Hansen that Sion likely used this method to access the secret realm, even without fully grasping it then. He also reasoned the intruders were hunting these fragments too. Hansen nodded, adding that in higher worlds, the heart of the world is a vital asset, driving some to seek out these fragments. But since Ningfeng conquered the secret realm first, universal laws expelled the intruders back to their realms. Xing shared that his brother had won the fragment as a secret realm reward and had always treasured it. He felt that, given Ningfeng's recent success in a similar realm, the fragment belonged with him. Ningfeng accepted it graciously, thanking Xing earnestly and saying he truly valued the gesture. The following day, they reached the site signaled by the fragment. Xian urged Ningfeng to quickly decipher its use, promising to inform him right away if she found anything similar later. Her words were exactly what Ningfeng hoped to hear. Turning to Hansen, Ningfeng noted that Hansen's condition remained unstable, requiring more energy from the heart of the world. Hansen replied confidently that as long as Ningfeng stayed untouched by darkness, he had no concerns. Ningfeng then triggered the fragment storage area, hoping that hastening Hansen's recovery would soon grant him a powerful ally. As he completed the activation, they stood in awe, gazing at a breathtaking landscape. Stunned, Ningfeng asked if this was a secret realm, while Yu gasped in excitement at the dazzling view. Hansen, equally astonished, remarked that it showed no signs of ruin. Ningfeng asked if Hansen had ever seen such a place, and Hansen confirmed it was his first time. They set out to investigate the area. Minutes later, they stumbled upon a city teeming with humans, leaving them even more amazed. Zhuting asked you if the city's residents could be ordinary people, but you countered with a question, wondering if they'd slipped into another world. Hansen clarified that shouldn't be possible. A heart of the world fragment would only link to its own realm. Even if it were a mirage, it felt far too vivid. Nearing the city gates, guards halted them, inquiring about their origins. Ningfeng rubbed his neck, unsure how to respond. Then a guard ventured a guess, suggesting they were adventurers from another world, catching Ningfeng off guard. He asked how the guard knew, and the guard explained their attire and hesitant speech gave them away. You asked if otherworldly adventurers were common here. The guard said they showed up now and then, but smirked that it was unusual to see youngsters like you. Xian snapped back, yelling she wasn't a youngster. The guard laughed, letting them pass, but cautioned them to stay out of trouble if they wanted to leave in one piece. As they crossed the threshold, he shouted to keep an eye on the kid and not let her stray. Infuriated, Xian retorted that she wasn't a kid. Inside, Ningfeng noted this world seemed to have its own adventurers, explaining the locals' lack of surprise at their arrival. They soon spotted a statue and approached to read its plaque, which honored Hero Alita, Heaven's Daughter, and Empire's Protector. Ningfeng told Hansen that despite never seeing this script before, he could understand it instantly. Hansen explained it was due to the heart of the world's link, confirming they hadn't entered a foreign realm. As Xian studied the statue, she highlighted that it also listed the hero's feats. The system revealed more. In year 157 of the starry calendar, a demonic tide drowned the world in shadow and terror. Amid hopelessness, Hero Alita rose, her sword vanquishing all enemies, restoring hope and light. Her courage was etched into history, her legacy eternal. You remarked that this world had clearly faced a monster onslaught, but thanks to the valiant hero, peace prevailed. Xian nodded, agreeing that was the inscription's core message. Zhuting marveled that one person could topple an entire monster army, while Jingjian mused if adventurers from other worlds were truly that mighty. Suddenly, Rui called out for them to stop. Jingjian rushed over asking what was wrong. Rui, shaken, said he'd just seen the word run flash on a tree behind them before it vanished. Ningfeng felt uneasy, sensing odd stares from nearby onlookers. At that moment, Hero Alita's statue began to dissolve, emitting a sinister aura. The surrounding people morphed into undead creatures, and Ningfeng realized they'd been illusions all along. Hansen, stunned, questioned how the illusion masked the undead's presence. As the undead surged toward them, Ningfeng unsheathed his sword. With ease, Ningfeng carved through the undead rushing toward him. Jingjin dashed forward to confront another undead, brandishing his axe. To his shock, the axe splintered on contact. Recognizing his orange tear skill was inadequate, he realized this foe outmatched his strength. The undead lifted its blade, poised to deliver a deadly strike. Just as it swung down to finish Jingjian, it stiffened, immobilized. Han Yong had unleashed his ice ability, freezing the undead in its tracks.